guys are coming into the sanctuary, please thumbs up the video. Thumbing up is the most important thing you can do here on this platform. Because we ain't got no weirdos over here, we ain't got nothing but supporters and conscious crew members. There shouldn't be no reason why the thumbs up are ever lacking, child. So y'all, please thumbs up the video. Thumbing up not only helps with YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. So when you are thumbing up the video, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another conscious crew member and telling them to get their black asses into the sanctuary. Also, make sure that you guys have your notification bell set to all. Shout out to all the new subbies. And last but not least, please share the stream out to wherever it is you have digital community, whether that be your YouTube community wall, your Instagram, your Snapchat, your MySpace, your Facebook, your Twitter, your Tumblr, your personal OF. I don't really give a damn where you lay the link. Just let them whores know that we're loud, we're live, and we're certainly in color. And with no further ado, let's go ahead and push on to
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, let me go ahead and speak to the conscious crew. What's going on, my roomers and tea? What's going on, Crystal Pearl? Hey, my Courtney Jackson, sending light and love to you and your daughter. Me and my co-hosts are going to be speaking directly to some of your concerns, boo. So y'all, conscious crew, I know we all have a lot of feelings and thoughts, and that this election didn't turn out the way that we had hoped, but, you know, please cover each other in light and love, and please send our Courtney an extra bundle of light and love, baby. Okay, what's going on, Adora? Hey, Phyllis. Hey, boo. Also got your cash donation, Phyllis, on PayPal. Thank you so much, boo. Light and love to you. Hey, high mental abilities. What's going on, Miss Lady? Hey, Shayla. Hey, Ave. What's going on, Shauna? Hey, Bill. What's going on, Charlene? What's going on, Miss Mitchell? Hey, Sabra. Hey, J Lord. What's going on, Double T? Hey, Trey. What's going on, Sherry? What's going on, Rock Sody? What's going on, Miss Terman? Hey, boo. What's going on, Food Expert? Oh, we got a lot of Mitchells in here. Hey, Michelle. We got a lot of Michelles. What's going on, Is it Irvin? I'm picking up the first name. What's going on, Bring the Mess TV? Hey, Neo Soul. Hey, Neo X. Hey, boo. Hey, Brandon. What's going on, DJ World TV? What's going on, Allison? Hey, y'all. What's going on? All right. So, y'all see all these Mitchells? Like, God, just favor some Mitchells, baby. If it ain't the first name, it's the last name. Damn. What's going on, Lakia? Hey, y'all. Y'all rolling in? Please come up. Y'all know the King's birthday is in 6 days. It's going to be crazy celebrating my birthday under this, what's remaining of Biden's administration, child. But yes, the King's birthday is only 6 days away. Oh, nasty piece of Scorpio. Super excited. I'll be turning 39 this year. So this year and most of next year will be my last chapter in my 30s. I will officially be 40 at the end of 2025. So I gotta really go out with a bang, bitch. And I plan on doing the banging and the swinging, child. Also, so if you guys want to send early birthday love, you guys can. Of course, I'm gonna go live on my birthday and give a little 1-2. All donation information is in the description box. It's also in this scroll at the bottom of the screen here in white. All of that stuff you see at the bottom scrolling is my email, my PayPal, $Consciouztv on Cash App, and paypal.me/ConsciouzTV on PayPal. Love you long time and thank you guys in advance. You guys already know what we're here to get into. I do have my special co-host, Reckless Logic. We're going to be sounding off on everything that's going on. You guys know that it's going to be a shit show. We are dealing with the aftermath of the Trump administration. It's already racial trolling going on The shenanigans of it all are already popping off. You know, all the things that I knew socially would come with Trump's administration, that this wouldn't just be about policies, but it would just be about what his presence means as the president for a lot of bigoted and racist individuals. So the Hunger Games have already begun just on a societal level. You know, they're already sending text messages to Black university students telling them to pack up their things and get ready to be picked up by a Black or white van to be taken to plantation A and B. You have a lot of judges who are already slipping up saying the N-word now. All of a sudden now everybody making the N-word mistake. You know, this is just all of the Karen energy that you can just expect from a Trump administration. So not only is it going to be a mess politically and when it comes to legislation, but it's just going to be a mess in terms of what we're going to be dealing with day to day with a lot of the MAGA that we live alongside, that we work alongside, that we commute alongside. So you guys just get your prayers up and get your brass knuckles up. And if we got an Alabama picnic table, them hoes, that's just what we're going to be doing for 4 years, baby. It's going to be up and stuck. With no further ado, let me go ahead and introduce my co-host, and then let's proceed to give you guys what you need. Reckless Logic, happy Saturday. Welcome to the platform.
Hey, what's going on? How's everybody doing? How you guys doing today?
Well, how are you?
I'm doing good. I feel good. I got a awesome amount of sleep. I've been enjoying myself. I went to the fair. It was something so like I guess minor, but it did really it actually helped in terms of me relaxing from work, and also the big giant horrible news we received and all of that. But other than that, we're good. Hey y'all.
Nice. Well, let the people know where they can find you at on these social media streets and all of that.
Okay. What's going on, y'all? Welcome to the land of Reckless Logic. Please make sure you guys pop that like button, hit the subscribe button, and please smack that notification bell so do not miss any more posts from us. And let's get straight into this video. You guys can catch me up on Instagram at Reckless Logic. Reckless spelled regularly, but with logic is LXGICC. Also on Instagram. On YouTube, you can catch me at Reckless Logic. Spelled the same way you see it here.
Period. And the Democrats ain't sent ish. Them tired ass, bigoted ass, low down, bald head ass, missing low testosterone, low estrogen count ass Republicans. You see, you motherfucking hoes can come up in here telling me a motherfucking thing, bitch. You know why? Because we lived through this one time before, ho.
Right.
Trump ain't new. He's not a new president. So don't come up in here telling me what nobody did. We already know how this goes. Trump has already lived in our homes for 4 years. One time before, y'all the same folk who scaled them walls. So I guess y'all gonna say those were the Dems too, right? It was the Dems who ran up in the Capitol, right? I guess the Dems are also the Proud Boys, right? No, you relax, boo. I'm in my home, okay? I'm where the fuck I'm supposed to be. You go relax somewhere, boo. Okay, so long as we over here, bitch, you gonna endure. Ain't no relaxing. You gonna get it however the fuck I serve it up on this bitch. And if you don't like it, posse put. You can pussy pop on to a MAGA rally, pussy pop on over to a MAGA YouTube page, honey. There are plenty of cult-like MAGA followings set up for you no GED, non-college graduate ass motherfucking heathens. So y'all can go where y'all belong, baby. Over here, bitch, we gonna talk shit. Over here, we're going to be mad. Over here, we're going to drag. Over here, we're going to roast. Over here, we're going to be true exactly to what time we feel that it is, and it ain't shit you hoes can do about it. Because if we got to put up with y'all, then, bitch, you know y'all got to put up with us. The pendulum always swings from the left and the right and the right to the left. Okay? Now, that brings me to my disclaimer. I'm going to try to be in my soft girl energy, because y'all know I'm in my soft thug energy, right? Okay, y'all know I've been in my soft girl energy, child. So me and Reckless gonna attempt to have a very passionate
not attempt
but respectful commentary, because I'm not going to let the raggedy ass Republicans bring out the worst in us. It's already bad enough that they mad as hell, that they bigoted as hell, that they shallow as hell, that they uneducated as hell, that they got low IQ as hell. So, we don't really want to contribute to the intensity of the space, because it's a lot of our people who still are grieving what's taking place, and have reasonable fears, reasonable concerns about what is to come. Project 2025. Trump has already rolled out some of what his plans are going to be. We already know there's going to be an alleged mass deportation taking place, but things also may not completely go the way that Trump entails, because you have a lot of states that are already bracing for Trump's impact, who are already putting in a lot of safety mechanisms to protect minority folk, to protect queer folk, to protect disadvantaged folk, and to even protect immigrant folk. So we're going to get into this. It's going to kind of be like a hopeful live stream as well. So just sit back and your feet up. Is that feedback in your phone, Reckless?
That was me laughing. Sorry.
Oh, you laughing. Oh. All right. So first thing I want to do is, for those of you who have not seen Trump's unveiled plans to dismantle American deep state video, we're going to check this out right now, courtesy of the Republic World. Oh my God, today. And this is going to be covered by fair use, of course. And thumbs up as you guys come in, okay? All right, let's check this out. Oh, let me share my screen, actually. Oh, maybe I'll do audio only. I think I'm going to do audio only. Yeah, I think I'm going to do audio only. Hold on. Because I don't know how the Republic World give it up over there, girl. Hold on. Oh, no, wait a minute. I got a better picture of Trump that I can use. Okay. Hold on. Let me get this together over here. Y'all thumbs up, child. All right. There we go. That's a better, more accurate picture of Trump.
Girl.
All right, check this out, girl. This is Trump unveiling, girl, his presidential plan, child, at least the first phase of it.
And I will wield that power very aggressively. Here's my plan to democracy. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth. This is how I will shatter the deep state and restore government that is controlled by the people and for the people. Here's my plan to dismantle the deep state and reclaim our democracy from Washington corruption once and for all, and corruption it is. First, I will immediately reissue my 2020 executive order restoring the president's authority to remove rogue bureaucrats, and I will wield that power very aggressively. Second, we will clean out all of the corrupt actors in our national security and intelligence apparatus, and there are plenty of them. The departments and agencies that have been weaponized will be completely overhauled so that faceless bureaucrats will never again be able to target and persecute conservatives, Christians, or the left's political enemies, which they're doing now at a level that nobody can believe even possible. Third, we will totally reform FISA courts, which are so corrupt that the judges seemingly do not care when they are lied to in warrant applications. So many judges have seen so many applications that they know were wrong, or at least they must have known. They do nothing about it. They're lied to. Fourth, to expose the hoaxes and abuses of power that have been tearing our country apart, we will establish a Truth and Reconciliation Commission to declassify and publish all documents on deep state spying, censorship, and corruption. And there are plenty of them. Fifth, we will launch a major crackdown on government leakers who collude with the fake news to deliberately weave false narratives and to subvert our government, and our democracy. When possible, we will press criminal charges. Sixth, we will make every Inspector General's office independent and physically separated from.
Do you know what I found funny so far about this? He's talking about corruption, but his ass is the one who currently deserves to be in prison. And talks about cracking down. Bitch, you are the corruption that you're speaking of, bruh.
Remember, you have to start from the head down. We're gonna crack down. So does that mean we're gonna crack down on your ass?
Right? Like, can we start with you in your house? Because your son, Donald Trump Jr., also just weaseled his way out of a whole like tax evasion fraud criminal case as well. Like, I'm just screaming at the crackdown on crime. And his son literally out here, girl, could be at all type of tax fraud. His ass had 34 damn felons, 1 conviction, pending damn lawsuits for great and all. Yes, girl. We
Can I say this?
Not on crime.
Wait, can I say this?
If we can start right there at the Mar-a-Lago home.
Wait, can I say this? So I was on X, formerly known as Twitter, y'all, and someone has said, so a convicted felon is going to cut crime, ? A rapist is going to protect women, ? A pathological liar is going to stand for truth, ? A racist is going to unite the races, under ? A man who filed 3 bankruptcies is going to help businesses, ? A man who incites riots is going to keep the peace, ? And another gag is because another consensus I was seeing in certain spaces or whatever, and really calling out the white Christian nationalists is the gag, and is that you're going to elect a person who, to their point, they're supposed to follow Christ, follow Jesus, and they want to post the 10 commandments, but yet you elect a person that has violated damn near every single last one of them. Okay. You can continue.
Girl, I'm going to be Kamala Harris cackling throughout this whole shit show for 4 years. A Kamala cackle is what they're going to get out of me.
The departments they oversee, so they do not become the protectors of the deep state. Seventh, I will ask Congress to establish an independent auditing system to continually monitor our intelligence agencies to ensure they are not spying on our citizens or running disinformation campaigns against the American people, or that they are not spying on someone's campaign like they spied on my campaign.
And that's why they were able to call out all your lies, girl. I find it funny that he's talking about misinformation. This is the same president that withheld that Carisha 19 had been here for 3 whole entire months. The same president who told people to put bleach in their veins in order to combat Carisha 19. This is the same person who said that illegal, undocumented, particularly Haitians who come from them shithole countries that he said were out here eating the dogs and the cats. And then had a now current VP, J.D. Vance, who literally said on national television that him and Trump's administration believe in spreading misinformation and fake news if it gets the job done. They don't mind weaponizing lies and conspiracies and narratives. But he's going to crack down on misinformation and the deep state fake.
Continue the effort launched by the Trump administration to move parts of the sprawling federal bureaucracy to new locations outside the Washington swamp. Just as
They actually did say that. And I played all of the clips, Lorena. I'm so sorry that you and your dandruff got you confused, baby. I'm so sorry. And that pyramid-sized ass nose, baby, is confused. I am just so sad, baby, that you done been checked out, coming up in Consciouztv kingdom, talking about what ain't the case, bitch, because what you don't know about the platform, bitch, is we the king of receipts and we run them. Okay, so we only talk what the fucks we know. So you might want to rewind the time back, rewind the machine back, baby. Go about several lives back, sugar. Okay, and you will find the tea that we speak of. Okay, now sit quiet or sit factually, bitch, but you want to get 2 seats, so.
The Bureau of Land Management to Colorado, as many as 100,000 government positions could be moved out.
Bitch, whatever side you on, I ain't on. Or whatever side you on, bitch, I ain't on. So don't count me in what you call inclusion, okay? Because ain't nothing about Trump inclusive, ain't nothing about you inclusion. Y'all are dirt bags, okay? Y'all are dirt bags, trash, but y'all are bloody tampons, okay? It is what it is, okay? Because this freedom of speech, right? Ain't y'all sitting here saying freedom of speech? Okay, this is my freedom to say what the hell I want, because this is the type of freedom of speech that y'all side love, baby, okay? Because when it comes to the queer folk, baby, oh, baby, y'all love to get ad hominem and disrespectful, baby, right? When it comes to the black folk, oh, we're going to get into y'all and black people, baby. Y'all gonna get into that Karen energy, honey, okay? This is what y'all free speech sound like, okay? So we all gonna be doging in free speech. So don't come up in here sensitive now, baby, because, you know, when a minority folk be crying aloud, y'all tell us stop being sensitive. So when y'all, every type of dirt bags, rednecks, Karen energy, trash bags, bloody tampons, the whole nine, don't come up in here talking about we so sensitive. Remember, this is what y'all freedom of speech sounds like, baby. Okay? So since we being inclusive, we gonna include all the language. Bitch, hoe, tramp, raggedy, tied, dusty, heathen, whore, skank, cum guzzler. Oh, we're gonna be very inclusive, baby. We're gonna be indulging in inclusivity, baby. We're going to be indulging in all the alphabets, baby, all the terminology, baby, all the verbiage, baby. This is what a free speech, inclusive society looks like, right? Don't be so sensitive. Why y'all want to be so sensitive all of a sudden? Let's keep that same energy.
And I mean immediately, of Washington to places filled with patriots who love America, and they really do love America. Ninth, I will work to ban federal bureaucrats from taking jobs at the companies they deal with and that they regulate. So they deal with these companies and they regulate these companies, and then they want to take jobs from these companies. It doesn't work that way. Such a public display cannot go on. It is taking place all the time, like with Big Pharma. Finally, I will push a constitutional amendment to impose term limits on members of Congress. This is how I will shatter the deep state and restore government that is controlled by the people and for the people. Thank you.
And baby, it gets even worse. Okay, Trump only getting started, girl. Baby, he only getting started. Hold on, let me pull up the started, honey.
Wait, but Conscious, I thought Trump liked gay people and he wasn't against gay and trans and all the other shit.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Cause something else that's mighty interesting is everybody Trump wanna persecute and prosecute. Don't excuse me. Are all people who are not going to be a yes man to his raggedy big back orange ass. Okay. Anybody who's going to oppose, anybody who got sense, anybody who don't stand for his political tyranny, girl, are all the people that he's trying to get arrested and locked up and sent away and who he wants to obstruct. Check out Mr. Man here give a rundown on Trump's Triangulation, child, because y'all know that's what all narcs do, girl. It's triangulate. Check this out.
Donald Trump is coming back to the White House with a plan to correct some of the mistakes that he thinks he made the first time around, particularly when it comes to who he's surrounding himself with. Back in 2016, Donald Trump sought out establishment figures who knew how the government worked, but also in their minds were trying to act as a guardrail to some of his most radical impulses. He says he's doing things differently this time around.
And now I know everybody in Washington. I didn't know anybody. I was not a Washington person. I was rarely there.
As Trump is looking to staff up his...
Now, mind you, he just admitted he ain't a politician. Don't know shit about politics. Ain't had no connections in Washington. Didn't know nobody in Washington. Exactly why the hell we screaming your ass shouldn't be president. Especially not relative to a woman who is overqualified, who done been DA, prosecutor, attorney general, and VP. Moving along.
New administration, he's looking for people who aren't going to undermine him. Now, Trump has made clear in conversations over the past few weeks that he would be willing to sidestep Congress and the typical confirmation process for appointees. He's even asked people who could serve in his administration whether they would be willing to serve in an acting capacity. It would give him more flexibility in case he changes his mind.
So how you feel, reckless, about Trump surrounding himself with all yes men and trying to villainize and demonize and prosecute everybody who he know is going to be righteous opposition?
Only thing I have to say is, what happened to free speech? What happened to difference of opinions, and we shouldn't demonize each other over politics? He's a fucking hypocrite. I don't expect anything more. I don't expect anything less. I'm not shocked. This is what he's gonna do. That's why when me and you both came, we've already lived through this, y'all. So I'm not shocked about any of this shit that's happening. The man here hasn't even entered office yet, and they are acting a fool up in this. They're acting a fool. So I'm not shocked. Fuck it.
Now, speaking of free speech, I want y'all to hear how free the speech is on the far right. I want y'all to hear the type of speech they get down. Courtesy of Neighborhood Talk, White House council member for Trump's administration issues a disturbing message to New York Attorney General if she continues to oppose Trump's power. Quote, "We will put your fat ass in prison." Now, since the right once again love to be inclusive, we're just gonna practice our same inclusion of vernacular and vocabulary over here. Check out what Mr. Winkle has to say.
Against rights, and I promise you that. So think long and hard before you want to violate President Trump's constitutional rights or any other American's constitutional rights. It's not going to happen again.
We've been warning people on the show, Mike. This isn't the same Trump administration. Stop messing around. Don't rig elections. Don't illegally vote. Don't try the funny business, because we know the team this time and they are not effing around.
Just say this to Big Tish James, the New York Attorney General. I dare you. I dare you to try to continue your lawfare against President Trump in his second term, because listen here, sweetheart, we're not messing around this time, and we will put your fat ass in prison for conspiracy against rights. And I promise you.
Wow. What happened to the coziness and the Christian energy from the right? What happened? Not the right calling people fat asses. Not the right calling this successful black woman big tish. Not the right resulting to ad hominem attacks, and yet want to come up in here talking about somebody being big mad and talking about somebody calling somebody out their names, not the right in they two-piece suit with their ties, giving every bit of corporate, but serving every bit of hood 101. Not people directly out of Trump's administration trying to intimidate folk out of not holding Trump accountable, not his administration acting just how he said he wanted them to act when he said he wanted Hitler-like soldiers and loyalty, not the outside behind closed doors behavior right there for all of us to see. And yet, you don't see the right no more. Them hoes came in here talking shit earlier. And now them frail face, bony nose, cat ladies got up in this bitch in them hoes.
Come on, cat lady.
Why is this man from the right talking about another colleague, another peer? Why is this man talking directly to another woman, a woman who's in power?
Because remember, when it comes to the trans situations and issues, oh my God, who's going to protect us? Well, now, why are we trying to make excuses for this man talking to this woman like this?
Look, them hoes ain't got nothing to say. So since they want to be inclusive, we gonna keep that same and hold on. Are we gonna keep that same energy, Reckless? Because we talked about not keeping that same energy. And the first 34 minutes, I done came on this bitch keeping they same energy.
That's why I was back here laughing. I was like, he just said he wasn't going.
Baby, not only did I come on here not wearing a seatbelt, I had the rooftop down and all, bitch. I mean, there was no restraints. Didn't even have a fair chance. But I'm just saying, but you see how the right was set up earlier, right? Because I did all that intentionally. Because, you know, they love for there to be free speech as long as it's on their side. When it's time to misgender a trans woman, when it's time to tell LGBT folk who they are, when it's time to drop the N-word, you know, they only want free speech to be on their side. But everybody else has to comply. Everybody else got to fall in line. Everybody else got to be poetic. Anytime anybody else keep that same free speech energy, all of a sudden they are reduced to the same sensitivity that they claim the Black community is on, the Latino community is on, that the LGBT community is on. They get up in here butt hurt and get all bruised up and scarred up. And I'm like, wait, where's all that big dick energy? Y'all be telling us to keep when we're on the receiving end of free speech. Because this is what y'all's free speech world will look like. It'll be the Wild Wild West verbally in this mother lover. Oh, and let's not stop. Let's get into more right-wing people all of a sudden forgetting their filter, forgetting their ethics, forgetting their morality. Let's get into more right-wing professionals all of a sudden, not being able to keep it all of a sudden together. Okay? Because sports analyst Michelle Beadle mistakenly says the N-word live on air as if the niggas, I mean nuggets. Check this out.
That was a good one. Don't try to get me. Michael Porter Jr. recently said, "Oh, I don't like this. That if the nuggets, that was a good one. Don't try to get me on that. They might have to break up the team. Lou, are you buying that this is the last dance for the Denver Nuggets?"
Yeah, I'm buying.
Nuggets.
I'm buying. You're gonna be in trouble today.
That's not fair. It's not even a thing. It's not even a word.
Sounded like it.
You would love that.
Anyways, I'm buying it. All good things come to an end.
I don't like hearing it though.
And it feels
We didn't
like we didn't like
hearing
hearing that either.
We sure did.
I'm sweating. It's all right, you covered in the cloth. I got you. Ain't nobody gonna say nothing.
No, I'm sweating.
But listen, listen, all good things come to an end. And it's just like, again, when you have a championship pedigree team.
Michael Porter Jr. recently said, "Oh, I don't like this. That if the Nuggets."
Wow. So how do you mistake? Have you ever reckless mistaked Nuggets for niggas?
No, and then on top of that, let's be very clear. The way she said, you can tell she says it all the time.
Oh, it sounds like she said every time it's in her favorite rap song, baby. She never skips out on saying. Oh yes.
Yeah, you could tell the way it just rolled off the tongue. It wasn't like a that paper just rolled off the tongue, baby. I was like, yep, she says it.
All of a sudden now, white folk don't know the difference between nugget and nigga. I would like to ask this pale hoe, how many times has she had to apologize to a McDonald's worker when she mistakenly asked for the 6-piece niggas instead of the 6-piece nuggets? You know what it will be? Never. Never mistaken that. All of a sudden, bit back in office, baby. And white folk just etching and etching and etching and etching toward that motherfucking threshold, which shouldn't be surprising to us, right, Reckless, considering that white women largely voted for their Ku Klux Klansmen to be back in office. Since the data shows that white women also prefer their captivity and their own enslavement and everybody else's because, you know, they have some strange fetish of sadomasochism, it's no surprise. Okay, this is what they wanted Big back in office for, so they can get carried away. But baby, she is one of Karen's sitting amongst many, because the judge that's presiding over the YSL RICO trial recently also slips up and says the N-word in court, and then attempts to give a half-ass apology afterwards. Check this shit out, girl. So much for Karen's for Kamala.
Right. Boy, you still drinking? Where you at? I gotta do it for boo. These niggas lacking.
Wow.
Like, they're not doing enough to...
One more time for the
Boy,
for the
you
road.
still drinking? Where you at? I gotta do it for boo. These niggas lacking. Like, they're not doing enough to honor him or whatever. I don't know that you can say, I mean, you can say, oh, that means
these niggas lacking.
They don't have guns on them, but that would be quite a stretch.
Before we broke for lunch, we were hashing through a bunch of Instagram conversations, and I was reading one out loud. And basically saying it as my eyes were going over it for the first time ever, and just reading whatever was on the paper, and I read out the word NIGGAS, which I hope that was not offensive to anyone. It was certainly not meant to be offensive to anyone.
It was, and I'm gonna tell you why, bitch, with your blow-dried looking ass. Your ass been presiding over this motherfucking case for 4 damn years now, because that's how long the damn Young Thug trial has been, girl. It's going on 4.5 damn centuries. Okay? You know, you up in here trying the case of a rapper. You know that your pale ass is about to commence to reading lyrics from black rappers. Y'all even earlier on in the trial tried to use lyrics from the man's musical catalog to convict him. So you knew exactly what you were going into when you decided that you wasn't going to let Young Thug himself or one of the other black administrators in the room to read the lyrics. But when you decided to embark upon, you and your privilege decided to embark upon reading the lyrics of a black gangster rapper, baby. You know why you permitted it, Karen? You know why you yourself wanted to do it, Karen? Because you needed to get your N-word fix. And nobody was going to stop your motherfucking ass today, baby. You raised your hand first to read aloud them rap lyrics, baby, so that you had an excuse to forward that N-word and then gonna give a half-ass apology after you done played your role this whole time just fine. All of a sudden, baby, big back get in office, girl, and everybody from the judge to the attorney to Bill and Kyle down the street, all of a sudden, girl, just can't keep their ass up off of these racial slurs. And it's the all of us. It's the heavy on a all of a sudden for me. It's the heavy on the all of a sudden part for me. Ain't nothing been trending prior to Trump bit back ass getting in office. All of a sudden now, king of the white cone head robe gets appointed back into the Oval Office, girl. And here it is, white people taking their chances and rolling the goddamn dice, baby, on racial slurs. I feel like we are getting foreplayed right now, girl. Like, you know, the Karens are gearing up again, baby. They're massaging those social muscles, baby. Okay? Y'all better get ready, because we lived through this one time before, right? Get ready for Karens to be calling the police on black folk at the park for selling Aquafina bottles just for them walking the sidewalk, baby. Just get prepared for the harassment of it all. Get prepared for your white neighbors all of a sudden becoming bold enough to ask you where you going to and if you in fact live in the building or not, and to show you or to show them some ID, baby. We done been through this before. We seen it all before. I feel like we live in a Groundhog Day. But see, I told her this was coming. My whole speech for 4-5 months now has been, for me, this is not just about the raggedy ass, upside down, discriminative ass, oppressive policies and legislation that Trump is going to put into office. It's going to be the way he's going to actually convert our social dynamics amongst white people. All this Karen ass behavior all over again. It ain't gonna just be legislation. This is gonna be real life bullshit that minority people are gonna be having to put up with in everyday life from their pale counterparts. And this is why pale women voted their asses off for Big Daddy to be back in the big house. Because if it's one thing that they love more than being white, it's also the fulfillment of being able to call you and treat you like a nigga. Anything you want to say this far, Reckless?
Yeah. No, not right now.
Nah. Speaking of Trump loving the gays, I guess so. That would explain why on day one of his administration, he will end President Biden's policies which support gender-affirming care. Where this shit at I'm looking for? Where is that I'm looking for? Hold on. I done got my notes all messed up. Here we go. Because 3 states are gearing up to enhance same-sex marriage protections in anticipation of the Supreme Court overturning landmark ruling. California, Colorado, and Hawaii. took steps to protect same-sex marriage in their states during the 2024 elections, as reported by People. This decision comes after fears that the Supreme Court's recent actions could threaten same-sex marriage rights. On November 5th, and this is why queer people are afraid, voters in these 3 states approved measures to amend their constitution and protect marriage equality. This decision comes as President-elect Donald Trump and Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, who have expressed negative views about LGBTQ plus rights, prepare to take office in January of 2025. Even though same-sex marriage has been legal across the U.S. since the 2015 Supreme Court ruling in Obergefell versus Hodges, activists are worried about its future after the court overturned Roe versus Wade in 2022. In California, voters passed Proposition 3, which gets rid of the state's 2008 ban on same-sex marriage and guarantees the right that anyone can marry, no matter their sex or race. Colorado voters also chose a similar measure called Amendment J, which poses the question, shall there be an amendment to the Colorado Constitution removing the ban on same-sex marriages? Colorado enacted the ban in 2006, and it was never officially repealed. Hawaii legalized same-sex marriage 2 years before the Supreme Court mandated it. Ridiculous. But there was still a section in that state constitution that allowed Hawaii legislator to create a ban on same-sex marriage in the future. However, the year Hawaii voters decided to remove the part from the constitution so state lawmakers wouldn't have the power to reserve marriage to opposite-sex couples. I thought Trump loved the gays, even though J.D. Vance is potentially one of them.
That's the reason why I don't be listening to when people be saying that dumb ass shit.
I'll check this out super quick. This is Trump saying it out of his own mouth. For those in the comment section who was, oh, what is he gonna do? What is he gonna do? Well, this is what he's gonna do.
Gender insanity being pushed on our children is an act of child abuse. Very simple. Here's my plan to stop the chemical, physical, and emotional mutilation of our youth. On day one, I will revoke Joe Biden's cruel policies on so-called gender-affirming care. Ridiculous. I will sign a new executive order instructing every federal agency to cease all programs that promote the concept of sex and gender transition at any age. I will then ask Congress to permanently stop federal taxpayer dollars from being used to promote or pay for these procedures, and pass a law prohibiting child sexual mutilation in all 50 states. It'll go very quickly. Furthermore, I will support the creation of a private right of action for victims to sue doctors who have unforgivably performed these procedures on minor children. The Department of Justice will investigate Big Pharma and the big hospital networks to determine whether they have deliberately covered up horrific long-term side effects of sex transitions in order to get rich at the expense of vulnerable patients, in this case, very vulnerable. I will ask Congress to pass a bill establishing that the only genders recognized by the United States government are male and female, and they are assigned at birth.
So as you guys see here, for all ages, okay, not just children, and there are no surgeries being done to minors in this country. I don't know how many times we have to say this over and over and over again, but the white love to weaponize like fear-mongering and ignorance amongst the demographic in order to get them to rally behind non-existent shit. Now, what's funny about the right as well is that they will be the first to tell y'all that stay out of their houses, that they get to teach their kids to be anti-LGBT. They should have the right to call you by whatever pronoun they want. They should have the right to teach whatever aspect of religiosity they desire, even if it doesn't benefit queer people. But yet they stay up in queer people's genitals. They stay all up in everybody else's households, including those progressives. For me, it just be the blatant hypocrisy of far-right democracy who want all the rights. They want to be able to govern their lives how they want to, live how they want to, raise their kids how they want to, but they want to be all up in your motherfucking household, telling you what to do, telling you how to relate and not relate to your babies, to your kids, etc. And I just don't understand it. I don't know why people who not trans love to act like they know what the fuck trans people are dealing with psychologically, spiritually, mentally, emotionally, etc. You don't see none of these same people attempting to act like they're also schizophrenic or that they're also actively, perpetually and chronically depressed, or acting like they know what it's like to be blind or to be legally deaf, and yet want to get up in trans people's actual dysmorphia and experience of their sex. I don't know why the right is so fucking obsessed with trans folk. I don't know why the hell they so obsessed with these people's reality, with these people's truths. I don't know why in the hell these people just won't Google and also just do a little bit of research to know what the age is for a gender affirming surgery is, to know that there's no such thing as mutilating underage genital under the guise and context of transgenderism. I don't know why they also don't understand and just won't take a little bit of time to research and Google and understand that even when it comes to transitioning chemically, that this is something that happens far, far, far later, after therapy, counseling, after an individual has transitioned socially and has lived socially as the sex they identify with for more than a year. Once again, extensive counseling, etc. I also think that it's cold and shallow to put parents of trans youth in a position to where they don't have the right to do what's in the best interest of their trans children. Because if you haven't watched any documentary on transgenderism, if you haven't been one of those people who have ever sat and actually listened to trans people, then you probably wouldn't know that a lot of parents, even those who permit chemical transitioning, practically had their backs put up against a wall because their trans children were struggling so bad in the sex that they were born in that they were threatening to unalive themselves, and oftentimes did, which is why suicide and suicidal ideation is so high amongst trans children. There's a fake, insincere narrative that parents are just willy-nilly going and filtering their children through chemical transitions. And guess what? I can boldly say, if the choice for me as a parent was between keeping my child alive because their mental health was so severely impaired that they could not and did not want to live in the sex that they were born in, that they did not want puberty to transition them into the sex that they were born in, baby, I would definitely be one of those parents that would have to consider letting them do the hormone treatment, etc. Because what I'm not going to do is have my child's literal blood and the life of that child's blood on my hands. I would never be able to live with myself as a parent if I denied my child to transition into what they are convicted to be their truth, and instead risk coming home one day and finding them in the closet like so many parents of trans children have. And transitioning is also not a 100% fail-proof either, because you have detransitioners. But hey, I would rather give you what you want if you threatening to unalive yourself, and then let you later on rethink your decisions. Because see, that right there is now not on the hands of the parents. Because what you can't do as a young person is put your parent in a position to literally use your life as a bargaining tool to get what you want, and then also get to blame your parents for giving in to that under the guise of trying to save your motherfucking life. So look, detransitioners, they can't blame that on their parents. You can't threaten to hang yourself, shoot yourself, throw yourself out of a moving car. You can't be threatening to run away from home. You can't be doing all of that under the guise of, you won't let me live in my truth. You won't let me live in my truth. You won't let me live in my truth. And then when parents, rightfully so, because every parent, if you are a real parent, is going to have the utmost compassion and empathy for your fucking child. No parent is going to be able to deal emotionally with the threat of their child potentially taking their life. So when the conversations from the right come up about trans folk, bitch, trans folk make up 4% of the US population, for one. Why the fuck are your first initiatives going into office is targeting trans persons of all ages? What in the hell does that have to do with inflation and all of the pressing issues that are about people's day-to-day life? Because when I watched these compilations of why people voted Trump into office, you know what the common theme was, Reckless? It was the fact that motherfuckers can't afford their day-to-day living.
Mm-hmm.
So there is a literal obsession with trans folk. There is a intentionality that goes into misunderstanding the trans experience, criminalizing the parents of trans children. The parents of trans children, criminalizing the medical physicians who have rightfully so been educated enough to be qualified to speak to transgenderism on a psychological level and on a medical level. How about let that be between trans people and their fucking doctors and their therapists? That is not a role and a place for the fucking government. And the fact that nobody gives a fuck about trans chemical transitions and reassignment surgeries more so than they do deflating inflation and being able to afford bread and water and put food on their motherfucking table, it's inexcusable.
Mm-hmm.
Trump and his right are just ridiculous, bigoted, obsessive weirdos. And you know, the sad part about it is I just read in yesterday's live 22 women, including underage girls who were 15 and 14, who were essayed by Trump, who were violated in some way sexually by Trump. And you know what? Not just violated by Trump sexually, but was violated by other male members of his administration. So this is why there's no motherfucking bitch, no motherfucking nigga, no motherfucking conquistadorian cave dwelling heathen who can tell me that the right is serious about kids. Because when those kids are trans, when those kids are women, when those kids have vaginas, the right want to become PDF files. The right are secretly violating children sexually, including fucking Trump. So there's no real, sincere, genuine conversation coming out of that administration about children. So just miss me with the bullshit of it all. Somebody else can fall for the okie dokie. Somebody else can fall for the over romanticism of what they wish Trump stood for. What they wish MAGA stood for, baby. That's why his ass got pinned in lawsuits right now against him for women who are claiming when they were teenagers, him and Jeffrey Epstein raped them on Epstein Island. So miss me with the conversation about the motherfucking children from the right. You hoes are just hateful, despicable, low-down, perverted, apathetic, dictatoring, obsessive-ass weirdos who literally want to control other people and cannot rest until you do. Go ahead, Reckless. I know said enough.
So in terms of the children conversation, you already know how I feel about this whole children conversation. Is BS to me, because the gag is that if people actually cared about children, for those who love to take that stance, there would be a better regulation of people or person who has pals, like who has access to pal. Now keep in mind, I got 3, so I know the process, and it was easy for me to get a pal. So if a person that proclaims and claims that they care about children, the gag is, like you said, Conscious, trans people are less than 5% or like 4% of the population. So then less than 5% of the population. And then if you take in trans children, that's less than that. But if you actually compare those statistics compared to school executions, you have a bigger issue when it comes down to school executions. And then you got this tired, raggedy motherfucking nigga, or lack thereof, JD Vance, talk about we need stronger doors. No, bitch. There should be more regulations and other things put into place in terms of people having access to power and the vetting system. Now, let's also be very clear too, because this seems to be a very consistent theme that I have seen and I've noticed, to where there will be a cause or a movement or a slogan, a slang, or even a term that's being used by a group of people or a marginalized, affected group of people. What would happen is that the opposing side, typically the right, would take that slang, take that movement, add their own context, add their own meaning, and then use that context and meaning to be able to demonize the other side. So what I mean by that is this. For example, the word woke. People have used that word politically, not in its original state or its original definition or original context, but it was used as a way to demonize people that are quote unquote woke or aware, as a way to demonize it, as a way to try to get people to kind of side eye it, etc. Same thing happens when it comes down to queer trans people. It's a consistent theme that they use these terms, add their own context to it to help demonize it. That's what I'm gonna continue. That's what I'm gonna say right now.
Now, speaking of that, that runs right into what I want us to speak to, because we have a Conscious crew member who was in the chat earlier. Courtney is a Black woman. She's also a mother to a same gender loving daughter. She has been terribly upset, suffering from night terrors and anxiety because of the person that was chosen for the rest of us to be the leader of the so-called free world. Not only is she concerned about what this means for her Blackness, what this means for her as a woman, since all of Trump's policies from in vitro to reproductive rights are going to be abolished. He doesn't stand for any of those things. But she also has a melanated, same gender loving daughter. And her daughter is also been terrified about what this means. She's been upset. And Courtney expressed to me that she and her daughter, you know, have just been going through it the past few days, and that her daughter is already going through some things. So let me put this up on the screen and let's give some feedback. So this was Courtney's statement. CTV, I've been having anxiety attacks since election night. I have cried, prayed, and trying to cope, and nothing is soothing my spirit. I am angry that these fools are letting him back in. Courtney says, I'm trying to, after I had encouraged her. She says, my teenage daughter is gay. She's scared. She's already facing things in school and depressed. And I just want to know, and I just don't know what to say, or I don't even know how to console her at this point. She gets bullied a lot. And I love how, right, you have Trump, whose obsession is with trans folk. He already has an obsession with the genitals of young people, courtesy of him and Jeffrey Epstein, and him owning all of those pageants that he used to own and would willfully walk in on 15 and 14-year-old girls naked and undressed and tell them that it's okay because he's seen it all, and even went on various talk shows bragging about how he would walk in on these naked pageant girls, and he could do that and get away with it because he was the owner. But it's so funny how the obsession is with queer people, right? But this is how you know for a fact that Trump don't love, like, and give a fuck about LGBT folk, and nobody who is with him does. Because what he won't spend time equally obsessing over is the people who bully people who are in fact LGBT. I find it interesting that there's no initiatives, no policies being put in place to deal with the people who go out of their way to emotionally, mentally, and physically hurt LGBT folk. The countless parents who have had to deal with this issue of bullying in the school system when it comes to their queer children. The countless queer people who have to constantly deal with this type of discriminatory behavior in the workplace, deal with it in the church house, deal with it on the schoolyard, deal with it directly in their community. And you see no active safety measures and no energy being put toward dealing with the people who go out of their way to openly be violent toward LGBT persons. Why not also deal with that issue, since we love the kids so much, Trump? Since this is about protecting kids, then it shouldn't just be about protecting kids from their affirming parents, but also protecting them from these abusive, sociopathic, Columbine-driven maniacs who think that they have a permission slip to make queer people miserable in the spaces they have to share communally with LGBT folk. Why is there not a single conversation from the right about this? Why isn't there a congressional hearing? Why aren't we seeing any safety mechanisms being put in place to combat? Because bullying is an issue, period, in the schoolhouse. So why isn't in all of this massive rollout of all this other shit that people don't give a fuck about? People don't give a fuck about you releasing UFO files and you fucking doing this and that and you being fucking conspiratory, bitch. There's real pain in America. There's real disruption and raggediness in the school system. There's real buffoonery out in people's lives. And everything that this big back orange bitch ran off of his fist, like cackling Kamala said, while her first day in the White House was going to get to her to-do list, his first day in office was going to get to his hit list. Ain't nothing this bitch said about his policies and initiatives have to do with, once again, making America affordable again and making America safe for those who can't even afford to protect themselves from their perpetrators. But Trump loved the kids, and Trump loved
he loved the kids.
The gays. Oh yeah, he loved the kids, all right. Oh, he loved the kids, all right. But go ahead. But is there anything that you want to speak to the issue that Courtney has presented?
Yes. So there's only two things that I would say in terms of your child, Courtney. I will only advise that. Now, Conscious did say this to me earlier. He did say that and recommend that you put your child in some queer-friendly groups that really would help. That would help and be an aid in being a supportive voice and a support system to your child. That's going to help. And also, I would strongly suggest that you also put your child in some self-defense classes. Now, whether that's self-defense, whether that's jiu-jitsu, whether that's martial arts, whether that's boxing, whatever it is, because the thing is that especially in this age and era, yeah, people are most definitely going to try it because, like me and Conscious have been saying for the longest, when Trump gets into office, it's not only about his policies, it's the stupid shit that comes along with his policies outside of said policies. So not only are you going to be aggravating and fucking with people on a political level, you're also going to be aggravating and fucking with people on a social level. Keep in mind, this is the same man that has made fun of a disabled person on the podium. And this is what this is what I meant when I said that people wanted Kamala Harris to be flawless while Donald Trump was lawless. The man, I believe it was CNN, he said it perfectly. And another thing too, I actually have a clip. Now I'm not gonna play it because I don't need them trying to get get Conscious to fly and fuck up out of here. But I have a very nice clip excerpt, and what it is going to show our next president or former president of how he loves to compliment his daughter, his very own daughter, Ivanka Trump. Y'all take a look. Listen very closely.
Something and what said that if Ivanka were my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know?
By the way,
wow.
Order. She's beautiful. Can I say this? A piece of ass. Yeah. She looks more voluptuous than ever.
She's actually always been very voluptuous. She's tall. She's almost 6 feet tall.
What's the favorite thing you have in common with your father?
Either real estate or golf.
Donald, with your daughter?
Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't relate.
Donald Trump repeatedly points out how hot his daughter is, saying last year in a
Hold on, pause.
Yeah.
Hold on. Is this on Twitter?
Yeah.
Oh, we can't play it?
I'm gonna send it to you because every time I try to send stuff to you, it's a 50-50 chance. I'll send it to you because I'm gonna send a link.
Yeah, because I want folk to see it because they come up in here coming acting stupid, trying to make Trump some Yahshua Christ ass figure up out of Bethlehem.
I just sent it to you. But this is the person that's supposed to be for the world, for our country. But then yet we're the same groups of people that literally want to demonize PDF files, but yet we're gonna put one in office. Yeah, that's why I'd be like, girl, what? Like, are y'all not listening to yourselves? The economy is gonna be better under Trump. What, with tariffs? Do y'all not know how that shit works?
And
like the consumers are going to be the ones paying for those tariffs. Like tariffs, they're used, it's a tax put on imports. So let's be very clear. There are going to be certain resources and certain things that we're going to need from China because of where we are in the globe. Like there are certain materials that China is going to make that we're going to need, especially if you guess what, if you're a business owner. Oh my God, because you know he's good for businesses. So if you're a business owner and you sell any type of product, and it just so happened that you need something from China, because the gag is that yes, we can talk about how we don't want to buy everything from China, but the gag is that we don't have any alternatives to replace certain materials or supplies that China provides. So in order for us to be able to do that, we're going to have to replace those supplies. But until then, China on certain materials and things is all that we have. So with that being said, if you add a tax, tariff, or a tax to the imports, and my bad, also an increase in tariffs, which would be a tax to those imports, all that's going to happen is that the people or the person that actually has that business, they're still going to have or going to need to get their supplies. And so what they're going to do, they're going to pay for those supplies. And then what's going to happen? In order for them to be able to make the same amount of money, because keep in mind too, inflation is going to go up. Like it's going to happen. So people are still, not only is the business owner going to also need to make at least the same amount of money and or more, the consumers also going to want to have to make the same money and or more. So with that being said, that means what's going to happen? The only obvious thing is that the business owner is going to raise their prices so they can make their money back. Because if I have a product and I had to pay, let's say $20 for a bulk, guess what I'm going to do? And then that's my regular prices are saying like $22 or whatever. Guess what I'm going to do now that I have to pay $25 a bulk? I'm going to raise my prices so I can make my money back and have the same amount of income or more coming in. So the consumers, which is our asses, we're going to be the ones feeling it. But I digress. You can continue.
Thank you for laying that out so beautifully. So let's watch the leader of the free world slobber over his own daughter. This really brings to home, you know, that relationship to Jeffrey Epstein, doesn't it? And I also want to add, because somebody had brought up his one of his first wives who apparently hated golf, and he buried her on a golf course, because of course that's how evil and wicked he is. But also his first wife also accused him of raping her, of marital rape, that he raped her in a fit of rage. Almost every woman in Trump's life has been touched and violated in some way that is grossly inappropriate or just all out a criminal, allegedly.
Were my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know, said that if Ivanka were my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her.
You know what this gives? This gives Sean Diddy Combs and his big wig wearing ass mammy, Janice, kissing all on the lips, him pimping her out, talking about she can make her hands touch the floor, open palm, pimping her out to other men. No wonder Trump ran with the diddler as well. All these people are all tethered together.
Said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know?
By the way, your daughter, she's beautiful. Can I say this? A piece of ass. Yeah. She looks more voluptuous than ever.
She's actually always been very voluptuous.
She's tall.
She's almost 6 feet tall.
What's the favorite thing you have in common with your father?
Either real estate or golf.
Donald, with your daughter?
Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't relate that.
Who in the... What does that... I don't even want to know what that means. And it is unbelievable that he would actually say something like this. Like, while all the lights were turned on in the room. Like with television cameras pointed directly to him. And I'm gonna tell you what terrifies me about these kind of people is that if this is how emboldened they are in front of us, then it's hard to believe everything that's said about what they do behind closed doors isn't true.
Donald Trump repeatedly points out how hot his daughter is, saying last year in a Rolling Stone article, "Yeah, she's really something, and what a beauty that one. If I weren't happily married and, you know, her father."
My daughter, Ivanka. Yeah. She's 6 feet tall. She's got the best body.
Yeah, she's hot.
She's got the best body and she's hot. She's got the best body. Who is even observing there? Now, mind you, these are the people, right? Let the children be the children, but yet you want to openly sexualize your own child. You're related to her on sex. She's voluptuous. She's hot, but yet let's protect the kids. Where's the let the kids be the kids crowd? Because you know they always get that when the kids are queer. Why is it acceptable for Trump to hypersexualize his own daughter? This is who these fools made the president not one time, bitch. 2 times. Deuce. Double up. And there's over 100,000 something plus children that go missing in this country. And this forces me to have to consider if the country voted for a man who's just like them. No wonder all these kids are being abused.
Yeah.
Trafficked through the foster care system, abused by their parents, trafficked through Hollywood. Did people vote a reflection of themselves into office? Reckless?
I guess at least a portion of them did, because keep in mind, let's not forget, there were groups of people that literally was saying things like, he's the patriarch. And the thing is that I kept that's the reason why I kept saying this throughout the whole election, is that when I see Donald Trump, I don't see a reflection of myself. For one, he's not a black man. I'm a black man. I don't see myself in him. He's a SA'er. I don't SA people, so I don't see myself in him. He has a history of SAing minors. I'm not interested in minors. I don't SA minors. I don't have any type of connection in that way to minors, so I don't see myself in him. So I do believe that there's a portion. Now, how large is that portion? Now, that's going to be a whole different conversation. That, yes, they do see themselves in Donald Trump on a conscious or subconscious level. Yes.
This is the most demonic, diabolical.
But here's the bullshit of it all.
What makes this the worst is the fact that Donald Trump didn't even try to hide any of this. He literally rode around in Jeffrey Epstein's old private jet the entire campaign. Like, this man allowed. And remember what I told y'all, that there's a #1 rule in occultism. Nothing can be done in the dark. Everything has to be in the light, so that there's not karmic retribution on Satan's part when y'all go to claim y'all didn't know. Because they're going to point to the cartoons that they put it in, the movies they put it in, the advertisement they put it in, the songs they put it in, everything they put it in. So you won't be able to claim you didn't know. That's what makes this choice more polarizing, because unlike somebody who is like living in secret, this devil wore his horns proudly for all to see.
Right.
All this was done out in the open. We're not looking at private classified footage of Trump.
Yeah.
This is shit that was on syndicated television. I think he's finna say something.
Oh, the only reason why I like when it comes down to Donald Trump and the queer conversation, I don't be giving a fuck what the fuck these raggedy ass pump pussy assholes be trying to say in the motherfucking comment section, and also in these conversations. And the reason why I don't give a flying fuck is because the same group of motherfuckers that literally would say things along the lines of "let the children be children" and queer things shouldn't be taught in schools, but the thing that I think is, but what I find very interesting is that these are also the same, or a lot of these people are also the same people that don't oppose or don't fight against parents that take no issue with taking their children inside of churches, that where they learn how to dehumanize queer people, where they learn to disrespect queer people, where they are socialized and programmed and conditioned to view queer people as everything up under the sun but anything good. So the thing is that so now when you have a school system that are making attempts and are taking steps forward in humanizing a group of people that you're eventually going to be around, eventually you're going to have access to, whether you realize it or not, people want to push back on that. But then yet they're the same group of people that have no issues taking their children to a church to learn the opposite. But the gag is, and this is the reason why I really don't want to hear that fuck shit that a lot of these motherfuckers be saying, is because I no shade, I had to cuss out one of my coworkers because I had to like lay into him, because I'm like, you have to also realize this is that yes, you may not be the person that goes and disrespects queer people, call them out of their names, and also put your hands on queer people for just any old reason. But guess what, you dumb motherfucker? There are people that do. That's the reason why when you start to talk to majority or a lot or a huge sum of queer people and their experiences, that's the reason why there's always a bully or bullies or traumatic experiences associated with the upbringing and coming up in society. There's a reason why there's always perpetrators always associated with queer people, because the same way how we talk about where did that child learn this stuff from, where did they learn all this gay shit from, is the exact same question that we need to be asking the perpetrators. Where the fuck did they learn that this shit is horrible? Why are they calling them the F word? Why are they calling them they're saying the G word, as I said? Are you gay? In a way to be demeaning. Where did they learn that from? But then yet also in different conversations, in different instances as well, parents who finally get a chance to have that conversation, or parents behind the scenes talking to their sisters, brothers, aka aunts, uncles, grandmothers, and mothers and shit, be the same ones thinking, yeah, I think that he's gonna be a little, a little different, a little special, or he gonna be a little different. Meaning that you knew that this child is going to be quote unquote different in quotation marks, or queer, or on the spectrum in some sort. But people really have this idea, or at least in these conversations, because they have a point to prove, they try to make it seem as if that once you become 18, okay, I'm trans or I'm queer. No, that's not how the fuck that shit works. That's not how it works at all. Like, bitch, I wasn't like when I was 17, I just had no emotional feelings and anything like that. It just the 18 happened. Yes, I'm queer, bitch. That's not how it works. And y'all know that. And y'all been disingenuous. You can continue.
It's funny to me how people saying, oh, he's going to drain the swamp. He promised to drain the swamp. The last time it didn't drain nothing but y'all damn pockets. He made a shitload off of investing in C-19 and the stock in ventilators, the disease he lied about to the country for 3 months that resulted in over 1 million Americans losing their damn lives. And then peacefully transferred that burden over to Biden's administration. Just like his last term, he promised to lock Hillary Clinton up. She's a free bitch. Just like he claimed he was going to release the Epstein files. Never happened. Why would he do that when he's a part of the Epstein files? Are you stupid? It's the wishful thinking and just the baseless belief system and justification of Trump as president. We've been through this before. That's why y'all can't tell us shit. We've already done this with Trump. We've already seen he's a liar. He's a capitalist. He's of no respect of minority people, which is why he gaslit the Proud Boys, which is why he didn't transfer power over peacefully, because power is all his big back ass wants and desires. He doesn't give a damn about the condition of your damn life. That's why he didn't care about keeping those immigrant children locked up in cages. And most of those immigrant children who were locked up at the border walls have not even been reconnected to their damn families. I wonder what basements those kids are in, since more than half of the men around Trump have been accused of SA and domestic violence themselves. Yeah, the perfect smuggling opportunity. We know the American people don't want these kids here. That'll justify us halting up the wall, halting up the border, and nobody would care about what happens to these kids. And those kids become prey and food for the PDF files of the country, of the elite, who participate in child sacrifice, in child ritualistic abuse. Yeah. He's going to love. He loves that the country is on board. Yeah, get him out of here. Get him out of here. Because he knows what that means. Oh, nobody will be looking. And nobody would care what happens after I get their ass out of here. Nobody would care about the manner in which I get their ass out of here. Nobody would care about what's happening at the wall, as long as the American people are not dealing with these illegal immigrants. They won't give a fuck. But you know what's so funny about that? The same people who didn't vote for Kamala, though, because her and Biden are tax funding our allies over there who are recklessly going to war. Oh, the children, how could you, the children? Y'all had an opportunity to love the children who was at the border being mistreated. They had no choice, and their parents trying to climb walls, trying to come into the country illegally. Where was the same empathy? Where was the same heart? Where was the same virtue and compassion for those children who were being treated like German shepherds at those border facilities? Where was the outcry and the outrage and the anger and the vitriol for the children who was just 1 centimeter away from us, yet alone separated by miles of ocean water? Like what's going over there in Gaza and Palestine. What about those kids? Hell, what about the kids right now being trafficked through the foster care system, being abused, being abandoned? What about the kids every day in these American streets who walk up and down, back and forth to school, right in front of your face, who look starved, who look unwell? Where is the outrage for the protection of the kids and the well-being of the kids and the quality of life of the kids? This is why I cannot that's why I don't take it seriously. I will never believe the right about their plight, ever. There's no meat, no substance, no verb, no action behind what they proclaim. Just fake, selective fucking outrage. In every which way you turn the fucking dial. But what about the kids? What a fucking joke. What a joke. Project 15, 2025. Hey, the Mr. Sweet Spot. Hey, boo. In full effect.
Girl.
And
And then
Mr. Sweet Spot, you a whole trans woman out here. How you feel about the fact that yo now president, baby, he about to overturn and overhaul all type of trans rights and access. Trans people, LGBT people shaking in their motherfucking boots.
Girl.
Right now. Trans women like Hope Giselle don't even know if her marriage certificate is going to hold the fuck up in this Trump administration. The queer unions ripped apart. Protection for LGBT folk in shambles. There's an overhauling of all this shit.
Let me say this real quick. So the reason why the right loves to use trans people as their talking point as a way to bring attraction and attention toward them, their political views, etc., is because they know and they are aware that it does not matter what racial group that you come from, what culture that you come from. There are certain talking points or certain conversations that more than likely you're able to grasp the attention of multiple subgroups. And trans people, trans sports, trans bathrooms, all of these things, those are talking points that's going to grab the attention and activate the MK Ultra, aka the trans and queer phobia, within the hearts of cis people. And it is what the fuck it is. Mm-hmm.
You speak. Go sit
You
your
speak.
bony,
Shut your raggedy top.
Go sit your bony ass down somewhere and don't block them mods. I want to do all the blocking today personally because I want the vindication. Don't block nobody. Don't even block this frail-minded, wet-brained ass bitch. Go tell your president to stop masturbating to his daughter hoe. Okay, that's what you go tell. Stop to. Tell your president, baby, to stop those damn visitations to Epstein Island. Tell him to stop them lawsuits against all these motherfucking women, okay, who have accused him of SA. Go protect the children, okay? Go do something useful and protect these children from Donald Trump, girl, and his cohorts of political bandits who also have all type of allegations, all type of lawsuits and criminal cases against their asses for similar damn abuses and crimes.
But you're actually speaking on both sides of your neck because you said that you want, where that bad boy at? LGBT people, keep it in the privacy of your own home, please and thank you. But you're also talking about a president that talked about grabbing women by the vagina. And if that is the case, okay, cool. Then I think that we should probably get rid of marriages. All marriages should be 100% private, which means no pictures, no photos. They shouldn't even be a celebration that has nothing to do with anybody else around you. That's private. Nothing that you do in your private life that needs to stay private. But the gag is that since heterosexual people's way of life and the way that they operate is the norm, it's much harder for people to actually clock and recognize that what they do on a regular basis, which may be talking about their family, maybe talking about their love life romantically, venting about the way they feel in their relationships, etc., is that when queer people do it, it pokes out like a sore thumb because it's not quote unquote the norm. It's a brand new concept. I'm using those terms loosely. So yeah, you're talking on both sides of your neck, but I digress.
Now, going back to Courtney, right? About her daughter, who is same gender loving. She's dealing with bullying in school right now. A reckless gave some real notable substantive advice. For one, definitely Courtney Boo, get your daughter into a support group, a LGBTQIA support group. It can be an in-person group. It can be an online group. There are a plethora of online support groups that can be very helpful to her. She will need that in this very lopsided ass society. Another good point that Reckless touched on is combat training. Please get your daughter into some type of taekwondo, kickboxing, some type of varsity, something where she's learning how to use her motherfucking fist so she can knock these motherfucking hoes clean out of their bodies when they get real raggedy. Because a big part of the insecurity that a lot of LGBT youth walk around with really comes and stems from a lack of not feeling confident in self-defense. But when you know you can whip any bitch's ass in a classroom, baby, you feel a whole lot better about yourself and you feel a whole lot more secure in your damn spaces. So please get your baby into some type of active combat training that teaches her how to pistol whip these hoes, monkey stomp these motherfucking bitches, choke their ass out in under 2 minutes, properly slam their ass up against a motherfucking brick wall and break every goddamn bone in their motherfucking body. Okay, get her into something, baby, that can help her to be able to stand her ground effectively. And last but not least, Courtney, and this is going to be the biggest part. I want you to blow that school system. Hold on, no, let me reframe. Metaphorically, that is. I want you to blow their spot. Keep your foot on the school's administration. They have an obligation and they have a commitment to you as a parent to ensure the safety emotionally, the safety physically, and the safety mentally of your child while they are in their motherfucking custody. And if them hoes don't regulate, you go past the principal, you go to the school board, you go directly into the district, you go to the motherfucking local news, and you blow the spot on their motherfucking ass. You expose the shit that's going on in your child's school district, and you hammer the fuck away until the district bends and fucking break. You document every encounter. You document every email. You record every sit-in meeting. You gather all your motherfucking evidence. And if push come to shove, you sue the district civilly and at least get you and your daughter paid for y'all pain, especially if you are actively bringing your concerns to the school and they aren't doing shit, and to the school board and they aren't doing shit. Expose their asses. Get online, see who your local LGBT activists are, and see what resources that they can offer, because they can also assist in exposing and shedding light on the open discrimination that's taking place at your child's school, etc. That would be your best shot. But keep your foot, please, on that school admin. They have an obligation to ensure your child's safety. If all else fails, take your child out of that school and do homeschooling as possible. Because the way that these LGBT kids are hurting themselves and taking themselves out because of the raggedy social dynamics that's in front of them is buck wild. Please continue to do as you're already doing, creating a safe space between you and her where she can share her feelings or her experience. Continue to remind her that she has nothing to be ashamed about, nothing to be embarrassed about. Encourage her to talk to you about her experiences of being bullied. Continue to affirm her, and just make that space safe so that you can extract all of the information that you can out of her direct lived experience and just go fucking ballistic. Go fucking ballistic civilly, go fucking ballistic administratively on that fucking school system. We are looking into homeschooling for all my kids now on period. Baby, sue down. Sue they motherfucking ass down. Go straight to the head, push the issue, do everything that you need to do on a technical level so that they can fail you and you can sue the dog shit out of their ass for millions of guap. And then you can come and give me and Reckless, you know, a 1 million separately, you know, just for putting you up on game like this. You know, don't forget us, Courtney. Okay? When you get the silver suit money. All right, we're going to be right here, baby. Cash App and PayPal totally available. Okay? And we're going to be sending light and love because this is something that's happening across the board. We hear these stories all the time of LGBT youth going through it, taking their lives, hurting themselves, coming up missing, having hate crimes perpetuated against them. This bullying shit is real. 2020, 24 don't mean nothing to bullies. They bully all year round through every era of society. Okay? And I don't want to hear nothing from you half in, half out assholes in the comment section who don't want queer people to have nothing else but want to say they should be respected, bitch. Because a part of them being respected is them being normalized, them having access to civil liberties like every fucking body else, them being seen and having visibility, access to medical, and access to the resources that allow them to live the dignified lives in which they deserve to live like every motherfucking body else. You do not respect LGBT people if you can talk against LGBT people in every way, shape, or form, and then think you can tie it up with a nice little pretty Christmas ribbon at the end by saying, but respect them though. Yeah, take away their rights, strip away their truth. They're delusional. They're everything else, but respect them. Get the fuck out of here. Moving along. Oh, but let's just run this back for one more time for their president, because I just live for this.
Said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know?
By the way, your daughter, she's beautiful. Can I say this? A piece of ass. She looks more voluptuous than ever.
She's actually always been very voluptuous. She's tall. She's almost 6 feet tall.
What's the favorite thing you have in common with your father?
Either real estate or golf.
Donald, with your daughter?
Well, I was going to say sex, but I can't relate that.
Donald Trump repeatedly points out how hot his daughter is, saying last year in a Rolling Stone article, yeah, she's really something, and what a beauty that one. If I weren't happily married and, you know, her father.
My daughter, Ivanka.
Yeah.
She's 6 feet tall. She's got the best body. Yeah, she's hot.
What? Bitch, this about to be an intro on this channel. I'm about to redo my whole intro, baby. And this is whenever we do political talk, this is gonna be part of my motherfucking intro. Every time we gotta get on this big bitch back, baby. Every time we gotta get on that ass, bitch. This is gonna be part of my fucking intro. Get up from the gate up.
But what happened to protect the children? Meanwhile, you got the king of hurting people and hurting children as the president. Girl, y'all go suck a dick.
Speaking of sucking a dick, let's get to Waka Flocka and Kodak Black, who know more than anybody what sucking a dick comes down to.
Oh my God.
Waka Flocka and Kodak Black, two hippity hoppity ass rappers, done got their ass canceled, baby. Out here following up Donald Trump ass, baby. Courtesy of Hollywood Unlocked, Waka Flocka Flame speaks out after his meet and greet was canceled due to his political views, girl. This is what Flocka had to say as a result of getting his gigs canceled, bitch, for being a big ass make America white again. Imagine living in a country that was built on free speech to ultimately find out free speech is only given to those who don't go against the system. A lot of people need to wake up. Y'all being used for a bigger agenda. Free speech is free speech. My decision for who I vote for is my decision. Y'all talking about freedoms. One of my meet and greets events in DC was canceled today because of some people's opinion, because they harassed the liquor store until they canceled the shit. Then they spin it like I did something wrong for having an opinion. And you call that freedom? Kodak Black was also canceled, baby. And
not colorist.
And the colorist, baby, the anti-black, baby, the one who don't like dark-skinned women, baby, who want him nothing more than a Becky or a biracial or a high yellow-ass yellow bone, baby, okay, suspects that his charity event was suddenly canceled over the Trump victory. Just this is what I want to say to these coon-head-ass niggas. Once again, just like when folk were talking about the whole trans thing, yeah, keep that same motherfucking energy. Y'all forget, free speech and free of right goes for both sides. So you right, Flocka and Kodak. Y'all side with the side right that preaches more than anybody about freedom, freedom, freedom. But then when people use their freedom to not want to hire your asses, when people use their freedoms to not want to attend your shows, when people use their freedoms to cancel your motherfucking employment with them, I want you to remember that's what those people's freedoms allow them to do. Freedom don't just work one way, baby. And it don't just work for one motherfucking party, baby. So you can be as free as you want to, baby. Be free, girl. Do what you want to do. Support who you want to support. And guess what folk will do? Decide if they want to support your black cause. And when they don't, I want you to remember, baby, everybody is free to choose. Reckless.
Because remember, when it comes down to trans people, it's okay for Donald Trump to do everything that he's going to do, he's about to do, and when he's about to reverse marriage and all the other stuff, that it's okay. So remember, everybody has their choices. And so now when people are choosing not to associate with you because they are a business and they have an image and you may not be part of that image, that is perfectly okay. Remember, choices. Freedom.
Choices. We all got them, baby. I'm gagging. Bitch, I am fucking gagging. I am gagging at the party of freedom. Don't love and like freedom when it don't benefit them.
I'm not gonna say the gag, but you know what the shit that's very funny to me is? It's the fact that it be motherfuckers literally sitting on the front lines of scrimmage to try to protect another motherfucker that wouldn't even speak up or protect they stupid punk pussy fuck ass. Like, you're talking about a Waka Flocka, you're talking about Lil Wayne, you're talking about Kodak Black, you're talking about Lil Bootsy. Like, these are the same motherfuckers that wouldn't even speak up for you. And then you're also talking about some of these people have colorist issues. Some of these people, which means that if you are a melanated black woman specifically, yeah, more likely they're not going to protect you. Then you're also talking about people that are homophobic, queerphobic. So which means that anything on the queer spectrum, yeah, you're up for grabs. And motherfuckers that are misogynistic, which means that if you have a vagina or on the feminine spectrum, yeah, you're up for grabs. But then yet your mammy pick me ass and sit on the fucking front lines and scream talking about motherfucking respect. That's the motherfucking problem. You motherfucking niggas and bitches are sitting on the fucking front lines of scrimmage trying to fight for a group of motherfuckers and protect them while the fuck they give your ass to the damn wolves. Fuck them motherfucking niggas and bitches.
Guess who's congratulating Trump presidency? And guess who's already on three-way calls with him, baby? Guess who's already on speakerphone with him? Baltimore Putin, who congratulates Trump, calls him a very brave man. Russian president, dictator, and political tyranny. Finally weighing in on the 2024 U.S. election, extending his congratulations, baby. When you have another genocidal, homicidal maniac congratulating you, baby, you know we're fucked. You know we're fucked. What about the children? I think it's funny that Putin can blow nations apart. Putin can evade countries. Putin can run over children. Putin can do all this.
Preach.
And yet, y'all will endorse a president who's being openly supported by another person who has more bodies under his name than there are U.S. citizens.
But the whole Israel and Gaza thing is the deal breaker.
It's the deal breaker for Kamala and Joe.
and this what we mean when we say it's fucking pick me ass fucking behavior. That pick me ass shit, the identity politics, bitch. Y'all not reading the room. Donald Trump has literally run and ran on identity politics as a white man. Girl, that's the reason why he's in the position that he's in. And that's the reason why, but once again, it goes to my point. Even though I spoke about it in a queer context, I'm also going to speak about it in American context. Because the identity politics that he actually runs on for his campaign are the way of life, considering talking about America's norms of being a white Christian, I'm using the term loosely, Christian nationalist.
Very loosely.
That those are the norms. So for some people, it's going to be harder to clock compared to Hillary Clinton talking about she got hot sauce in her bag. But in all actuality, they're both doing the exact same thing. Literally. Just one's more clockable because one's not considered the way of life and the other one is. But girl, they're both doing the same thing. That's what I'm saying is the fucking pick me ass shit I be talking about.
It's the hypocrisy of our motherfucking democracy, baby. The hypocrisy, baby, of it all. A whole world dictator is in support of Trump being the president. And y'all hooting and hollering about Kamala and Joe supplying tax-paying dollars to our allies. I love this for America. I don't feel so bad now. Now, my favorite news correspondent, Joy Reid, okay, talks to Yale psychiatrist Amanda Calhoun, who says that it's okay to take a step back from them dirty ass right-wing voting assholes during the holidays, even if they in the form of friends and or family members, okay? Because those hoes, in fact, did affect your livelihood.
Can I say something real quick?
Sure.
Because a person in the comments, and this not towards the person, I'm just talking to the point in general. America will see Americans leaving to live overseas and leaving the Trump plantation. But here's the thing: but we have us as Americans, we got to keep that same energy. Now that, because even I saw a excerpt or article, I didn't fully get into it, about how Mexico is starting to deport and push Americans out of their country. So the thing is that people, not saying that this is towards the person directly, but to the talking point, people want to be xenophobic. People want to demonize other groups of people, but then yet don't realize that, especially the way that since Project 2025, my fault, Agenda 47, the way that it's set up, you have to realize they were all on the chopping block. That if you are not a white Christian, using those terms loosely, Christian man, you are on the rich man, you are on the chopping block. So which means that all of us are going to be in danger, and which also means that all of us might entertain the idea of going overseas. But the gag is, since America has been extremely xenophobic on a conscious or subconscious level, now that also puts other countries in the position to keep that same energy. You can continue.
Somebody go check on Caitlyn Jenner, because she was just hooting and hollering about how they put a great man in office, and now that great man is about to put her and her kind out of the damn country. So somebody go check on Caitlyn Jenner's distorted ass and just make sure that she's holding up, baby. Because as soon as she endorsed him, he unendorsed her ass. Just like that, bitch, with removing all those damn trans policies in place, baby. Ain't that how that works, sugar?
Oh my God.
But she is a white woman, so we expected nothing less. All right, let's
not if they claim asylum reckless. Well, the thing is, but here's the thing though. The thing is that when it comes down to when I say America's problem with the border, it's the process. And so the process is people trying to quote unquote determine asylum and getting those cases recognized and tried and vetted and getting these people vetted. That seems to be the issue. But the gag is that if we go to other places, they might have the same issue, especially because keep in mind too, a lot of things that, because IG says this all the time, is that a lot of times that we vacation to a lot of these people's to other people's nations. We vacation there a lot of the times. We don't typically stay there. So now that now just say things go left with this administration and everybody's on the chopping block, and now you have groups of people moving out into different locations by the masses, and their borders and their borders are now more packed. Only God knows how that may come to fruition. I'm just saying, but I digress. But yeah, fuck Caitlyn. I can't stand Caitlyn, no punk pussy fuck ass either. Reason I can't stand her is because, and I know people gonna hate me when I say this, and I'm just gonna be honest and say it, is that Caitlyn has transitioned physically, but in terms of the psychology and the philosophy, I'm gonna say the philosophy of Caitlyn Jenner still gives the stance of a privileged white man in America, though, by the way that she votes and the way that she talks, and also the fact that the way that she speaks, you can tell that she is pandering to be the pick-me in terms of the Republican Party, because Caitlyn Jenner would say things like, I've never seen something hit this hard since the Olympics. You already know what you're trying to do. You're trying to trigger up the trans women in sports conversation, because you know that's one of your talking points. And like I said earlier, trans issues or trans people, the discussion surrounding a group of people that represent less than 5% of the population, that talking point there is going to trigger up the MK Ultra of homophobia, queerphobia of different groups of people and get them to agree on one thing to get their vote. Like, girl, I know what the hell you're doing. Shut your ugly ass up, pussy bitch.
And just as a quick update, shout out to my boo Styles by Stevie, another amazing Black trans woman. She just posted an IG with a post about Trump holding up the transition process over ethics code. Donald Trump has not yet submitted a legally required ethics pledge stating that he will avoid conflicts of interest and other ethical concerns while in office, raising concerns that his refusal to do so will hamper the smooth transition to power. Trump's transition team was required to submit the ethics plan by October 1st, according to the Presidential Transactions Act. While the transition team's leadership has privately drafted an ethics code and a conflict of interest statement governing its staff, those documents do not include language required under the law that explains how Trump himself will address conflicts of interest during his presidency. That's because he don't plan on it. Since he created his transition team in August, it has refused to participate in the normal handoff process, which typically begins months before the election. Whether it's this bitch leaving power or coming into power, this bitch just got to be a problem, nonetheless. Now let's check out psychiatrist Amanda Calhoun to tell you what you have a right to do as it relates to not having to sit down and be gaslit by these low vibrational, illiterate, no GED having ass relatives of yours during the holidays.
Here's the trash is that we're going to challenge with the idea of how you interact with people who you know voted for this, right? If you are an LGBTQ person and you know someone in your family voted essentially against your rights, or you're a woman knowing that, you know, this man was calling people the B word, JD Vance was literally calling Kamala Harris the trash, and said we're going to take out the trash. I know a lot of Black women were incredibly triggered by that. And if you then meet somebody and you know they voted for the people who called you trash, or if you're Puerto Rican, you know someone voted that way, do you recommend, just from a psychological standpoint, being around them? We got the holidays coming up. So I love that you asked this question because, you know, there is a push, I think just a societal norm that if somebody is your family, they are entitled to your time. And I think the answer is absolutely not. So if you are going into a situation where you have family members, where you have close friends who you know have voted in ways that are against you, like what you said, against your livelihood, and it's completely fine to not be around those people and to tell them why, you know, to say, I have a problem with the way that you voted because it went against my very livelihood and I'm not going to be around you this holiday. I need to take some space for me. And I actually a challenge with the idea of how you interact with people who you know.
So Shauna had also asked a similar question to me on my community wall post when she said, you know, can we talk about how to basically relate to and coexist alongside people that we love and respect who may have voted opposite of ourselves. Now, you know, Reckless and the Conscious Crew know that I've been sprinkling this advice throughout all of my live streams since the election, which is, you know, to recognize that not all MAGA supporters, not all Trump endorsers are the same. Some people really believe that Trump could resolve immediate conflicts that were present in their everyday life. So they literally voted according to their own best interests, whether that was cleaning up cities where large illegal immigrant groups were that were wreaking havoc and causing and contributing to violence and overpopulation. Rather, it was Trump, you know, pledging to make America great again by making us competitors in this capitalistic system and us creating more of our own resources and goods, etc. And then, of course, you know, there's the other Trump supporters who definitely voted for him because they felt like he would double down on the people that their ideals and philosophies are not inclusive of, whether that be Black people, whether that be immigrant people, whether that be poor people, whether that be woman people, whether that be LGBTQIA plus people. So you have to be mature and knowing that not everybody who voted for Trump was necessarily being spiteful to you. And I think the best advice I can give to where the middle ground is between those who voted left, those versus those who voted right, is seek context. Talk to those who voted right and ask them the why. What informed their decision? You know, we talked to Leroy, who came up here. You know, he's a good guy. He's a long-term Conscious Crew member. He joined us, I think, the night before election, or maybe it was the day after. I'm not sure. But, you know, he came up here and he gave a pretty good dissertation about why he felt like Trump, you know, could meet his needs. He wants to see a lot of the violence in his city be cleaned up. He wants to see a lot of the niggerment undone. He wants to see a lot of the niggerment in his community resolved. And for him, he believes that that can come by way of more policing. I think he also talked about some other things that Trump is promising as it relates to bettering the economy, bettering the country, etc. So, you know, there's that. So I think the why is important. Now, I have to also say this. Why people voted for Trump does not negate the fact that you still are going to be personally impacted and were personally impacted by the decision. But I think at least understanding why people voted will help to, it'll help you to discern those who chose him from a bigoted, judgmental, inhumane motive from those who chose him because they believe that he was the stronger candidate and could bring some ease to some of the ills that are going on in the country, aka the border, aka inflation, aka. What would you say, Reckless, to there being a middle ground, if any, when it comes to the right and left? Because a lot of people have terminated their damn families after this election. A lot of people have cut off coworkers, have cut off friends, have broken up with their wives and husbands. Baby, you know, a lot of people, a lot of country crew members are not even going to Thanksgiving because, you know, they know how the fuck they people get down.
God, you asking the wrong bitch because I'm in the same boat. I done deleted a couple of numbers, bitch. No shade, bitch. No shade. The only thing I will say is this: is that I would, yes, I do agree, seek context, but I also would say this as well. Be ready to push back on that context, only because is that what I've from my personal experience, and the reason why some of the numbers then got deleted and some people then got cut off is because some people are or maybe socially aware what it may look like for them to vote for Trump. And so a lot of times too, some people try to put up false reasons why they voted for Trump and all these other things. And the biggest rule, the number one rule that always comes to fruition, you let people talk long enough, they're going to tell you why. Even if that means you have the first conversation, they say one thing, 12 conversations down the road, they say something else. You hold up, but I thought you said this, but you saying this. But now that this done happened, y'all used to acting different because of this, is that you have to pay attention to people. Now I understand that's the only thing I can say, because that's the things that I paid attention to. Because keep in mind, when certain people are saying bullshit, like when Donald Trump says his bullshit, I'm just using him as an example. When he's on his podium, he's saying his bullshit. I'm not only paying attention to the people that's saying the bullshit, I'm also paying attention to the people that like to defend the bullshit. And I'm also paying attention to people that like to be very subtle and very discreet about them over there agreeing or thinking this shit is funny. They're shaking their head like as an up and down, as in a yes movement, or the amens in the room. Those are things I pay attention to. So the only thing I would say is continue to have those conversations and try to use a little bit of discernment in terms of, because some people are gonna lie. Oh, I voted for him because of immigration. Bitch, you haven't even been affected by damn immigrants. Go sit your ugly ass down, bitch.
Don't even know one actual illegal immigrant.
Right. Oh, the taxes, bitch. You don't make enough. So the thing is that for me, in my personal experience, I've just pushed back on the said reasons, and just to see how long would that be able to stand. Like how much, like have you thought this all the way through? Have you thought about this? Have you thought about that? That's something I'm saying.
Girl, do you see the comment from Bill? Bill says that legal Latinos are saying that they would call deportation on the Latinos who voted for Trump.
Yeah, that is true. That's true, because on TikTok, that's what they do.
Are you serious? Wait a minute, what?
On TikTok, they're doing that. Because it was this one.
You didn't send me those videos.
No, because I didn't. I just remembered it, but it was on TikTok. It's this girl. She's on TikTok, and she has a Trump 2024 flag with I believe she had the hat on too, and she was dancing. So one of the dudes, after they stitched the video and put it on his video said, "Hi guys, you know sometimes in life, we're not Michelle Obama talking about when they go low, we go high. No, we going to hell. So this is the number to the ICE." Hey, y'all make sure y'all give it a call. Bitch, that was a key. That was a motherfucking key. He said, now y'all make sure y'all call, okay? They not playing games. That was a key.
Oh my girl, I am Kamala cackling. Are you fucking serious? Girl, Trump done wage war, bitch. This is the civil war that folk was talking about, girl.
Yeah.
It is setting, and I am fucking screaming. Oh
And
my
another thing too is because I'm also going to be paying attention to the people that gave their reasons why they're gonna love Donald Trump. Their reasons, I would say, in these conversations. But the gag is that people forget that you follow them on social media, and people forget that you may know them in different spaces. And so a lot of times too, I do be watching from afar. So when I see certain posts, I see what those likes look like, and I also see what certain comments look like, or I also see what different conversations and what people are saying. Like those are the things that I pay attention to. I don't always have to be present to be able to detect. Okay, so now that Trump is in office, why are you so happy about this trans stuff? Okay, got you. So it wasn't fully about the immigrants. You just didn't want to tell me about the trans stuff because you know I'm queer, and you know I'm gonna have something to say about it. But since now I know, that's cool. Cut it off. Boop boop. Bye, bitch.
Seattle Soul had added had expounded greatly upon my feedback. I appreciate the asking for context. I will also need to hear their plan to support all the vulnerable communities that will be severely impacted by a Trump world.
There is no plan for us, for them. Their plan is to get all the ass to fly and fuck up out of here. That's their plan. They can lock us to make America great again. They're gonna put us in cages. So y'all might as well get ready for y'all cuffs and get ready for y'all leg irons, and also y'all might as well buy y'all leashes and buy a collar because they're gonna put us on chains and shit. I don't know what the hell y'all got going on, bitch. We going back to the slave era. Come on, Jim Crow.
See, but here's the thing, right? Because this is going to open up a bigger philosophical dilemma. Veronica says, I don't trust the people who are calling for unity. Pick a side. Here's the thing, right? How far does that go? Because a lot of people didn't pick a side for the longest when the church wasn't on the side of sinners, wasn't on the side of LGBT folk, wasn't on the side of women. The majority of our society participated in a ideology that was contributing to the shame and to the witch hunt against those who were not a part of the status quo of the church. And I say that to say this. Lots of people, unbeknownst to them, are actually participated in things that inadvertently hurt other people, that inadvertently offset other ecosystems, that inadvertently affect other people gravely. And participate in those things unconsciously, participate in those things without a conscience at all. So I'm not personally willing to cut off my grandma. I mean, she didn't vote for Trump, but had she voted for Trump and she voted for non-bigoted reasons, I wouldn't cut her off. I'm not cutting off anybody who voted, me personally, I'm not cutting off anybody who voted for Trump for non-bigoted reasons. People who are bigoted, I don't associate, I don't have a interpersonal relationship to begin with. So Trump or not, you know, those type of people are not active in my life to begin with. But I do think that context matters. I also completely understand what Seattle is saying. But see, people aren't thinking that far when it comes to politics. Of course, the people who voted for Trump for non-bigoted reasons are also not focused on, okay, well, how are we going to protect the vulnerable as well? Because most people are literally voting to protect their own interests. That's why that saying is there. Most people vote selfishly. Most people vote according to their needs, not yours, not their neighbors, not the person down the street, around the corner, you know, across the bridge. Most people are voting according to their own best interests. Now, I'm just telling y'all what I'm doing. Y'all can do what y'all want to do. You know, I don't have enough emotional bandwidth to get into, because I'm not about to internalize this to that extent. And I have actually learned how to live alongside people who are just different than me, period. For instance, that same grandma who did not vote for Trump is also the same grandma that respects the Bible and what it says about them homosexuals. But my grandma also has actively not allowed what's in the Bible to shortchange her relationship to me. So she's still been supportive of me, supportive of any partners that I've had, supportive of my liberty, etc. So, you know, I've worked too hard personally. I've done too much self-work to just, you know, edit off communities in that way. I think politics is a very nuanced thing. I think it's easy at surface level to get into the issue of what's extreme right, what's extreme wrong. I think that's way too easy to do, which is why I think it should require more mindfulness, because it is such a nuanced thing. I'm not really mad at people for voting for their best interests. My whole thing this whole time was about wanting people to at least just make a non-bigoted, truly informed choice. And while I still personally believe that there's nothing that makes sense about Trump as a leader, I can still respect some of the reasons why people decided to vote him into office. And I think that everybody's needs for immediate relief in their life is just as important as the next person. You know, people have blamed high-ass inflation on the Biden administration, which was actually a rollover from things that happened during Trump's administration. But, you know, there's a lot of ignorance and misinformation about why the Biden administration looked the way that it did in some parts. A lot of that shit was actually birthed out of Trump's administration. It came from Trump's administration. But, you know, people just don't do their homework. People just kind of listen to sound bites and they like mosey over things. Most people are not, you know, into politics per se. They're just, for the most part, living their lives and then experiencing the problems that come from the government. And then when it's time to vote, vote according to who is making the biggest, most clarifying, confident proclamations about dissolving those said issues. You know, but I'm also equally not mad at those people who are cutting people to fuck off. I ain't mad at it. You know, I'm not going to tell nobody to not cut nobody off. If you feel like a bitch, vote. You know, if, you know, like, if you want to take somebody's vote that personally, I'm not mad at that either, because at the end of the day, like I said earlier, whether people intended to harm other people based upon the way that they voted, it still resulted in harm. But let me tell you, like, when I go to thinking about how to really feel about this, I include everything. So that also means that when it comes to the blue side, I have to realize that those kids and those innocent people in Gaza and Israel who have lost their lives have the same moral argument to Americans. How could y'all vote for an office that funded our homicide, that funded the unwarranted, unjustified murdering of my child? How could y'all sit back and vote for that? Y'all got to realize there's lots of people all up and through this that can make these same arguments. It's not that the arguments only go one way. It's not that the arguments only go and can only be made against the right. I mean, yeah, against the right. They can be made against the left as well. And see, the understanding is in the middle, right? Everybody back is up against the wall. We know by living under it how fucked up Trump is as a leader. Unfortunately, that also forced us to side with a party that is also allowing an ally to recklessly genocide a bunch of fucking people who don't deserve that. That's a fucked up place to be. But that's what I'm arguing. It's the case for everybody on all sides, especially everybody on all sides who did not vote a bigoted vote, but voted based upon what they felt was truly best. But nobody's vote, even the ones that were made from a non-bigoted perspective, is without injury. Because those who voted for blue were participating in the tax funding of innocent bodies and children and adults being unalived overseas. Those who voted red are voting directly for the political oppression of every other damn minority group on the fucking soil. Everybody, like, and this is why so many people couldn't bring themselves to vote for either. Some people voted third party. A lot of people opted out of voting altogether because there was a moral conflict and a valuable one, a legit ethical and moral conflict with both of these options. And I understand that. I'm empathetic toward that. And when you really look at the bigger picture of what we all were smashed in the middle of between Trump and Kamala, between Trump and Joe, you realize that we all were going to make a choice that was going to gravely hurt and injure somebody else. Everybody was saving their own asses when it came to this voting cycle. Everybody was. The blue was not considering Gonza. The red was not considering the fucking blue. Because everybody was out for themselves, which is okay, because unfortunately, that's the current political makeup. That's what the political system creates. So that's why I say context matters. Acts, why people voted the way they voted. Also, be honest about the way that your vote what costs other people, even other people who don't live on the soil. And I think if we're all honest, then that can be a pathway to compassion. That could be a pathway to, the scriptures say, let us come and reason together. Encourage some reasoning here. Because it's not as black and white as our emotional response to this is. We have to sit back and we have to unpack it intelligently. We have to unpack it righteously. And we have to be mature in our perception of what has taken place. But no matter what happened, whether you voted blue or voted red, didn't vote at all, voted third party, everybody was making a vote that was going to cost somebody else. And I think that that's the sad patheticness of politics. I wish there was no such thing as a left and a right, that there was just a single unified entity that just came together and did what I'm doing right now amidst all this. Sit down and intelligently, righteously unpack this all and commit to what is truly humane, what is truly sensible, and make sure that whatever the outcome is amongst the collective of the council is really our best, baby. It's after we put our best intellect, we put our best righteousness, we consider everything and all things, and we did the best that we could. But unfortunately, we have all these opposing parties. And we don't have enough consensus amongst the people to work together. We're not working together to truly understand the nuance of the minority dynamic and predicament, of the LGBT predicament, of the Black woman, Black man predicament, of the conservative predicament, of the religious predicament. And this individuality, baby, it costed the living shit out of us this time around. Everybody was out for themselves. And that's why I keep saying we got to figure out something else, you know, some other system aside from the one that we've been using, because it just keeps resulting in this type of lopsidedness. I feel like we're getting to the same place the same way over and over and over again while expecting a different outcome. Speaking of all of this, I don't know if y'all have heard that 3 women were shot in Miami after a heated discussion about the election, and 1 is left in critical condition. Florida police are searching for a gunman who shot 3 women during a heated discussion about the election, reports the NY Post. The ooting occurred early Wednesday morning in Miami. 1 of the victims is in critical condition. A group was drinking and talking about politics when the ooting suspect went to a vehicle, retrieved the firearm, and began ooting, said the police department spokesperson Michael Vega. They saw chaos and people running, he said. 3 people were ooted. The woman in critical condition was ooted in the abdomen. The other victims, 1 of whom was ooted several times, are in stable condition. The victims were all women in their late 20s and early 30s, as reported by the police. Witnesses say 1 of them became upset, possibly intoxicated, and returned to the vehicle to retrieve the weapon, Vega explained. He added that it seemed that alcohol, along with the election discussion, led this person to go to the vehicle, grab a GUN, and start ooting. But this is not acceptable. We have to handle our differences and respect each other's beliefs. We need to either reach an agreement or simply avoid such topics. The ooting took place on the 500 block of Northwest 19th Street. A neighbor named Suli Ashe told WFOR that she heard gun ooting around 12:30 a.m. Investigators are still working on identifying suspect. No arrests have been made. Y'all, stay out of these heated ass discussions, baby. People are unhinged. This thing is deep for everybody, and rightfully so. You know, people's rights are on the line. People's well-being are on the line. People's lives are a mess. People may lose their Medicaid, their Medicare. People may lose, you know, affordable access to medicine. So this is a very deep thing. This is a very hard thing. And people have literally not been well. And we know that because we've had over 400 mass ootings over the last 2 years in this country, which doubled. We typically average to about 200 a year. We doubled that per year. There's been a mental health crisis. People haven't been well. People are taking this hard. People's lives and resources are up against the wall. And sitting here trolling people or even getting into these very contentious back and forth with each other, it's not going to turn out well. So I beg of y'all, please, just don't even argue with people about this shit. Don't sit around at Thanksgiving, at birthdays, at Christmas, and go back and forth with your relatives. Don't even do all this with your friends. Y'all know how people voted. Only ask people about their vote in the context of understanding, but do not ask people their vote from the context of cussing bitches out if they, you know, voted opposite, because we're just living in dangerous times, and we are living in times where things are maybe about to get even more violent because of the administration that's coming in and the overhauling that's about to take place. So just be very careful. This is not worth losing your life over. Yeah, that's the point of J Lord. You know, it's no, you know, like it ain't nothing to argue about. You know, people made their choices. Now all we can do is understand why, and you know, then decide what we want to do after that. But please do not spend your time getting into contentious combat with folk, because you are likely to lose your motherfucking life, or hell, be triggered enough to where you may do something that you later regret and can't come back from. But the fact that this is even happening goes to show you how serious this election is. It goes to show you how concerned and worried people truly are. And everything about Project 2025 and everything that Trump and his administration been saying for months, which have been verses out of the Project 2025 Bible, has been enough to rattle people. That's why, hell, most of the Black community voted for Kamala. Almost 90% of us voted for Kamala. That was damn near the whole fucking community. I'm very proud of the work that we did. I'm proud of Black men and Black women, Black LGBT folk. We all came together. Minority people made a mighty swing together. And I'm glad that we at least know and have now recognized we are minorities. And that if we don't fight for ourselves, there is not going to be a fight at all. With that being said, there's one more thing I want to say, then I'm going to let Reckless sound off, and then if you guys want to come up, you guys can come up. Let me go to my community wall real quick, because I wrote it out so elegantly. God bless me. Last night, as I was thinking about this show, I saw a neighborhood talk. I think it was neighborhood talk. And I saw the post about Trump overhauling trans protections, LGBT protections, but particularly trans protections. And under that comment section, man, there was nothing but our people. I mean, of course, which make up the bigger demographic of neighborhood talk consumers, Black men and Black women, man, joining in with Trump to be bigoted toward the LGBT community. On one hand, I was surprised, considering all that's at stake. The fact that we think we can afford bigotry and division at this point is really wild. But at the same time, I wasn't surprised, because I know that no matter what, for some reason, the Black community never seems to forget homophobia and transphobia. We always bring it along with us for some reason, no matter what. And I don't know whether on some unconscious level, it feels therapeutic as a community for us to be able to transfer our trauma into another community, because we've been so bullied as a melanated people. We've been met with such resistance and acceptance that the LGBT community is just a convenient emotional dumpster for the Black community to dump all of its trauma and issues with power into, and it makes us feel powerful to be homophobic, to be queerphobic, to be transphobic. I don't know what the root is of why we continue to double down on homophobia and transphobia, as if queer, Black, trans people are still not Black people, as if trans women are still not Black women as if same-gender loving men and women are not Black women and men. But we continue to do so, and it's very disheartening. And I want to just go ahead and flatline anybody who has the unmitigated gall to be a part of a minority community, whether you are a woman, whether you are Black, whether you're disabled, whether you are Black and heterosexual, whether you are Black and natural born. Before anybody gets to thinking that they can relish in the revisions that Trump is making to secure his perfect elitist American utopia, I want to remind all minority people, you don't have anything to gain, baby. You don't have anything to gain from those revisions, because we're all in line for that prosecution and for that persecution, regardless of who's going first. The LGBT folk may be going first, baby, but we're all in line. That's why they're calling Letitia, that New York Attorney General, a fat ass and threatening her Black ass with imprisonment. That's why all these judges are slipping up saying the N-word, baby. They ain't talking about the homosexuals or the trans. They're talking about us niggas. And I want y'all all to remember that we're all niggas in this system. Whether those niggas happen to be trans, whether those niggas happen to be lesbian, whether those niggas happen to be non-binary, whether those niggas happen to be same-gender loving, whether those niggas happen to be asexual, that we're all niggas and we're all in that line. So let me just read you my community wall post. Last night, I saw some of the clips from Trump of what he's going to do as it relates to removing gender-affirming policies and resources from our trans brothers and sisters. The comment section was disgusting, but not at all surprising. The audacity of hetero Black women and men to desire to be humanized in the system, yet openly participate in dehumanizing queer people, really reminds me of why karmic energy will continue to keep its foot on the necks of the most oppressed, which are people of color in this country. The fact that the exit poll data showed that damn near the entire Black community voted blue, and yet, despite the collective swing, we were still not, in fact, an actual collective, is very disheartening. Within that unity still lie misogyny, misandry, and trans and homophobia. The fact that as a community, we still think we can afford discrimination is beyond me, especially while Trump's administration prejudices the LGBTQIA community, is also openly threatening to put a New York Attorney General, Letitia James, a whole Black woman, and I quote, fat ass, in prison for standing against Trump. If you are a minority person in this Trump system and you are openly celebrating the oppression of other groups as if any of the changes Trump is making is going to benefit your least protected, most disrespected asses, you are a damn fool. You are a part of the discomfort that his system is getting rid of. You are not included in those who will benefit from his purge. It doesn't matter who enters first into the slaughterhouse. Don't let that give you some pseudo sense of security, because we're all in line, fools. I knew from the beginning old wounds would be reopened and the Black community would fall for allowing Trump to mirror their own cultural prejudices. I knew it was only a matter of time before some of us got to agreeing with his bigotry. As long as it wasn't toward us, it's okay. However, I'm not going to let the next 4 years gaslight my blood pressure and take me out of my soft thug era. I've worked too hard to have dainty energy. So before I address this in a live, I'm going to really sit back and figure out how to speak truth to power and righteousness to wickedness without bashing our people. Because the Lord knows we need all the unity and encouragement we can get. The right is going to come with enough volatile energy. No need to add to the intensity, but the hypocrisy needs to be chin checked at the door. Start agreeing with Trump if you want, and the same country going to agree with him about you. The math is literally that simple. Reckless. You want to sound off and speak to some things, Chill?
No, not really, because you kind of said it all. But the whole thing is, I'm going to kind of reiterate, we're all in line, which is why I don't understand, and which is why, for me personally, because I knew the same thing was going to happen too, because that's why I keep reiterating. Trans topics or gender conversations or sexual orientation being taught in schools, those type of topics are going to reach different groups of people within different cultures and activate the queer phobia in their hearts on a conscious or subconscious level. So for me personally, whenever I saw those clips, those posts from the Neighborhood Talk, from the Jasmine Brands, the Shade Room, I purposefully, and I was very intentional about not going into the comment section because I already knew it. I already knew that, and that's another reason why I even preferenced earlier. And I said that I also pay attention to how people react and respond to other policies associated and also are separate from the reasons why they proclaim they voted for Trump. Because now I want to see how you're going to respond and how you're going to act. That's the reason why I said that. But even then, it's stupid as fuck because you're losing numbers. You're losing numbers. Another group of people that has and can come to your aid. Why are you trying to discard them? Because to Conscious's point, the most disrespected and unappreciated groups of people, catch it if you caught it. Why would you want to discard queer people when, to everyone's point, queer people and women are typically each other's allies? Why would you want to do that? Because to your point, and actually I lied, to Just Hilarious's point, who's going to protect us? I digress.
It damn sure ain't those straight men.
And let's not forget the saying that's going around on Twitter right now. Your body, my choice. That's the stupid shit that them dumb motherfuckers are saying right now.
On the right.
Yes.
Your body, my choice. And this is what they wanted. Power. This isn't about anything for the right, but power. They don't see people's humanity. They don't want to recognize people's humanity. They want to control everybody else's life algorithm. They want to force conformity, which is why they push against LGBT identity. They push against women's politics. They push against the nuance of race dynamics, which is why they want to get rid of the Board of Education, and they want to strip the libraries of the real history of America. They want to control the narrative because this is about control. It's about being domineering. The right is completely shadow. And what makes it worse is that they have the audacity to be hypocrites at that. Because how many right-wing politicians have been exposed and imprisoned for being pedophiles? Child porn found on their computers. Cheating on their wives with prostitutes. All the very same people that they want to condemn. Hooking up with trans sex workers. But want to openly rally against sex workers. Rally against pornography. The shit that they watch and beat off to in private. Rally against the LGBT. The people that secretly turn them on. And because they don't have the wherewithal to live in their truth. They want to openly oppress everybody else in hopes that it'll cure up the transness in themselves, the same gender lovingness in themselves, or thinking that it will cure up the corruption in themselves. Oh, if you lead a charge against the pedos, it makes you less of a pedo. You somehow are atoning for your inner sins, like Constantine attempting to send a bunch of demons to hell in hopes that it will convert into him getting a hallway pass into heaven. I dropped the link. If anybody wants to come up and share your thoughts, you are more than welcome. And while we're waiting on that, I want to say this too. There's, as I said earlier in the stream, a lot of states are getting ready for Trump. They have made provisions to protect the legislations that are in place to actually protect and provide for people. One of those people, ironically, is Eric Adams, the mayor of New York, who is facing a whole indictment for a whole bunch of other shit, but is prepared for a Trump showdown because he's not going to allow Trump to pass his legislation to deport migrants. And Trump's immigration lawyers are revving up for his ass as well. So this may offer some solace to those who are concerned about their citizenship and deportation. And you know what? If Trump is going to be deporting everybody, make sure that he sends his wife on her Mayflower ship back to where the hell she came from as well. I don't mind if we're going to be with the shits, but
Elon Musk.
My whole thing is fairness. Fairness. Fine. If that's what we're going to do, let the pendulum swing, baby. From left to right. Send your wife and your best friend Elon Musk on packing as well, because neither one of their ass would qualify. Let's check out Eric Child. Trump's deportation vow fuels fear and a potential showdown in New York. Mayor Eric Adams of New York City has vowed to prevent mass deportations, but migrants and immigration lawyers are preparing for them. President-elect Donald J. Trump's victory this week spread fear and panic across New York's more than 400,000 undocumented immigrants as they brace for the impact of one of his central campaign promises, a mass deportation program. City officials scrambled to decipher the effect that a national immigration crackdown would have on the city's 2-year influx of asylum seekers staying in city shelters. Immigration lawyers were inundated with frantic calls from clients, while activists rushed to stage rallies, raising alarms about how mass deportations might separate families and disrupt the underpinning of the city's economy. Quote, there are many people who feel nervous, people who don't have papers yet, said Edwin Tito, a 40-year-old migrant who arrived from Ecuador 2 years ago. I don't have papers, and people are nervous that they are going to come and take a lot of people out from their work sites and deport them, he said, as he took a short break from working at a Midtown construction site on Thursday. There are people who have already gone through that during his last presidency. Mr. Trump's vow to more aggressively secure the U.S.-Mexico border could stem the number of migrants arriving in New York, more than 200,000 since 2022. A reduction could be welcome news from Mayor Eric Adams, a Democrat who has repeatedly denounced the burden the influx has placed on the city. The city, in part because of its right to shelter law, has spent more than $5 billion to shelter migrants in hotels and newly created facilities on Randall's Island and in Floyd Bennett Field in Brooklyn. Many of the migrants have children and no relatives in the country. Mr. Adams has vowed that mass deportations won't happen in the city. And Manuel Castro, the commissioner of the city's migrant affairs, said this week the city will not be following the instructions of the federal government in cases of mass deportations. Even so, City Hall officials are being cautious about openly discussing their plans out of fear of antagonizing a former president who sought to limit federal funding from sanctuary jurisdictions like New York City during his first term. And talking about his border strategy, Mr. Trump has invoked the mass deportation campaign under President Eisenhower in the 1950s that was named for an ethnic slur, Operation Wetback. It may have rounded up more than 1 million Mexicans, some of them U.S. citizens. Mr. Trump's anti-migrant rhetoric clearly appealed to some voters, even in New York City, where he received higher vote percentages in all 5 bureaus compared with 2020. Voter sentiment around immigration has shifted significantly across the country, with many, including Hispanic immigrants, who voted for Mr. Trump this week, saying they supported tougher measures on migration to curb unauthorized crossings. But experts said Mr. Trump faces daunting, if not insurmountable, legal, financial, and logistical hurdles to carry out deportations at the scale he has promised. It would most likely require the hiring of tens of thousands of new federal immigration officers, billions of dollars in appropriations from Congress, and the construction of hundreds of new detention facilities. A program to arrest, detain, process, and deport 1 million people per year could cost $88 billion annually, or nearly $1 trillion over a decade, according to a report by the American Immigration Council in October. Mr. Trump's immigration policies will most likely certainly be challenged in court by the same civil liberty groups that challenged his so-called Muslim ban and family separations during his first term. Quote, he clearly wants to create the impression that the old sheriff is back in town, and he wants to live up to his campaign promise, said Muzaffar Sisti, a senior fellow at the Migration Policy Institute. But just because he wants to live up to the campaign promise doesn't mean he'd be able to effectuate that. Still, immigration lawyers are bracing for deportations to ramp up markedly, even in New York, where deportations rose by 150% during the first fiscal year of the Trump administration. Immigration and Customs Enforcement arrest of immigrants at New York courthouses increased under Mr. Trump, leading Letitia James, the state attorney general, to successfully sue his administration to stop the practice. The city's so-called sanctuary laws are designed to limit official cooperation with federal immigration authorities. I see y'all in the background. I'm gonna let y'all up after I finish reading this article, so just hold tight for me. But they do not preclude it entirely. ICE has free reign to operate and arrest people in New York who are not U.S. citizens, even without the help of local officials. It remains unclear how exactly Mr. Trump will implement his vision, but raids and arrests could be conducted at homes and workplaces and could lead to the separation of families with mixed legal statuses, lawyers said. ICE currently has a policy that generally prevents arrests at sensitive locations such as schools, hospitals, and houses of worship, and it is barred under city law from entering city shelters unless it has judicial warrant for a specific individual. Still, ICE can make arrests in public spaces, even though immigration lawyers said those type of raids most likely would not be popular here. New York City remains a place where many people care about the well-being of immigrants, said Alora, whatever the fuck her last name is, the director of the Immigrants' Rights Clinic at Columbia Law School. A second Trump administration would face enormous backlash, protest dissent if it were to carry out massive raids in New York City, especially those targeting immigrant families with children. Mr. Adams had been openly supportive of changing the city's sanctuary laws to allow the police to work with immigration authorities to help deport migrants who were suspected, not necessarily convicted, of serious crimes. Currently, the police are only required to turn over migrants convicted of offenses on a list of more than 170 serious crimes within the last 5 years in cases in which a judge has signed a request. Wow. While the Biden administration has prioritized the deportations of violent criminals or those deemed a national security threat, Mr. Trump's advisors have also spoken about deporting criminals. Immigration lawyers said the federal government would have discretion to deport undocumented immigrants who have had even minor run-ins with the law, such as traffic violations or misdemeanors. An estimated 412,000 undocumented immigrants live in the 5 boroughs, according to 2022 census data analyzed by the city. They include long-time undocumented immigrants who have been here for years, even decades. A number of them have spouses with legal status or children who are citizens, and more are an integral part of the city's labor force, working in restaurants, construction, home care, and other low-wage service jobs. Right now, our main focus is educating people about their rights, said George Paz Reyes, 23, who moved to New York from Honduras when he was 10 and is now a permanent resident applying for citizenship through a special juvenile status program. Mr. Reyes, a community organizer who lives in a household with undocumented immigrants, said he was intent on educating immigrants on what to do when they see ICE officer, the difference between ICE officers and a police officer. Some of the most vulnerable immigrant lawyers said maybe the nearly 1.3 million undocumented immigrants in the country who have already been ordered removed by a judge but never left the country and may have been here for years. ICE officers could focus their efforts on executing those long-standing deportation orders, lawyers said. Immediately deporting migrants who arrived in the country over the past few years, such as the nearly 60,000 living in cities' 200 migrant shelters, might prove more difficult, according to immigration lawyers. Most of them were apprehended at the border and released into the country with a notice to appear in immigration court as part of a so-called removal proceeding, the legal process to determine whether they can remain in the United States. They are legally allowed to stay in country and even apply for work permits while their cases are being heard, a process that can take several years because of the millions of cases backlogged in the courts. Migrants already in removal proceedings cannot be removed until those proceedings are over, immigration lawyer says. We are having clients calling us and messaging us in extreme states of anxiety about what is happening and what will happen to them, said Deborah Lee, an immigration lawyer at the Legal Aid Society. These are people who are here pursuing legal means to long-term immigration status. Many have also applied for asylum. Others have been granted temporary protected status or TPS because they hail from countries such as Haiti, Honduras, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, that the federal government has designated as unsafe for them to return to. Mr. Trump, whose efforts to remove countries from the TPS program during his first term were blocked in court, indicated in October that he would try to revoke TPS for Haitians. Oh, so he's always had a thing for Haitians, girl. A move that will surely be challenged again in court. A potential revocation of TPS has filed Juan Navarro, a recent Venezuelan migrant in New York, with dread. Mr. Navarro, 31, obtained a one-way ticket from the city this week to move his partner and one-year-old child to Florida, but he was now questioning how they would fare in a Republican state that seemed to embrace Mr. Trump's anti-immigrant sentiment. The couple was granted temporary protective status and are applying for asylum, but said that they were fearful Mr. Trump could upend the asylum laws and their future in the country. Quote, I would tell you the same people who have been here for 15 or 20 years have the same fear, if not more fear than ourselves, he said on Thursday outside the Roosevelt Hotel, the city's welcoming center for migrants. I'd be lying if I told you that I didn't have fear. So, long story short, Trump is going to get major pushback, and they're going to give his ass a run for his money. And there's a legal process for immigrants, and that may explain why the numbers look so extreme. And it's because the courts are on backlog and have cases, girl, that date all the way back to several 10 years ago that they haven't even caught up to, girl. So there's that. I want to welcome Trevor.
Hey.
Hi, Trevor.
How are you?
I am awesome. How are thou?
Even better for speaking to you, of course. Conscious, this is my first time up here, so I'm a bit nervous, so forgive me, okay?
Don't be nervous. You are a regular in this chat, so do not be nervous at
I'm
all.
in the chat, but I just wanted just to say a couple of things, yeah?
Yes.
Because I used to live in America, I used to work in America.
Mhm.
Yeah, I now live and reside in Spain.
Okay.
And what you guys did, I was up for your live during the election results,
Yes.
and I cried. I cried like I had not cried for years.
Wow.
The word on the curb in Europe is, oh, hi, by the way, Reckless. I'm a huge fan. I adore you.
I think he's on mute.
That's cool.
He probably walked
But
away from damn
we
well.
don't believe it. Yeah. Conscious, we do not believe the result. Yeah, we think that when we saw all that red, yeah, we said no, this can't be real.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel real. It feels rigged. It feels everything that Trump said that he was gonna do if he didn't win. He did.
Yeah.
Yeah, we think that there was outside involvement. You know, the conspiracies. We think it was a conspiracy.
Yeah.
Because, you know, it's Donald Trump is a joke in Europe. Yeah? And like everything that we disagree with as humans, yeah, we saw played out in your election. You know, the same old divide and conquer, spread hate, accuse immigrants. Yeah, when America was built on immigration, as was most of Europe.
That part.
You know, so and talking about, you know, sorry, let me just choose my words carefully because I don't want to offend anybody. But the native people of America are not clear-skinned people for a start. So to talk about giving it back, giving America back to America, you need to look back, not so far back, to what the civil rights movement had to start in the 1960s. And it's almost as if by voting that convicted felon, yeah, that guy who went around saying that he grabs women by the you-know-what, that told people during a pandemic that America would not get a pandemic, that ended up losing more lives to the pandemic than most other countries put together, and then has the audacity to turn around and say that immigrants are eating people's pets. Come on. So, you know, I just wanted to come up and give you a European perspective. But I'm praying for you all. I hope that you all know that, you know, you're in for a really, really tough time.
No, because we've been through it the first time. Yeah, we know.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You know,
But let me
and
ask you this, Trevor, because I think this might be the underpinning. If I consider that this election was fair, is what I realized, because you know, most people, generally speaking, their bottom line is their bottom dollar. If you start fucking with an economy, could that rattle people's survival instincts in such a way if you start rattling with people's money, with their ability to afford basic amenities like housing, food, transportation? If you start rattling with that, cannot posture anybody to be seen as a hero and a problem fixer, including a convicted felon, including someone like Trump, who has several bankruptcies under his belt, who is, as you said, filled with hatred and bigotry and elitism. But if you put a society in a position to where they really feel the financial burden and struggle of their everyday lives from one administration, could that dissolve people's concerns as it relates to all the other things that can come with the potential problem fixer, which Trump is promising to be to this economic?
No, I don't see it that way. I see it the fact that, you know, they played the same old game of divide and conquer. Yeah, they've made people hate people that, you know, could be fleeing from countries, yeah, where their human rights, their civil rights, their everything, yeah, forces them out of their countries, and they're not just traveling to America. Yeah, they're traveling around the world. There's people, you know, like where I live in the Canary Islands in Spain. Yeah, and we have people here from all over that have recently come onto the islands in the last few years. Yeah, that are going through getting their nationalization, getting their residency and stuff like that. It's a totally different attitude. Yeah, I'm not a native Canarian. You know, I was born and raised in the UK. Yeah, but that hate that we're seeing is we're actually seeing in other parts of Europe, yeah, as that right wing agenda. Yeah, let's hate anybody who's different. Let's label these people as that. And what Trump did is that he, you know, he's just done that classic divide and conquer, where people have forgotten that you're talking about humans, you know, and he's calling them, you know, refugees, immigrants, migrate, people eating each other's pets and stuff like that, and none of it is true. You know, you're going to get a small number of non-law abiding people, but the rest of the people are fleeing stuff, you know, wars, you know, and God knows what, and what else, yeah, to get to the West. And that has all been smoothed over and just labelled as, you know, a migration problem. And, you know, it's a really, really sad day. It really, really is, because so many people have talked about, you know, oh, people coming over here stealing our jobs. I mean, we had a massive riot in the UK this summer based on the fact that the right wing in the UK, which are like fascists, you know, like neo-Nazi type people, you know, were able to successfully pretend that somebody who went into a school who was clearly not mentally well, who was not a migrant, who hadn't come into the UK illegally, had sadly, unalived, yeah, 3 children. The way that the story went out, yeah, there was a huge backlash to the Muslim community. It caused riots for days in the UK. And it just shows you the power of the internet and also the power of the far right in Europe at the moment. And it's all this Trump stuff. It's all this, oh, let's hate each other. Let's divide these people against these people. And, you know, Trump has successfully done it by, you know, calling out trans people, calling out people from other countries in America. It's exactly what we saw happen in the UK. And we thought, no, we look at America, we look at you all, and we think, you know what, you've got such great measures of like positive discrimination. You guys come on leaps and bounds. You know, I actually thought it was an honor to work and live in America for the time that I was in America. But there's no way on this earth that I'd want to visit you now. You know, I think I'm really, really scared that this could cause, you know, probably the third war, because, you know, he's going to have access to so much,
he got
so much power.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and there's so many of those, you know, diplomatic relationships around the world which are so delicate. And that's the guy that's representing America?
Yeah.
Pray for us all.
Yeah.
But as I said,
I want to show y'all something. This is courtesy of Mark Lamont Hill's platform. I couldn't find the original video, but he played this compilation of this is what I was referencing when talking about the economy. Hold on, let me blow this up a little bit. Of course, it's covered.
Before you do that, sorry, I've got to drop down and go back to the chat, yeah, because I've got somebody coming. But
Thank you
great
for
to
coming up
speak
here.
to you. And thanks, a huge fan of your show. Take good care.
Thank you so much, Boo. And you do too. That was a Conscious Crew member, you guys. Trevor. All right, you guys, check this out.
Everybody had thoughts on what was needed when it came to the economy. Check this out.
The election, because I think what a lot of Americans are looking for to fix the United States is the economy.
We have so much division in the country, and people weren't, I think, ready to choose a woman for president, especially a woman of color.
Trump won because people had the opportunity to see what happened the last 4 years, and then what happened when Trump was president.
Trump won, probably in part because Joe Biden delayed his decision too long.
I believe Trump won mainly because the economy is in shambles right now.
It looks more like the economy was a major priority, and that's why I think he won.
At the end of the day, someone just wants to focus on having enough money to pay their bills, get groceries. It's as simple as that.
I think that there's this average American that feels abandoned by the glamour, by, you know, Beyonce performing at rallies and things like that. Like, that's not what I care about. Like, I care about, like, how can I afford a home one day, or how can I, you know, afford to have children one day.
Folks never really got an understanding of what was different about Harris versus Biden.
The Democratic Party is very focused on a lot of issues that seem to be for upper class, like transgender issues, abortion.
She was a woman of color, and I think that scares a lot of people. They don't like to, unfortunately, they don't like the idea of a woman being in charge.
A lot of the things she wanted to change were people thought they were broken because of like her vice presidency and Biden's presidency to begin with.
Her message, there was really nothing there. I think a lot of people were trying to see if they can, you know how, but there was not enough time for people to actually know who she really was.
That is.
All right. Auntie Jace, welcome to the platform, my love.
Girl. Hey.
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 Oh. A sigh, a big sigh. I think you got your audio is glitching up, Auntie Jace.
Is this better?
Yes, that's better.
A little bit?
Yes, that's better. That's way better.
I think that, as you said, people are voting for their emotions or with their emotions. I think that there were people who had one policy, like the young woman who was on the line the other night, who was saying she was voting for him because of the immigration policy and immigrants getting money that we can't get. But, you know, I would say to her that there's no guarantee under Trump that you're going to get anything anyway. I'm still of the mindset that this is not over because there are people who are demanding that this whole situation be investigated, because how could he win the popular vote with less votes than he had the last time, which would speak to the 20 million plus votes that have not been counted, people saying that they voted one way and when they looked at their ballot, it was something else. People saying that their ballots didn't even show up as having been accepted. People checking their voter pages and finding out that that they, when they voted, that they hadn't voted at all. So there are lots of issues with this, and for me, it does not feel right. It does not feel. It's like the ones who were determined to steal this election were much more organized. They were much more and bold in their organization. And you're right. You know, when one group's rights, which Black people are very familiar with, when one group's rights are not there, it's going to come for you sooner or later, that you're going to have the same issues that Black people have been screaming about for years. The immigrants coming into this country who are white aligned really do think that white people are going to save them or protect them, because as a Latino family, I heard say, oh, he's not going to come after us. He's going to come after the bad people who entered the country illegally. And that's why I say you didn't get the memo. He said he didn't care whether you were here legally or illegally. You would be deported. And he's not going to deport white immigrants, because under the plan that he has, that would make Melania illegal. That would make Musk illegal, that they too should be deported. But we know that that is not going to happen. I am still baffled by even though it was a small percentage of Black men and women, I'm still baffled by those who would vote against their own interests, who seem to think that Project 2025 is not real. It was already happening in Florida with DeSantis banning books and telling teachers what they could teach, and going after the LGBTQIA community. He was already doing that shit. So I'm disappointed that there are people who felt like one issue would get them to vote for Trump without thinking about the bigger picture, without thinking about how especially the Black community as a whole will be affected. Already, children and other people are getting these text messages telling them to report with all of their belongings to a particular place, because they're going to be picked up in a U-Haul and taken to go out to pick cotton. Now, that could actually just be fake. I don't think that it's real, but it is still disturbing enough to know that these text messages have gone out. And because in 2020, Project 2025, if anybody, you don't even have to read it. There are people online who will take you section by section of what it says. That for us, for Black people, it is those immigrant jobs he talked about that were being taken from Black people. He can't wrap his head around the fact that we had a Black president, that we were on the precipice of getting a Black woman in office, that these white people are fighting hard to remain the majority. He is put there to try to keep to slow down the browning of America. And they're terrified. White folks are terrified by the notion that the way they have treated and othered Black and brown people for centuries, for generations, that same kind of vitriol and hatred is going to be placed on them. I believe that one of the reasons they have those outrageous abortion laws is because they want their women to have babies, because their numbers dropped in the last census. The numbers of Black people, brown people, and Asian people went up, but their numbers had dropped. That was terrifying for the white, especially white men. So now, again, I don't think that this is over. I have gotten my letter together to send to the president, and others are going on to leave messages on the line for him, and sending letters to him to say that this election should be investigated because it was not free, it was not fair, we were cheated out of out of this election, and I just don't think it's done. I think in the next couple of months we're going to find out some things about this election that's going to snatch our wigs, because there are folks who refuse to accept the fact that he won all those electoral college votes and that he won the popular vote. Plus, Elon Musk has he's got uh, he's got ways, technical ways where votes could be messed with within those voting machines. I don't know if it was true, but I did read that in Georgia, one polling district said they were having problems with their machines and that they continued to vote by using Starlink. Now, I don't know how they could do that. If they did, that is really illegal. I'm not certain that it's true, but we have to keep an eye out on Musk. He is a traitor to this nation.
Yep.
A nation that has been good to him, that a large portion of his wealth has come from our tax dollars, a large portion of his wealth. And so he was concerned that if Kamala did get into office, he said it himself, I'm fucked, because he knows that he could very well have had his government contracts canceled, his citizenship revoked, and that he would be deported because he is in communication with a known adversary to this country. Now, if you notice, the only ally that has congratulated him is Steer Karma, the Prime Minister of Britain. We haven't heard from any of the other allied countries where their leaders have congratulated him on his return. Macron managed to pull a coalition together to stop a lady named Maria Le Pen, who was trying to get into office based on a far-right agenda. And he pulled a coalition together to stop her. So these countries aren't interested in any of the far-right ideology because so much of them depend on the work that migrants are willing to do when they get into the country, just like us. And for folks talking about the economy, if you think food is high now, you wait until there are no temporary protected migrants. Yeah, just what do you think is going to happen when the farms go to seed because there's nobody there to pick the crops or to help them butcher meat and get it into the stores? If you think food is high now, what do you think is going to happen if he does what he says he's going to do? What do you think is going to happen to, as Reckless pointed out, the tariffs that would be placed on goods coming from China? He doesn't understand tariffs. He's convinced people that the country that is the tariffs are going to be paid by the countries from which we're importing goods. That is just not true. We will be the ones that end up having to pay it on the back end. And so I just have to believe that while we may not know about it, that all of this is being investigated behind the scenes. Jack Smith hasn't dropped his cases against him. He's actually asked for like a temporary little stall because they're trying to figure out how to prosecute this man, because it is not a law or a rule or anything that says that you can't prosecute a sitting president. It is just a memo with those words in it. It is not locked in as a law or a rule. A convicted felon as our president? Do you know he wouldn't even be allowed entry into about 40 countries?
He's banned.
Yeah, he's banned. So if you or I were convicted felons, we couldn't go to some of these countries, and he's banned from like 40 fucking countries. What are we talking about here? I don't get it. I just don't get it. However,
so this is my thing, right? As you were saying about, okay, so first of all, you said that the numbers are dropping and that's why they're closing down and trying to shut down a reproductive rights and a right to an abortion and all that because they want their women pushing these children out. And a white woman herself named Jane Elliott, you know, all y'all probably know who she is. She has sounded off for decades on, like, she's been exposing her people for decades. So she sounded off and pretty much said the same thing, that white males increasingly afraid that they are losing numerical majority in America. So check out this short clip here.
Become increasingly frightened of the fact that they are going to lose their numerical majority in the United States of America. And the damn fools don't even realize that they have always been in the numerical minority worldwide. Only 15 to 18% of the human population of the earth is classified as white. I watch white men.
Okay, so there's that. Then you said the voters fraud. I just intuitively know that Elon Musk, in my intuition of it all, I know that there was some corruption. I just do not believe at all that Elon Musk sat his ass back, as pressed as he was to get into Trump's good graces, as eager as he is to work with this man, to be seen by this man, to be a part of this man, as much admiration and fanaticism on Elon's part as it relates to Trump, there is no motherfucking way that Elon Musk did not utilize the necessary technology to help Trump win this election. I just don't believe it. And Elon Musk has the resources and the wealth to do it. I mean, this is the same man who's sending up space rockets and inserting Neuralinks into people's fucking brain. I mean, to me, that is a far more impressive invention and reach than coming up with something that could distort the algorithm of the voting system. That would seem like small things to a giant, in my opinion. That would be a small feat for Elon Musk, who is voyaging fucking space, for God's sakes, and connecting people's consciousness to AI. I mean, so there would be no feat. And I believe that this is why Trump was so easy about it. People were saying that he was making the announcement that he already had the votes before, you know, the votes even came in. You know, there's a reason why he's not, you know, openly celebrated. And I mean, and why would you when you've already known from the beginning that you were going to clock it?
And the gag, and plus to add to that, and the gag is, if you listen to his rallies and his speeches, he's always said that you guys don't have to vote. We have so many votes. You guys don't have to vote. Think about this. Who the hell, as a candidate, tells their audience not to vote for them? Who says that? Like, you don't have to vote.
And
we already got all the votes we need.
And by the end, he started just dancing at rallies. He wasn't even really trying. By the end, he was going on these rants that had nothing to do with fucking voting. He was twerking. He was doing the Charleston Shuffle. He was doing all this absurd shit. Just real easy going. But let me tell you the other weird thing I find about this. And everybody has said it. Everybody has been blown away by how red the fucking country was. That don't make no sense when the days following the conclusion, all the reports from major credible outlets was there. Harrison and Trump are neck to neck. She's up by 2 points from him. She's leading him, leading him there. They were literally shoulder to shoulder, neck to neck, and then wham, there's just red. There's just red. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what is this? This doesn't even make any sense. Something is not right.
And when have you ever known in the history of election, when have we ever known that a presidential election was called the same night? When has that ever happened?
And everybody walked away so quietly, right? Like
Yeah.
even Kamala, she went home. Like it was just like everybody just, and they're not even trying. And I think the reason why Kamala them are not even contesting it is because they don't want to they don't want to give Trump the pleasure of watching them, like of him watching them doubt it, for it to only still resort in a L, because they know he's going to troll them, and they know it's a big ego boost of them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a big ego boost to him for them to call a recount. But hell, I would anyway. I wouldn't care how much of an ego boost it would be to him. I would call it anyway.
I would too. I would too. So I am really hanging on to my gut feeling that in the next few months, before the inauguration, that we're going to find out something about this election, about him, about Musk, about what was done, because do y'all remember him saying that he was going to declare victory the first night? That didn't include mail-in votes. Cobb County official admitted that they had gotten their ballots out late because of a computer glitch or a mechanical glitch, which could be a lie. And then they go before the court to ask for extended time for people to get their ballots together and get them back in. And the court denied them that. They have found ballots in storm drains. They, the ones that were set on fire in certain places. You notice they were heavily Democrat areas.
Russian bots were also disrupting the election.
Right.
It was all this shit going on.
Yeah. And so he stole this election, and I don't think let him celebrate for now. Let them celebrate for now. I am disappointed that there was even 12% of black men who voted for him, because they are so stupid. They don't even understand. You just voted for unqualified immunity for the police, you dumb ass. So that if anything should happen to you because of a policeman's actions, your family has no recourse. You just a dead NIGGA. And all the Latinos dancing around. A lady, Tabitha, speaks politics. I follow her. She does great content. She put up one of a young girl dancing around with a Trump flag, a Latina, and then she pretends to get on the phone to call INS and say, "I found one." INS, I know where one lives. So these people are really misguided. They have voted against their own interests. And if he is actually inaugurated, then I don't want to hear any whining from his constituents when their groceries go up, when when the pensions and Medicare and Medicaid are gone, and your ability to get medicine at a low cost is gone, because they are too stupid to understand that the ACA is Obamacare. I don't want to hear no whining, and you won't be able to blame it on any Democrats. It's all on y'all, boo. All on y'all. But I just don't think he's going to make it to that inauguration. I just don't. If we have to be held,
have predicted he won't.
Yeah. So that's my feeling. I don't want it. I mean,
Here's my thing. I'm not really consoled by that, because we got JD Vance, who is
right
up. I mean, to me, JD Vance, I don't even know what to think
of.
Both of them are severely problematic ass people.
Yes, they are. And JD Vance is worse. And why do you think he's placed there? He's placed there because he's got Silicon Valley behind him, Peter Thiel, and a bunch of tech bros behind him, Zuckerberg, all of them. They're the ones that put money behind him. And he was a lover, allegedly, of Peter Thiel, said he was groomed by a gay man who's married, who has a husband, but is very wealthy. That he was his Thiel was his mentor. You know, he is young, and that's the whole reason why we have unqualified judges on the bench today, like Aileen Cannon in Florida, because they are young and they're getting appointed to these lifetime positions, which could potentially determine how any of us live in this country because of their quote conservative end quote values. It is all a lie, and I'm feeling the way I'm feeling about it. I'm angry. I'm hurt, and I agree with you. How can we be saying that the voting is is neck and neck? All of this stuff is in neck and neck, and then all of a sudden it ain't. What?
But Trump takes it by a I wouldn't even call that a landslide. That was a dinosauric meteorite apocalypse. A landslide would be a compliment. That was apocalyptic.
Yes, it was. And for the LGBTQIA community, and our community, all of the ones that they want to other, all of the ones that they are out here to destroy, it's at the point where we all need each other to stand if we're going to have any chance of getting this man out, because he's not planning to leave. You must understand that he ain't planning to leave. He even said, I shouldn't have left the first time, but the marshals would have come in and drug his ass out of there had he not left. But he's not planning to leave, and he should be prosecuted on the Logan Act, because there's no way that Netanyahu and Viktor Orban should have, as heads of nations, should have been able to come to this country and then go down and powwow with him at Mar-a-Lago. That's wrong. That's wrong. And for the Palestinians, Black folks are very sympathetic to what's going on in Gaza. We get it. We understand it. But you voted against perhaps your best opportunity of getting something done about the situation by deciding to, in the words of one of their leaders, to punish Kamala by not voting for her. Y'all was all at all the Democrat rallies. Why didn't you take it to the man who is now saying all of y'all gonna be?
Hold on 1 second, Mama Jace, because I'm gonna say this and say this once, and then it's just blockly block from here. Stop bringing up nosy whole life on my motherfucking channel. I don't know how many 50 million 11 fucking times I have told y'all where I stand with Nosy's vote on Donald J. Big Back Ass Trump. I knew from the beginning how Nosy was voting. She was clear about her vote and why she was voting. I respect her vote. I don't give a fuck about her vote. She's allowed to vote with who the fuck she wants to vote for, and she had some just reasons to vote for him. And I could totally disagree with anybody voting for him, but I respect it because I practice what I preach, which is why I told y'all context matters for me. It ain't got to matter for the rest of y'all. But I don't lump all Trump supporters into the same category. So stop bringing up fucking Nosy. Me and Nosy are friends. Me and Nosy are going to continue to co-host together. We're going to continue to do a show together. And everybody else in my life who may have voted for Trump, which I'm not even asking at this point because I don't even want to fucking know who voted. I don't even got the bandwidth. I ain't even asking nobody who the hell. If I get access to that information, it'll just be by way of natural circumstances because I am definitely not seeking the information about how folk have voted. So can the nosy hoe shit, and if any one of y'all ask me about her ass again, your ass go just be on Block Nation. Now I want to show y'all something that you may even find very interesting.
Oh, and
Mama Jace, huh?
And by the way, I sent you some things.
And that's the things. I'm gonna pull those up right now.
Okay.
So speaking of Donald Trump knowing the election results, so Joe Rogan said that Elon Musk created an app and knew that Donald Trump won the election 4 hours before the results. Check out this shit here. And see, this goes into what the fuck I'm saying, gang.
Elon created an app and he knew who won 4 hours before the results. So as the results were coming in, 4 hours before they called it, Dana White told me, Elon was like, I'm leaving, it's over, Donald won. He just fucking somehow or another.
I'm gonna go back into my pod and evaporate.
I don't know what he's getting, where he's pulling his data from, but he had like the most accurate data in terms of the rural states hadn't put the results in yet, but yet Trump was ahead in these states. Kamala's never going to win those states, so tabulated that and like put it all together. I don't know how he did it. But Dana, I haven't even talked to Elon about this. I don't know like the Dana translation, but Dana said he had an app and he was like showing him. He's like, it's over. And he fucking left. Dude just left.
It's over. John Jones won. Just saying that.
He just fucking left.
So what do y'all think about that? I mean, this is what I'm saying. And this is only the technology that Elon was honest about publicly. Imagine what the fuck he created that's private. Imagine he created voter booth rigging machines. That's just what he was honest about creating, is that he had technology that allowed him to know beforehand, 4 hours actually, before the results were in, to the people who were calculating the damn coin.
Right, and that's just not funny. That's major Russian interference, major election and voter fraud, major. So Putin, should this man be seated, is the president of the United States, because he's the only other one that has called and congratulated him and called him a strong man. See, he knows how this fool thinks. Keep flattering him, and he'll give you everything you want.
Because he's an art.
There have been 222 lawsuits filed against him and what he plans to do already. So we have a lot of work to do, and it has to be done before Biden leaves office, and it has to be rock solid while we still have like slim majorities in the House and in the Senate. In the House, not so much, but there were, at least before this, some reasonable Republicans who would vote with Democrats. But this is, to me, a major, this right here is enough for him to get his government contracts canceled, his citizenship revoked, and his Bigfoot ass sent back to wherever he came from, because he does hold dual citizenships in other countries. Go over there, fuck what he wants access to. This, what's frightening is that he will have access to our most confidential information. He will have clearances that will allow him to get information from the Department of Defense and whatnot. He's promised that he's going to roll out all of these robots and all these AI things by next year. This is not funny. This is why we can't go to sleep on this, and this is why we are going to have to stand firm. And as much and as tired as we may be, Black folks have fought hard for whatever advances we've made, and I'm just not ready to say I'm going to not let go of it, because I'm just not going to do that. I really am not. As I was saying, I empathize and sympathize with the Palestinians. They know the Black community is a very we understand what it's like. We don't, maybe not, before we even got here, we had that kind of genocide stuff happening to us. That's what we have been fighting against since we got here. But again, I say, this man, on the first day he was in office the last time, imposed a Muslim ban and saying that these people could not come into the country. What do you think he's going to do now? What do you think he's going to do now? You think
and y'all have to, and y'all have to, I want to touch back on like this nosy whole thing. I ain't ever built one relationship in my life based upon the way anybody vote. I've never even recalled asking anybody what their political party was before I embarked upon a friendship or association for them. You already know my whole practice is also reflected in the fact that I prefer an open forum. I completely understand diversity of community. That's why I try to guide my platform to be what it is. I don't like having folk block, even if we disagree with them. Disagreeing is all about the maturity of learning to live and coexist together, because we don't live in a monolithic society. We don't live amongst a monolithic people. And because America has the very complicated task of trying to serve so many different communities and so many different cultures, it's almost impossible for us to vote in a way that doesn't offset something for someone else. So I think that the way politics is even designed in and of itself creates this type of weird dichotomy. I really don't even put it as much on the people as I do just how the system is set up in and of itself to result in a type of a drawback. And I really had to think about what the arguments are from the other side. You know, Anoza Ho, she lives in New York, you know, and you got to really think about what does it take in somebody's experience, even as an LGBT person, for them to vote for Trump in a way. You got to know that that person must be experiencing their immediate reality in a way that's so severe that it would transcend even their queer identity, their Black identity, which knows it is all those things. So that's the thing that I was like, well, damn, like New York got to be really fucked up for, you know, and courtesy of the article that we read, there's over 400,000 illegal immigrants in New York right now.
Well, you know who sent them there? Greg Abbott from Texas and Ron DeSantis put those people on buses and sent them to New York and sent them to Martha's Vineyard and sent them, you know, they don't have to go so far from California because we got, you know, we right
here.
But he took those, remember, they were busing those people, they were busting them coming in and putting them on buses and sending them to what they call sanctuary cities, and New York being one of the biggest ones.
And
They
so,
sent them.
exactly. And so imagine somebody having the opportunity in a city that they love, in a city that they live in, a city that they still have dual citizenship in, a city that they're going to be returning to, and have the opportunity to wipe those streets or to clear up whatever the issues, whatever that situation creates. Like, Nosy is a queer woman herself. She knows she's queer and she's Black. If she still voted for Trump, then that just lets you know how pressing those issues were for her. If she, and once again, I still also blame that on the system, because I wish that there was not why the fact that there's a left and a right rather than just a system that has a political and moral obligation to work on behalf of the people solely, period. There is no left and right of anything. There are just the needs of the people and entertaining creatively and intellectually how to dissolve and resolve said issues. I really just do not like how divisive the political shit is in and of itself, because most of us have been voting, trading out something. Like, the right is offering something that the left ain't, the left offering something that the right isn't. Everybody has been feeling, especially the past few decades, that you're selling your soul just a little bit no matter where you're voting.
Yeah.
And you're talking to somebody who has not been, I'm not a political person. I don't do political commentary. This is my first time even having this much dialogue. So I'm definitely not and have not been invested in politics in such a way that I'm about to personalize people's votes to that degree to where I'm not to where I'm going to be cutting off my relatives and I'm going to be filing for divorce papers and shit from my partners and all that shit. Like,
I'm on divorce.
Yeah, I'm just not, for me,
Yeah.
I ain't even that knee deep in it. And my personal system for vetting this, and I am reiterating this because I want you all, because I have had people up here who have walked away from people they've known their whole life, people that have loved them, people that have sacrificed for them, people that have truly been there for them physically. And those relationships have been completely objected to simply because of a political vote. But I want you guys to remember politics is very nuanced, and don't lump everybody on either side into one single category. I think the question of why a person voted the way they voted is important before you decide to get rid of someone who you actually love. I ain't talking about like associates and people that are just vaguely adjacent to you, but like actual people that you have a real relationship to. Like, don't just mull over those relationships because of the way people voted. Ask people why, and then in yourself assess what that then means to you. Because I totally understand people cutting off people whose bigotry influenced their vote for Trump. But if people's livelihood was on the line, if people's environments were that volatile and violent to them, and they feel that those issues came by way of a Biden administration, and there was another party promising to make their immediate lives better, make their bottom dollar better. And we all know that everybody who voting also ain't like, they are not political majors themselves. Most Americans are not really vetting their political parties and their political candidates. They're just listening to the PSAs and to the rallies. They're not thinking about, oh, what is a turf and how is that? I mean, a tariff and how is that going to impact? They're not even going that far down a rabbit hole. Like, they're just listening to the very surface proclamations and promises of the parties and saying, okay, yes, solve my shit. That's my shit right there. Casting their vote. People are not running to the polls because they are intentionally trying to afflict the LGBT community, are intentionally trying to afflict immigrant people, are intentionally trying to afflict whatever, are intentionally trying to inflict Black people or whomever people. And you can have that and still have a middle. Like, you can still disagree with that and respect it. You can still disagree with whatever reason somebody voted for Donald Trump is, and also respect the fact that respect what informed their choice, and then leave it there if you want. Or if you do feel like that vote was from a negative place and a bigoted place and a xenophobic place and a homophobic place and a niggophobic place and a every other damn phobic place, then you can choose to let go. But I'm just arguing that it's nuanced. And like I told y'all, I'm in my soft bitch era. I'm in soft girl era. I'm out of my hardcore energy for right now. I'm in a dainty place. I got dainty energy. I'm not letting these hoes upset me. I'm not letting nobody's motherfucking vote, run my blood pressure up. I'm not letting
that's right.
4 years take me to fuck up out this bitch. I'm just not, because see, that's also a part of what he wants. He wants that division. He would love it if people were giving up on their loved ones in his name. He would love it if people were being split down the middle, because he wants a cult following. He wants his people separated from the wheat and the tare. He wants that type of a divide. So I'm not about to play into any of that. I don't gotta agree with why nobody voted for Trump, but I'm not about to operate outside of my humanity just because somebody did either.
Yeah.
So I don't want to say all that for a whole full context, but I want to also fly through some of these things that Reckless has sent me and then get everybody else to chime in up here. So Joe Rogan just talked about that machine Reckless sent me this. Is captioned. I love when they say quiet part out loud. I don't know what this is, but let's listen to it.
I don't know how it is you voted for Donald Trump when you're so into facts, because his entire campaign is not based in facts. It was all based in propaganda and emotion.
I voted for Donald Trump for one reason only. His policies, if implemented, would slow the dispossession of whites in the United States.
Oh, that motherfucker.
If you were to think very hard about letting in any Muslims, all of this would slow the rate at which whites are becoming a minority.
Why are you so worried about the white dispossession of America?
Because I want my people to survive. Is that so strange? We don't control China. We don't control any place where whites are not a majority. And if we become a minority, we will not control our own destiny anymore.
I grew up in this country as a minority, as the children of immigrants. I was their first child born in America. And while I didn't have much possession or didn't much control, I really enjoyed myself. And I think that if you ask a lot of Americans, they would say that I had a lot to offer this country. You know, according to you, I guess I would be perpetuating the dispossession of white America.
That is true. That is true.
Would you say that you wouldn't want me in this country?
At some point, when my ancestors built this nation, they did not build it with the intention of giving it away to Mexicans or Chinese or Haitians or to anyone else.
Do you consider, you keep saying your ancestors built this country, you consider that a fact?
Who else built it?
Black people, Native Americans, Chinese people who came and built the railroads.
Do you think none of that could have been
Italian people?
But they're Europeans, aren't they?
Okay, so there's
he clapped back.
Then there is this. Let's see what this is.
And a fellow Trump supporter said that all he needed was my vote. I'll never be part of the MAGA family. And that I'm black, I'll never be accepted. But he just got my vote. Nah, that's crazy. Like, I love MAGA Nation. I love the MAGA family. And that breaks my heart that someone would speak to me like that right after the election. All I was a vote? Nah, I love all you guys. And I know most of you MAGA family members are not racist. And I love you guys. And I'll keep repping MAGA Nation, Trump 2024. But that really broke my heart that some guy would say that. Extremely heartbroken. MAGA family, I was on TikTok.
Okay, there's that. There's, of course, Trump making fun of the disabled because that's just what he does. There's this comparison list between Adolf Hitler and Trump. Adolf used racism to rise to power. They both used racism to rise to power. They both proposed mass deportations. They both promised to make Germany, aka America, great again. They both are fascist, anti-Muslim, fascist, blames Jews for the Germany problems, blames immigrants for American problems, thought that the UIs should wear special IDs, thinks that Muslims should wear special IDs. And once again, Trump just recently said he wants to follow in just like Hitler. So there's that. I mean, for all we know, I mean, he could be like the Timu reincarnated version of Hitler. So there's all of that. I want to welcome Rumors and Tea and Deshaun to the platform. Rumors and Tea, what's going on, boo?
Hey panel, hey crew.
Hey.
So I have to hear because I too feel like there was a large population of people that voted for Trump out of pure desperation. Like, for instance, the Palestinians that are here in this country. I said these people had to be desperate to not realize that Trump himself, as a racist, who has this drive and motivation to be a dictator, who has led and championed protests against the Islamic people, even though we know that they're not all solely Islamic, but he's been very vocal about his disdain for them. We know that he's not just in bed with Putin, he's also in bed with Israel. And so, for them to be so delusional about Biden's cabinet, and thinking that Trump was the answer, is kind of crazy. The fact that they couldn't see the compassion, and we all agree that there is an issue with the immigration as far as illegal immigrants. However, we did see that there was some compassion from the Biden administration. They may not have gone about things in a proper way that was going to be conducive for the citizens here, but the fact that they could not see that showed me that this was like literally a desperate attempt for them to try to get some resolve of ending the war in Gaza, which is not, which clearly is, like, it just showed me that people, a lot of them, those that are not racist, those that are not bigots, they literally did not have the rationale. Their desperation didn't allow them to think logically. So for those people, I don't think that they should be thrown away. However, me personally, I'm not interested because I shared a lot of information. I had a conversation. It was like being in school, not even like, it's like being a psychologist almost, like talking to people and putting the facts there, like sharing the information and having the conversation. Hours of that, like we spent hours on this platform. I shared the links or whatever the case may be, and the information was presented, and they still chose to intentionally vote out of their own interest instead of the interest of like a collective interest, knowing that you have grandparents that are on Social Security, knowing you have grandparents that have health issues that rely on Medicaid and Medicare and things of that nature, knowing that you have children that are in public schools, even though our public school system is shitty anyway, but you know that you rely on them for basically damn near babysitting services, to know that your children could be at risk of being drafted and not voluntarily placing themselves in the military, to know that police could have the possibility of having full immunity and things of that nature, to go against intentionally. That's like a big F you to your family, to your friends, to your people. So for me, I can't rock with that. I will not rock with that. But what I won't do is put a bunch of energy into dismissing those people. They're dismissed already and they don't know they're dismissed. Like, it ain't up for me to have a conversation and a debate and be argumentative about my choice to just separate myself from them. They will reap what they've sown, and they will see that, they did not make the best decision. That's just where I stand on that. I agree with you wholeheartedly that there are so many systematic tactics that have been in play and still in play, but I'm starting to see things more and more on a spiritual level, and I'm just not willing to lay down with dogs because I don't want to rise back up with fleas. And I just know that the energy that is roaming in this country is so dark, and it's been so dark, and it's going to continue to get dark. If we're not careful, we're going to absorb that energy, and we're going to be likened unto them. I think there has to be a balance on how we engage moving forward. Everything just does not require a public service announcement, in my opinion. And it's okay. I really like that you said to ask people, like, to really inquire. If it's someone that you love, I do think that it deserves a conversation to find out why people voted the way that they voted, and move ahead, whatever decisions you make. But if you see that the intent was not from a place of maliciousness, and rather a place of people just being so desperate to the point that they could not use logical sense, then I think that there should be some empathy offered. When I look at the overall election in itself, I always have said that to me, this was overall about more about humanitarian rights. It was not presented that way because of the political gain that comes from it, you know, the economical and capitalism that comes behind that. But I see so many different things that went into play. I do agree with Auntie Jace that a lot of it is not right. I have been seeing when I do log on to social media, because I've been actually just kind of like checking out, and I'll, you know, tap back in, and it's like every time I go on, I am seeing more and more videos and reports of people saying that their votes weren't counted and things of that nature. I do feel like it is kind of suspect too on the Democrats' part that Kamala just seceded, like, and I don't know if it was more or less like let them have what they vote, what they asked for, and let them see the grass isn't greener on the other side type of thing. Or like more or less just trying to maintain her peace of mind and sanity, because even though she came in at the last minute, she literally was attacked. And although she still moved with grace and everything, the way that they attacked her, and we know how politics go, that's not nothing unnormal, right? But the way that they attacked her, it had nothing to do with factual content. And I just think that, you know, it is kind of suspect that she just threw her hands up. So I'm just wondering if it was more or less her just saying like, you know, I've had enough for right now. Let them have it. Or let me protect my peace for the next 4 years type of thing. I don't know if it was a thing of for.
I think it. I got a feeling that it had to do with her own insecurities, probably, of already being a last minute candidate, and the fact that she wasn't even voted in per se on the Dem side. She was just kind of like defaulted to, which people had an early argument for in the beginning around all that. And I think between her being a woman and then her knowing that she wasn't as familiar to the people, and that, you know, this was that this was, she should, you know, and that she only had a few months, I think that she just felt like, oh, okay, well, this makes sense. Like, this makes sense. Of course he was gonna win. We didn't want him to win. I believe we could have won, but this also makes sense to me.
Because you know what's strange? Everyone I spoke to, and I said, okay, I'm an 80s baby. I can remember Bush. I was born when Reagan ran and all that, but I was too young. But I remember when Bush Sr. ran, right? And every election from that point on, I had never seen an election called, like Auntie J said, in one day. Never have I ever seen that.
Because even Obama said that it would take days, that we like.
Yeah. So I reached out to some of the elders in my family, right? And I'm asking them or whatever, like, have you guys ever seen this? I mean, I talked to my grandmother who's 96 years old, and I asked her, like, have you ever seen, like, even before you guys could vote, like, have you ever heard an election called this early and yada, yada, yada? And she was like, never. She was like, you know, it took longer back then than it did today, but never in a day, right? And I said, I don't know. I said, I'm just perplexed that there was no fight back from the Dems to just or whatever. And like she said to me, she said, let me tell you something, baby. She said, you already said it, that if this is the will of God, you can't fight against God. So if God wants this to be, it's going to be. So I said, yeah, I said, but it just seems really suspect that they're not, and I'm not saying the Dems have done anything, just their willingness to not fight it or whatever. So I said, yeah, I personally can't see anything other than this being more the spirit, the universe, and God, like all of the collective entities just working in a way where it was going to be this way no matter what, because it's necessary, because a lot of people don't think shit stink. They don't think their shit stink, and they clearly don't think Trump's shit stink, okay? And because of that, and a lot of them are like-minded, very, driven by their own agenda, their own, what suits their needs. And as a whole, we seem to have fallen away from community. And I don't mean just within a race, but as a people, we're so divided that, this is a sense of giving us a reality check. We've always known we are divided, but I don't think that we really, really acknowledge it enough in a way through self-awareness, and to do anything to bring us back to a place that, although we may have a disagreement on some things, but collectively we can all do what's best for the people. As you said, the government doing what's best for the needs of the people versus a group, just one set or a few groups of people. So yeah, I just came up for that because when Auntie James was talking about the Palestinians, I said these people had to be. There's no way in a rational mindset that they could not that they could think that Trump was the answer, and that Trump is going to do something that's going to help stop the war in their country when this man is a whole racist. All his ideology, practices, and his talking points come from a place of racism and capitalism. It would not serve him and his elitist buddies any real gain to stop the war. So if he, they're going to F around and find out. And I saw that on Instagram. Someone said this, the first phase of Project 25, Agenda 47, is the F around, and phase 2 is the find out. We have not entered the find out yet. We're still in the F around, and they're seeing some of the find out trickle down to, come into play, but it hasn't come into fruition because he's not in office yet. But when they find out and see, we already know what the temperature and the climax is going to be. The only thing that I have a real concern for is how we as a people, how we move forward, like our temperament. Like, I don't want us to fall bait to our rage and anger and the emotions of disappointment, and fall into the trap that they're set, because they're like, of course I want us to be militant, and I want us to be thorough, and I want us to be proactive, and I want us to be progressive, right? And I want us to move forge ahead, but I want us to also have a discerning spirit and how to move in dealing with them, because you can't fight fire with fire if you're not moving in a way where your discernment is leading. Because they want us to act the fool just like they act the fool.
They want us to go to the Capitol like they did.
They're banking. Even though they want us to literally get out here and be argumentative with them so they can have a reason to oot us. You understand what I'm saying? Like, whether you're prepared to retaliate or not, even though I do feel like there's something we should be at a place where we're ready to, it's like all of nothing, but I still need us to be sensible at the same time. Like, having someone stand in my face and calling me a igga ain't enough for me to want to like be unalived or unalive someone else. Like, I don't even want to give, because to me, them saying it ain't no different from me saying it to somebody else. You understand what I'm saying? Like, if that word holds so much power, then I shouldn't be using it myself in the target, how you say the word, y'all? Derogatory way. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I mean about the discerning spirit and actually being a logical thinker. We have to kind of check our emotional intelligence and make sure that it's intact, and not fall for the hand pick games. Because everything they do is very immature. It's like child antics. So we have to be mature in our responses to them. And that's why I keep saying to people, the first and the best way to always hurt people like Trump supporters It's with your dollar. Your dollar is what they value. If they don't value nothing else about you, clearly they don't value you, but they value your dollar. That's the only thing that's going to really, really, really show them that we mean business, is to withhold our money. Like that's our first strong tactic. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. All right.
But go ahead, John.
Hey.
Hey, how's it going? How's everything?
Doing good.
Everything's okay. Are you feeling slightly better?
Yeah, I feel better now. I just had to get my mind together and everything else about what's going on and stuff like that. I just have a list of everything that I need to address though. Let's go back to the porn stuff though and the trans and stuff like that, and then I'm gonna work my way up with the white man talking about you know the reason why I voted for Trump is because, we need more white people and everything else. So let's go to the trans stuff. So there was in the Instagram, there was a woman, and I saw it because Stevie, Style by Stevie, showed me that, because we were just talking about molestation of kids and everything else. And I read that a woman was naked with an elementary student and tried to molest the student or sexually touch the student or whatever it is. And then I looked underneath the comments, right? So the comments would say, "Oh, what about drag though? What about drag? As long as not drag, he." And the thing is that got nothing to do with what that article said. Absolutely nothing. That don't even make any sense at all. Then I kept scrolling, and then there was a guy that said, "Let boys be boys, ha 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 ha." And there was another one where he said, "Oh, it sounds like fun." And she said, "You're really sick." And he said, "I don't care." So how come when people in the comments underneath Conscious TV saying you're forcing the kids to be gay or something like that, or they're saying all this other stuff of trans going to children, but they can't point out stuff like that that's underneath these comments that was underneath that article that I've been seeing. And I said, and I wrote underneath the comment, you guys need to stop doing that. You need to stop using drag queens, transgenders, and all this other stuff first of all, that got nothing to do with the situation of what I read. And second, you're doing that to throw off the radar so you can focus on LGBT. So behind closed doors, these pedophiles can do whatever they want to children. That's exactly what it is, because that's the tactic right there. And I addressed
I just
it.
gotta come back up super quick, y'all. Just make sure that y'all curb the language, like try not to use
I
the
was about to
PDF,
say.
like
Oh, whoops.
If I use the P word or PDF, and then or yeah, and
grape, right? Grape,
grape and
right?
all that,
Grape. Yeah, grape and the P and the okay. So this is gonna be hard, but okay. So yeah, the people got to stop doing that, and that's basically what I said. And also there needs to be victims that would say, "Hey, transgender never did anything to me. Y'all did it. Y'all did that to me. Y'all allowed it, and y'all actually was all together on this. Because when my voice is out, y'all don't even care." And that's when the real victims need to start coming out and start speaking about it. They need to go right underneath those comments and tell them, this is what really happened to me. It got nothing to do with drag or trans. Now, let's go on the porn part.
Corn.
They're only doing it because they're trying to get rid of they're trying to ruin the LGBT's bag. They're trying to destroy everything that they've been doing anyways. That's their main goal. It got nothing to do with anything else. But the thing is, they're trying to stop everything because they don't like the LGBT period. So they want to get rid of the LGBT's business. They're getting rid of all the pride. They're gonna get rid of pride very soon. They're getting rid of same-sex marriage. They're getting rid of everything. That's the goal. That is the main goal, and you can't stop it because now that Trump is in president, he's going to do everything in his power to do it. But the thing is, why would you want to get rid of porn when there is sex scenes on TV? There's sex scenes in movies. There's sex scenes everywhere in movies. That's what I don't understand. I don't understand that. Anything that has an image of sex, it's sexual activity. And how come they don't even try to get rid of whatever that goes on, like child porn or whatever it is? Why don't they get rid of that? They don't get rid of that, but they'll get rid of adult content. Anyone that's consensual, they want to get rid of that. That's what I don't understand. I don't understand that. Now, let's go to the last part where that white man said, we need more white people to whatever. So the thing is, you're saying all that, but you Europeans traveled all over to other people's countries. Now, how would you feel when they say, we don't want you in our country. Go back where you came from. Because we need to preserve our race. And we don't need you to mess it up or F it up. Now, how would that feel for them? Think about it.
You have to keep in mind that there's a lot of the people that we are referring to, they're coming from a privileged state of being. So a lot of times they don't picture themselves having to be in that predicament to ask other countries of, can we come here? Can we be here? Yada, 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 yada. A lot of the times that those are the people that are typically making those type of arguments, which is why I even prefaced earlier and I said that if things go the way that I believe that things are going to go, which means that all of our asses are on the chopping block, then for the people that are on the chopping block that are actually entertaining the idea of going to other countries, how is it going to be and how is it going to feel when other countries also keep that same energy in terms of where's your legal documents? Our citizenship programs and citizenship process takes 10 plus years, just like ours over here does. But until then, you have to stay 10 years in your country.
Yeah.
So yeah. But yes, the thing is that they don't care, and that's the reason why I've said previously that in terms of clocking the hypocrisy of what heterosexual people do and the norms that heterosexual people do, and also the things that queer people do, and reason why for queer people it's more obvious is because it's a way of life. So when it comes down to when straight people do stuff, it's a norm. So a lot of times it runs on the subconscious. So a lot of times it's normal, which means it's very common, which means that you're normally gonna see it. So a lot of times they don't clock it because it's an everyday thing compared to something that they don't see and they haven't really been exposed to like that. It can really stick out like a sore thumb. That's the reason why. And also on top of that, we understand that people all have their biases. And
But
people
yeah,
want to
but
support
that's not reality. That's not reality. The thing is, sooner or later they're gonna find out wherever they're dating, whoever they're seeing, they're gonna see reality no matter what, no matter how you slice it, no matter how much you can control it, no matter how much you try to stop it, no matter how much you try to kill it, it's still reality. You can't stop or erase anything of what you see. It's impossible. It's been here since the earth has been here. It doesn't matter how many times you try, it doesn't work like that. You can go crazy, you can jump up and down, you can go crazy, go nuts, all you want, and it's still the same.
Well, yeah. Okay, so I do want to mention something that I kind of always forget to always kind of mention, but I do reference it in different ways, but I'm going to reference it in this way, is that the thing I've also noticed is that people are trying to or have, I'm going to say attempted to demonize Kamala Harris for, but exactly Donald Trump has done the exact same thing. So one of the things that I constantly hear all the time about Kamala Harris and her campaign and her attempts to connect to the people, et cetera, was that she had all these celebrities, all these people that have influence. Because the reason why people want celebrities a lot of times in terms of campaign managers, and the reason why they want celebrities there is because they know that these celebrities have an audience, and celebrities also hold a position of power which can be used as influence. So Beyonce, Megan Thee Stallion, Cardi B, Glorilla, all of them girls were there, and Kerry Washington, all of them people were there. But the thing is that people hammered really hard on those celebrities being there, which the main goal was to use their influence. But the gag is that if people weren't paying attention, Donald Trump did the exact same thing in terms of people who had podcasts. Really, he had podcasters there. And they really well-known podcasters there as well that were at his rallies, and also doing interviews with them and use them as a way to be able to help use their platforms and their influence.
Yeah, so they can get more votes.
Right. And so that's the thing I be wanting, and these are the things I be kind of paying attention to, because I'd be like, okay, girl, like, how you gonna demonize one, but girl, they're doing the exact same thing on the other side. But then once certain things are brought up, all of a sudden people try to massage. They try to dumb down and try to I'm gonna say massage it. Dilute it.
Dilute it.
No, it's just different. Nah, bitch, it ain't no motherfucking difference. Web to that same image. And this is the reason why, for me, I think there's more to it than just than just, it's multifaceted. It's not just because of the war.
Yeah.
It's not because she's just a woman. Not because she's not she is because she's not ADOS. Not because it's xenophobia. Like, it's multifaceted. And it's the reason why these conversations get very intense is because people aren't being honest. And that's the reason why I said earlier is that for me personally, yes, I seek context of why people voted the way they did. But in addition to that, I'm going to hold that conversation for a little bit, and I'm going to continue going back and forth. I'm going to apply the pressure to you to see if you get frustrated. And if you get frustrated, or to see, can you hold your position in terms of why you voted, how they voted, did you think about this, did you think about that, and vice versa. They're going to do the same thing with me. And the thing is, a lot of times, at least in my experience, that people have gotten frustrated, and then the truth then came out. For me, for the people that I have kind of like looked at and I side-eyed and I walked away from. Because they understand, at least the people I have encountered, they understand the social dynamic in terms of the way that some people gonna look at him like, you a Trump supporter? You MAGA? I'm like, oh, girl, okay, girl. So why'd you vote for him? Oh, I voted for him because of, the taxes and stuff. Okay, well, did you think about this? Did you think about that? And next thing you know, they're talking about some immigrants and stuff like that. I'm like, bitch, you haven't seen an illegal immigrant in your damn life.
Speaking of immigrant, there was a woman that was born in Mexico, and there was a husband that was in the military. And the husband was actually a Trump supporter. And she asked if you're going to vote for Trump, and he said yes. So what happened was, since he voted for Trump and Trump won, now she has to be deported back to Mexico. And that's exactly what happened. And that's what you get for voting for someone that you didn't even realize that's not illegal to come over to this country. Now you lost your wife. Now she's going back to the country. Now you got to go with her.
Bye-bye. Well, I'm gonna say this as well, because since we're talking about Mexico and stuff, I don't know if I told this story already, but I'm gonna tell it again. I have a personal experience with a person. Now, I don't know exactly what his ethnicity is specifically, but I know he is Hispanic. I want to say he's Mexican, but I'm not sure, but I want to say he's Mexican. I believe he told me that before or something like that. But we were talking and speaking and stuff, and he told me that he voted for Trump. And I asked him, I said, why'd you vote for Trump? He was like, oh, yeah, he's a businessman. I feel like the economy's going to be better. And I kind of like looked at him. I'm like, I almost messed around and said his name on here. I was like, yo, you do know that his policies and his approach in terms of immigrants and Hispanics and Haitians and all. And he said that, yeah, by the end of the conversation, you can tell he did not care about those different, conversations. Now, in this present conversation that we're having, I understand people can pick and choose and can compartmentalize why they like Trump, dislike Trump, and still going to vote for him, etc. That's cool. But the point that I was trying to get him to understand is that I want you to understand this, that for one, the economy that Donald Trump inherited was not because of his own doing. It was because of what Obama did, because the gag is that certain policies that are put into place, they have to take time to run its course. And in order for them to run its course, it's going to take time. And in time, you're going to see results of said economy. That's the reason why with the economy and the high inflation that was global in terms of Carisha 19, there was inflation globally. However, because of policies and certain methods that the Biden administration put into place, they were able to get inflation to come down, and we were able to recover faster than anywhere else in the globe. And we have been in the recovery state. So, and I was explaining it all to him and yada yada. And I was really trying to let him know about the social dynamic, because like we said earlier, the thing about Donald Trump is that it's not only about the political and policies and that aspect of it, it's also about the social dynamic that also comes along with him. The social dynamic that's very much present once he gets in that White House or he's been elected as president. That is the issue. And I told him that. I said the issue is that, sir, you have to keep in mind, you are a Hispanic man. And also keep in mind, too, you speak broken English. And that wasn't me trying to be funny. I was trying to let him know that, keep in mind, that socially, I'm pretty sure day by day, people are not checking people's papers on a daily basis. When they see someone who speak broken English or don't speak English at all, they're not checking these people's papers. They just make the assumption that you don't belong in this country. They make the assumption that you are illegal, and they also make it their duty to prosecute you socially without knowing the facts. And so I was just trying to let him know, like, I hope you know what possibly could be coming your way, because he speaks really bad broken English. And I'm just trying to let him know, like, yo, you do know, but we had a conversation. I don't know if he took it or even considered that, but hey, I digress. And I think that's the issue that I take with Donald Trump as well, is that because the same thing happened with the Haitian immigrants, quote unquote, the Haitian immigrants in Springfield, is that, keep in mind, the issue that I take is that he uses a broad brush to stroke the whole community. He uses a broad brush to use over a whole community, because keep in mind, I have another friend of mine, and I just deleted his number because I was like, girl, I just can't get it. But he's Haitian, and he's American, and he came from Haiti, but he got his papers and everything. And so with Donald Trump saying the whole thing about Springfield and Haitians eating the cats and dogs in America, he was like, well, they do eat cats in Haiti. And I said, okay, that may be true, but I need for you to understand the implications of that. The implications is that people are not going to make exceptions and try to decipher between who actually eats cats and dogs, which Haitian that actually eats said cats and dogs, and which Haitian that doesn't eat cats and dogs. They're going to make the assumption that all y'all asses eat the cats and dogs and all y'all asses need to get the fuck up out of here. And as a result, they're going to, because once again, people are not checking people's papers on a regular basis when you encounter them. So they're going to socially fuck with you.
That's exactly what they do, because the thing is, they always like to use it. I'm telling you, it doesn't matter. If it's based on race, sex, gender, or anything like that, they will use everyone as a collective. They will use everyone as a collective as a joking point. Like this is an individual thing. It got nothing to do with anyone else, because that person got nothing to do with the other person. I mean, it's just baffling to me. It's just absolutely freaking. It's amazing. It's amazing. I mean, like I said, this is the mentality of human beings. This is where we got to this point, for real.
G Nicole, that's actually not true, because people can't get surgery if you're under 18 years old, and in puberty blockers, you have to go through puberty, dummy. But I was gonna say the thing is that that's actually not true, G Nicole, and that's one of the issues that, in terms of talking about transgenderism, is the misinformation. But the gag is that the people that, which is why I referenced earlier, is that the people that are using certain talking points, they know, because even I've also seen certain people in one panel and then they're corrected and then they go to other panels saying the same thing, which means that at this point it's intentional. So people that may, and I'm not saying you specifically, but people who play off of the general public's ignorance and not knowing the truth about certain processes and the way that things work, and they use fear mongering and the fear tactics to create an irrational ass fear, and then wonder why we call it queerphobia or transphobia, because it's illogical. It doesn't make any sense, because queer people, children, cannot get surgery. That's false. Same thing when it came down to Roe v. Wade. The whole thing about late term abortions, no, that's not a thing. Only time it's a thing, it's when it's a medical and it's necessary, and then there's a process to that, and it has to be approved by a doctor. Same thing with the puberty blockers. That has to be approved by doctors, and you have to be a certain age. So it's not true. So that's the only thing that be getting me, and that's the thing I've noticed, is that people would be intentional about spreading the misinformation just in order to get their needs met. Not so much of their needs on a personal level in terms of what may affect them personally, because most of the time, a lot of the times when a lot of these people speak, they don't even have trans children. A lot of the times they don't. So people only use these things as a way to push their biases. And yeah. So what you got to say, Deshaun? Anything you want to say?
There was more to oh yeah, there it is. So there's a trend going on. So there's straight men saying, "Your body, my choice." They're making a little trend right there, because I got a friend on Twitter that showed me it and everything else. And yeah, they're doing a trend on a video of saying, "Your body, my choice, so I can do whatever I want, and you can't do nothing about it." And I think there was a gay man that said, "So straight men, you're gonna control another woman's body by saying your body, my choice." Well, guess what? What if I say that I'm gonna do something to you, and it's your body, my choice? See how this is going?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's also
But here's the
that's the
gag, though.
hypocrisy of our democracy is that it's weird because the way that the political system is set up is that it actually allows everybody to do that across the board. It allows everybody to vote in on everybody else's reality.
Yeah.
You get to vote people out of their healthcare, out of their benefits. You get to vote people out of their right to marry. You get to vote people out of their reproductive rights. Like, it's like, why the fuck are people even allowed to vote in on these things to begin with?
That's what I like to know. Why? I just don't understand.
But even then, J Lord, 14 states allow late term abortion. Minnesota and California, the easiest way to find on their pages, on their laws. Yes, that is true. But I need for people to really think about this. Who would carry, and I'm not saying you directly, because you probably was responding to somebody, probably was, I don't know. But just for conversation purposes, who would carry a child for almost 9 months just to terminate the pregnancy? Who would go through the struggle of being extremely hormonal? Who would go through the journey of having your hormones going up and down, being extremely emotional, having different types of cravings, going through the struggle of being able to even hold your belly up, gaining your weight, your body going through up, downs, left to right, on an emotional, on a chemical, on a physical level, just to get rid of it. Like that doesn't even make any sense. It doesn't. So I don't know.
That being said, it's an article here that I just pulled up on late-term abortion as well. This is about NBC News. And it says, on Thursday, Trump repeated claims he made in 2016 regarding late-term abortions during a debate against then presidential candidate Hillary Clinton. He claimed they will take the life of a child in 8 months to 9 months and even after birth. By definition, late in pregnancy abortions take place at or after 21 weeks of pregnancy, according to the Centers of Disease Control Prevention. Less than 1% of all abortions occur at this stage of pregnancy. More than 80% occur at or before 9 weeks of pregnancy, and just 6% occur between 14 to 20 weeks of pregnancy, which is during the second trimester. Abortion does not involve ending the life of a born baby. Any claim stating that is incorrect. Dr. Dara Cass, an emergency medicine physician in New York and a former regional director at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, told NBC News what he is talking about is murder, and it doesn't happen in relation to abortion, she said. So this is the type of shit that Trump does. He takes an exception to the rule, or he takes like a fringe manifestation, like something extreme, something that shouldn't happen, and then what he does is he placates it to the fears of the people and exacerbates it and escalates it times 20 to make you believe that this is something that is happening broadly, this is something that's happening the majority, that this is something that is widespread, which is why they call his campaign running fear mongering. It is either based off complete lies or is based on 1% of the truth, 1% of the actuality. And then he magnifies it because the right is nothing but a bunch of insecure people who want to control the world to begin with. So telling them that homosexuals are trying to convert your kids, knowing that the right is mostly homophobic and transphobic, of course it's going to appeal to them. Telling them that the Dems are unaliving newborn babies and that you can have an abortion just 5 minutes before you become full term. And he knows that because when people are actually insecure and they're stupid, because once again, we saw right from the data that Trump supporters are literally dumb. They do not have a full-term education at all. So we're talking about dumb, fear-based, insecure, conspiratorial individuals who are power-hungry and small-minded. So that's why Trump gets away with what he does to the right. And that's why you have to go behind and fact check Trump on everything he says, because it will lead to irrational fearing, irrational concern, irrational everything. And then it actually deflects from the real shit you need to be concerned about when it comes to Trump. The real tyranny and the real threat that he is politically. But I digress.
Yeah, and also, like I said, and why would you want to deal? And also, let me see this. What if the baby dies inside the woman's stomach, and let's just say it's like a fetus? That means that they're illegal to take that baby out. So that means that she's gonna die on the table along with the baby, because it's gonna get it's gonna get affected, because you can't have something dead inside you as well. So I don't understand the point of what he's trying to do, because the thing is like, what about the women that are gonna be sick in the table, because the thing is they can't take the baby out of the inside of her. You understand that? I mean,
And
this is
once
just
again, I don't want to personally hear any conversation from the right about the fucking children, because y'all only care about those children when they're white and male. When they're black and female, you don't give a fuck. When they're black and male, you don't give a fuck. When they're black and trans, you don't give a fuck. When they're black and handicapped, you don't give a fuck. When they're black and disabled, you don't give a fuck. So I don't care. The only children that the right cares about are white male children.
Yeah, and
I
also
won't even. There are literally, there are literal laws and legislations being passed in like various states to even deal with the issue of the disproportion response to Amber Alerts. Like, statistically, we can prove that white women and white children receive more community effort, more media effort when it comes to them being missing persons than black women and black girls are going missing. That is like literally statistically true. And that's what I mean by how full of shit the right is, because they forget there's something called data that fucking exists. Like, we no longer are sitting around in an era where racism is a myth, or white privilege is a myth. These things can factually be presented and proven. That's why affirmative action exists. That's why DEI hire exists. All of these things are corrective measures in a response to a white privilege system that didn't want to put anybody on but themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So don't give a fuck about no fake ass concern about children from the right. The Dems are the only ones trying to fucking actually figure shit out for the kids, which is why they handing out free food, free EBT, free housing, free schooling, scholarships, all this shit. They're the only ones who actually attempt to actually provide some type of a resource and a safety pin for the fucking kids. They're the only ones who believe in affirming children, allowing them to have a voice, actually listening to fucking kids, etc. Actually nuancing humanity, based upon people's inner and outer fucking experience. And the Dems are not perfect, but I will roll with them an idea any day over the fucking Redummikins.
yeah, but the saddest part is they want to bring back, like I said, they're bringing back they want to go back to the old days and all that other stuff.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
you
and
don't
shout
know
out super
nothing
quick.
about
Shout
these
out
grandparents.
super quick to the Uwich community, because the data also reflected a GK that y'all showed y'all asses, baby, for the blue. So shout out to y'all, because y'all came out in the 60-something percentile for the blue, baby. So yes, y'all did y'all thizzle, honey. So we appreciate y'all for that.
Okay. Yeah. Shout out. Yeah. But like I said, and like they want to go back to the 50s again. But the thing is, they don't realize that, it wasn't like how it was. Like we actually evolved so much, and you know I mean we're moving forward and stuff like that. And the thing is, Donald Trump wants, how should I put it? Like, let me think. Like, look, so what he's trying to do is, I'm just going to go through it. I'm just going to go for it. So what he's going to do is an abusive husband, and he wants the abusive husband with the wife that doesn't want him. He wants them together. That's what I basically was trying to say. I'm sorry, brain fart and stuff like that. And the thing is, why, for the sake of the child, the thing is, why would you want to do that? Why you want to make a toxic relationship between the two and stuff like that, and you know things are going to end up deadly in the home? Because it's not like how it was back then. These women are going to find a way to get out of the situation. They're not like how they was back then, and they're never going to go back. Because anything could happen at any given time. Because if it happened back then, it can happen again. And for these white men or these elder men who supports this, like, your body, my choice, that sounds like a threat. Because that's going to be really, let's just say, that's going to be deadly. I'm just going to say deadly. That's all I'm going to say. And there's going to be a lot of reports on the news because of what they're doing. Lots of reports. I'm just going to be like, told you. Because that's all I'm going to say is told you.
Because I will say this. It goes back to everything that we've been saying this whole entire time. Now, for me, I understand that Kamala was not perfect. But for me, it was the bigger picture.
She was perfect by comparison.
By comparison. It was the bigger picture. Because yes, we can talk about the war. But once again, can we continue to say, once again, that vice presidents don't make that final decision? The president does. And Kamala also has said, which people don't really want to bring up, she said that her presidency, even asked about the war, her presidency is not going to be the same or a continuation of Joe Biden. And also, she's also said as well as that we're going to have to come to a peace. And that both parties will have to be at the table. So both parties can have their needs met, especially the ones that are being victimized. But here's the thing, is that right now the bigger picture for me is that I'm going to be honest with you, I probably wouldn't really care if Donald Trump was in office if the rest of the judicial, the rest of the branches wasn't conservative heavy or dominant. I probably wouldn't care. Because once again, I don't want a system that's fully Democrat. I don't want a system that's fully Republican. I want or any other party. There needs to be checks and balances, and this is how we filter out some of the BS. That's the reason why even now the bigger picture, DEI is up for grabs. And once again, throughout all of these things I'm about to name, the tactic that the right love to use, because keep in mind, in America, there is a level of racism that's used that's very subtle and very passive. So the reason why that is because DEI is up for grabs, but like Conscious said earlier, the reason why DEI is even a thing is because it's a response to a corrupt racist system that, guess what, ladies and gentlemen, that did not allow melanated or diverse or marginalized groups of people to be at the table. And the reason why I also have to let that be known as well, because even when they talk about DEI, I really want to dig into more into that conversation, because a lot of times we hear people speak, they use DEI as the talking point, and then they'll say things along the lines of, yes, you see certain black people or certain people that's in college or in these universities that don't deserve to be there. So my question is, I'm trying to understand what's wrong with that. And I know this sounds wild, but I'm trying to understand what's wrong with that, because I'm pretty sure there's a lot of white people that are also in those universities and also in those programs who don't deserve to be there, but there's no backlash. You know what happens to them? Guess what? They drop out. You know what happens to them? You know what? Guess what? They don't graduate. But where's the backlash? There isn't. That's how I know that there is some BS in terms of people trying to weaponize DEI. And another thing as well, and this is a point that people, I saw people in debate bring it up as well when they had a debate with, I think it was Charlie Kirk, either Charlie Kirk or Ben Shapiro, when they were talking about DEI. DEI is not only for melanated people. DEI is for all diverse backgrounds and groups. That includes women, that includes different types of men, that includes race, that includes gender, that includes rich and poor. That's another big one, rich and poor. That includes poor white people. That includes y'all too. So while you sitting there keep complaining about DEI, you're not realizing because of DEI that also includes your stupid ass to be accepted into different programs, and also that you can be affected by as well. And so one of the debate person, his name was Dean, he brought up the fact how DEI, a modality of DEI, would be the electoral college. And you know, because different states have more votes and more of a pull. So why is it that we can accept DEI in form of the electoral college, but we want to get rid of DEI in terms of in any other aspect? Because if that's the case, we should all listen to what people been saying. Let's get rid of the electoral college, but we know they're not going to do that. But another thing too, in terms, especially in terms of the affirmative action, like I've been saying the whole time, it doesn't just
I said it's too much like right. They're not going to allow to get rid of the electoral college, because the thing is they decide what to vote for, and they want to create the control for the popular vote. So it is what it is. That's the reason why. And you know, anything that's tampered, they don't care. They'll just go with it. So it is what it is.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so like the same thing with affirmative action. I'm gonna keep saying the same thing all over and over. Affirmative action. Immigrants. While you voting, and this one thing I can say I've learned from IG. Socially, yes. Socially, you're not white. Yeah. Socially, yeah, I'm this, I'm that, this is my culture. But then when it comes to them polls, you vote like a white man or a white woman, not realizing that you're doing it against your own self-interest on a social level, politically, which translates to a social level. Because guess what? Affirmative action is how your ass is even over here, allowed over here, because of things like the Affirmative Action Act. Defunding public education. Last time I checked, one of the general consensus, which is why it's crazy to me, especially when I hear immigrants do shit like this, is that one of the reasons why, and I'll say one of the pushbacks or talking points that I hear a lot of people from overseas talk about Black Americans or ADOS peoples that were lazy and da. Okay, but even to their point, one of the tactics or methods that typically a lot of immigrants use to come up in America is the educational system. And last thing, the welfare. Y'all don't realize that people like military have pensions, people that work through the state have pensions, people are on Social Security because they have retired. Let me forget this. People are actually on welfare assistance. And keep in mind, let's also be clear. Y'all do know that white people are mostly on welfare assistance? Like, y'all do know that, right? Not y'all, but the people that don't get it, y'all. So once again, you're too busy trying to be on a subconscious level bigoted, but not realizing that you also going to be affected, because this also has something to do with class. Which is why when people talk about taxes, I'm like, girl, you don't have to make that much. Shut up. Okay, Rachel.
So, do you think because they're gonna get rid of all that stuff, do you think Trump is gonna make his own, his own little bill where if you're on welfare, it won't be changed to something else, or what he's gonna be calling it the Trump whatever on the piece of paper to keep people up afloat, so they won't be losing their health care, their Social Security will be like a new
I'm gonna be honest with you.
thing bump.
I'm gonna be honest with you, I really don't know, because Trump and also some and conservatives, not all of them, but conservatives were the main ones fighting against stimulus checks when people were down and out and needed help. So I don't know. From what the history is looking like a hell no. Unless he can come up with a company or come up with a way that he can make money from it directly, like he did with the Carisha-19 vaccines. If that's not happening, then I don't think so. Be honest with you, that's me personally.
Yeah, no, he's gonna just create a bigger underclass pool so that they can justify unaliving poor people and homeless people like they're already talking about doing, and they can continue to deport folk and put their asses in FEMA camps and subject people to all type of weird ass shit in the name of them trying to survive and make a fucking bottom dollar. Like, of course, there's nothing about Trump's worldview that's humanitarian. A philanthropist and humanitarian is not even someone who has 34 convictions behind him. It's not even a convicted felon. It's not somebody who is a rapist and somebody who discards a woman's autonomy. So there is no humanity to conceive of. He's already lining his pockets up with world dictators and billionaires like Elon Musk, Bill Gates, etc. He's creating a world for them, not for us. And like Orecula said, if we can't be used as a puppet and as a commodity, then we'll be disposed of. And it's just those are the only two options for minority folk in Trump's world and his party's world, for that matter. They're going to starve the country the fuck out. As far hell, I have to consider if Trump is himself going to be used as a puppet to collapse the American dollar entirely, because they've been trying to push a new world order for the longest in order to bring in a one world currency, etc. The American dollar is already losing its value in a plethora of countries.
Wow.
For all I know, this is just a part of that continual rollout.
I thought the New World Order was gonna be a little bit later than this, because this is way too soon. This is way too soon. Like, that's way too early for that. This is crazy.
No, it's not way too early. They've been working on it for decades.
Oh God.
And it's still not going to even be complete with Trump. It's just another part of the ascension to its fulfillment. And I believe that's why they have the House and Senate stacked. They have all of the Infinity Stones but one, and they are Trump's legacy is to help the right stay in power altogether. People thinking that this is about Trump trying to stay a dictator. No, this is him attempting to come into office and to work hand in hand with his political party to keep them in power. This is long after he's gone. It's going to be a Republican world.
Also, he said, Rob Smith that was up here said, oh, it's always been a Republican world. He also was saying, like, I'm not I'm not going to Kamala and stuff like that. You called me names. You gays called me names and all that stuff, calling me Uncle Ruckus, all of this. I'm gonna stay with Trump and all that other stuff. Meanwhile, the dude that was in the in those white parties, they were laughing at him, calling him an FAG and all that other stuff, and he was laughing right with them, right on Twitter. I'm like, this is the weirdest stuff I've ever seen. I mean, he's LGBT and he voted for Trump and he's talking all this stuff. And he doesn't even care. I mean, he literally wants to be white so bad. He wants to be something that he's not or something. And people like that are actually dangerous because then they'll create lies and also suppress the LGBT because they're LGBT as well. Even though he's openly LGBT. It's kind of weird. Yeah, it's on the Instagram anyways, of what he said. So, yeah, this is
the only peaceful utopian world that we're going to get is the ones that we are willing to literally fight for. That's it. There is no negotiating. There is no trying to ascend to power their way in their system. You can't even be pro-black in their system.
No,
that's
because
why Kamala Harris had to even use coded fucking language in her position when they asked her, what about reparations? Oh, well, I can't do anything specifically for black people. All that was about speaking in code because she can't talk like that in their world. She's aware she's in their world. Her mother taught her from the beginning that she was a Negro in this system and she's going to be treated like one as an Indian, a Jamaican. And she, as a little girl, was taken to the boycotts and sit-ins and the rallies. So I couldn't believe that our own people forgot or just chose to conveniently not give a fuck about the fact that all black professionals, all black folks in corporate spaces have to talk like that. You don't even get to have black hair in their fucking system, yet alone talk black ass, revolutionary, black independent, black specific shit and get anywhere that is in their system. So if you're going to try to get into power, to do something for your people by going through their system, you have to be able to code switch. You have to be able to tap dance. You have to be capable of shucking and fucking jiving. You can't get up in that shit and talk that Dr. Umar shit, talk that Brother Polite shit, talk that Young Pharaoh ass shit. Hell, look at what happened to fucking Young Pharaoh. The minute he got a little twinkling of mainstream attention, they got his ass up out of there with the quickness and the goddamn hurry, and he been in a mental asylum ever since.
Oh wow.
Lost his motherfucking mind, completely descended from grace in the most humiliating, self-destructive ass way. So, I don't know what else to say other than, hey, y'all can keep doing it this way if y'all want to. Good luck. Good luck, baby. Because my name is Bennett, and I am officially ain't in it, baby.
What we need to do though is the people that don't want to be in that symbolization, we really need to find the people that's in pain and also try to give them a platform or anything like that so that they can help others to be in the other platform so we can form a group and stuff like that that's from families that are narcissistic. You know what I mean? So that they can actually grow and have their own mind and stuff like that so they can have their own freedom and mind, over there so they won't get caught or in trouble or anything like that. We really need stuff like that to help people like that. Like individualities, no matter who they are, that was going through this. You know what I mean? Because the majority of these families are not Christian. They say that they're Christian and they're not because they abuse children. just because you're Christian, you're not Christian, really, if you're abusing children. I don't care. Because whatever the children is, that's who they are. They are authentic. They're going to grow up the same way. No matter how much you like it, they're going to do it in secret. No matter how much you get mad, because you're only hurting the other side of the family because you're trying to create something that you can't even create. So no matter how you slice it, it's not going to work. So for people that, I just wish there was something like a platform for abused people that can be who they are and try to, find themselves so they can pick up the pieces and stuff like that.
I mean, it's a lot of systems, it's a lot of platforms, but the thing about it, Deshaun, is it's going to take a lot more than a platform. We're going to have to create an actual safe world, but this one has to go for that one to be able to happen, because people have to live outside of that platform. Like everybody on today's show has to go out into the real world every day, has to go into their families, have to go into their workplace, have to go into school systems, have to go into the highways and the byways of the country. It's not enough to just even have a safe platform. The world has to be safe, because those people have to still interact with people who are willing to be decent human beings, or else their lives are on the line every day and their mental health is on the line every day. And what we don't want to do is only treat the problem. We have to cure it, because we're really not getting any further by just coping with our mental duress. Even that in and of itself eventually leads to total mental health complications and illnesses. Like, the world is going to have to get better. And if we want these kids to stop ooting up schools and ooting up clubs, and if we want these, because these young people are not even making it to 16 without trying to burn down the village. Like, something is deeply wrong with our country. Something is deeply wrong with our system, and everybody is fighting it the wrong way. They want to remove GUNs. Well, the problem with the mass ootings also comes down to the fact that there is something really poisonous about this culture and this society. And if it's not GUNs that people are getting a hold of, it's going to be makeshift explosives in their parents' basements. It's going to be knives. It's going to be looting. It's going to be anything, because that shit has to turn into an action. Like, your condition typically is going to turn into a behavior. So I just don't see enough emphasis on this system being empathic enough, being compassionate enough. Stop treating the goddamn symptoms, deal with the reality and the source of the shit, and work toward healing that. But America is just in a fucking knot. You have minority people experiencing systemic oppression that other people don't want to fucking recognize. You have people saying we all should get along, we all should get along. And then some of those people are the people who voted for somebody who's racially and gender insensitive as fuck. And you have people putting their material needs over principle, over righteousness, over compassion, over human decency. I mean, I don't know what to tell y'all about how to deal with this system, other than look, it has to go. And I completely, it took me to get a little bit older to really understand why people were resistant toward their government, and why the people got really aggressive, and why so many countries are actually split in half. And I can't even be mad at it, because you know what, to be honest, I'd rather the chaos in the name of not bowing down in the name of no, we won't go, than to take these insignificant breadcrumbs in the name of going along to get along. Because us going along to get along is getting us nowhere, but back in this same shit. Back in the same shit. This is what going along to get along looks like per generation. Per generation. The same shit. We're fighting the same demons that our ancestors did. We're fighting the same monsters that our ancestors did. We are fighting the same bullies on the playground. It's the same shit per generation, over and over. It's the same people who did in the streets. It's the same blood in the land. It's the same shit over and over and over and over and over again.
But you know what? It comes from, like I said, it comes from learning behaviors. It comes from the behaviors of what the parents had to go through, it because they take their pain and they give it to the children. The children inherit, and then they do whatever they're doing. And I mean, when they grow up, they become narcissistic adults because it depends on how they grow up in these homes as well. Because whatever you teach the child, he will grow up to be becoming that. That's just how it goes. And plus, you know, it's like history. Yeah, history repeats itself. Even the Bible says the dead is going to come back.
And that's the reason why, and that goes to my point. I don't be wanting to hear that bullshit when people love to say shit along the lines of these children are too young for this. Now, of course, everything has to be age appropriate, but the issue that I take with it is that they don't want children to know anything positive about queer people. They only want to. They take no issue with teaching their children the negative stuff about queer people, which is going to result in some way or some form of othering. So I don't be wanting to hear that shit, and I get it every single time when it comes to the church. Every single time.
And that's the thing. And then you wonder why these women are crying like, oh, my boyfriend's gay, oh, my boyfriend. But the thing is, you're crying because the thing is, history repeats itself. The thing is, that's how he was taught. And the thing is, you got to learn from what your spouse was or whatever you date. And when you have a baby or stuff like that, and if the baby is like whatever, you let that baby be who that baby is. I mean, if don't let it go too far, if that's what you want. But the thing is, that's who that is. There is same-sex attraction people on this planet, whether you like it or not. I don't know these people, but the thing is, I think is straight people they like gay people. They do. It's just that they just don't know how to say it. They don't want to admit it because the thing is, it will look bad for the family. They don't want to admit it because they don't want to be with each other. The heterosexuals don't want to be with each other because if that was the case, they would allow the son to be gay, right? And then they'll have another baby. That son will be straight, and then inherit their family name or sister or whatever. That way, she will inherit their family name. But no, it's too much like right. So they focus on gay people for their offspring. They don't care about the rest of them. That's basically what it is. They just don't want to admit that they love gay people. They don't want to admit it. They really don't. I mean, you be hearing everything of what's going on. Oh, my boyfriend. Oh, I just found out my ex-boyfriend is with another boyfriend or something like that. Oh my gosh, a woman. Well, what do you expect? Oh my God, they're becoming gay. What happened to our black kings? But the thing is, you're sleeping with them because you want to own them. But the thing is, there are heterosexual men that you can sleep with.
The thing about it is they wouldn't even have to be worried about heterosexuality if they got over their homophobia.
That too.
Because black men are laying down with freaky ass, sexually fluid ass black women, and black women in return should be laying down with sexually fluid ass, freaky ass black men. Because the reality is there's more people on the spectrum of orientation than there are on the extreme opposites of it. And until people ready to sit in that truth, that your man is on the spectrum just like you, boo. He like him a little dick every now and again, like you a little puss every now and again. Until we accept that orientation is natural and all people have no choice in their proclivities, and remove this gross stigma on orientation as a whole, people are going to be missing out on their lives. People are going to be missing out on their soulmates, missing out on their twin flames, missing out on the best relationships, some of the best sex, some of the best people they could ever meet in their lives, all because people are trying to turn urban legends into reality. And people want to be over stigmatizing individuals about shit that has to do with human nature. And I hope that black masculine presenting men, somebody got I think that's Deshaun with this feedback in your mic. I hope that black masculine presenting men continue to come out of the closet. Continue to stand in your pansexuality, bisexuality, your trans attractedness, etc. Because it's also going to take like the DL moving out of the shadows and standing in their shit in order for everybody else to get with the times. The only reason why the community still has the DL community in a chokehold is because DL men succumb to it. They succumb to the stigmatization. They succumb to the judgment. They succumb to all of that. People get over what you can get over. So once these niggas don't give a fuck no more, like, yeah, I fuck my homegirls and my homeboys sometimes. Yeah, I like men and I like women. Yes, I'm attracted to trans men. Yes, I'm attracted to trans women. I don't really give a fuck what you think about that. And you can take it out, motherfucking leave it. Guess what people gonna start doing? Doing a whole lot of taking, more so than leaving. People only pull that leaving game because they're really trying to force people into conformity. They trying to force people into a closet that they know they prefer to go in because they don't have the courage to stand on business. And then people are delusional enough to be with you as long as you are willing to be delusional enough to present as heterosexual, even though you're in fact not. But once the DL stops placating to that, they stop giving this homophobic and transphobic ass society what they want, you're going to see this conversation go away. You're going to see a lot more black women with openly bisexual, pansexual ass men. You're going to see all of that just dwindle because people are only capitalizing because they know people are fearful enough and want to belong enough to give in to other people's expectation of them. They're going to have to be courageous. This is largely why this society is kind of trying to get over, you know, openly gay people and trans folk and lesbian folk in the public space. It's largely because queer people have not backed down. So you ain't got no choice but to eat it. You ain't got no choice. We ain't giving you a choice in the matter. And because I got to get over it, you are over it. And now we're seeing a attempt at acceptance, a attempt of affirmation and visibility and inclusivity. This whole system has made people raggedy as fuck. It's made people inhumane as fuck. And then people have the audacity to talk all that God shit and that Christian shit. You look, what that God shit and that Christian shit boils down to is your ability to recognize and value people's actual humanity. If you ain't doing that, bitch, you don't know God. And you damn sure not a Christian. Project 2025 have it out for all of us. Gays, straights, blacks, Latinos, immigrants, children. I mean, I don't know if they've read Project 2025. They're going to be ripping off protective legislation that protects your kids from working hazardous ass jobs. Those protection mechanisms are going to also be completely dissolved. And your 16-year-olds and 15-year-olds are going to be able to they're going to be allowed to work in jobs typically reserved for experienced adults. And they're going to be able to do those risky ass occupations, working around chemicals, working in all type of unregulated ass spaces. Everybody is up. Everybody's time is up. Everybody got a number when it comes to this administration. Nobody is fucking safe. You're delusional if you think that you do and that you are. If you don't make over $400,000 a fucking year, you might as well hang it up flat screen. Hang it up. This is an opportune time for the people to galvanize, to stand together, to come together. But I can already see that unfortunately may be wishful thinking as well. Donald Trump wins Arizona final state in 2024 election. Donald Trump has won Arizona according to the Associated Press. With this win, he snags its 11 electoral votes, flipping the state from blue to red, officially taking all of the battleground states. With 312 electoral, 270 needed to win, Trump has officially won the fucking election. And he also won the popular vote.
Oh my God.
Look at this map. Look at how red this fucking map is.
Oh,
I'm left to only believe.
God.
I'm left to believe that the little bit of blue we see is just the fucking bodies of water.
So essentially, what I got from this, so essentially, what I think is, I do believe that the war really was a big factor, but I guess the people, what they don't realize is that, especially the marginalized groups of people, is that that's cool and all. And I'm probably gonna say something that's gonna be kind of harsh, but now you just chose not really the war over there, and I just put the war on yourselves. Okay, got you.
Shout out to Kathy. Shout out to all of my donators. Thank you, Kathy. Thank you, boo. And God bless you. Thank you to my baby daddy, Deshaun, who on the panel. Double T as well as Crystal. A sea of fucking red.
Call it the Red Sea.
The Red Sea. He has officially won the motherfucking election. How did Musk know 4 hours before the election was called that the convicted felon had won? He got special technology. I wonder what else that special technology assisted in. That's the gag. That's the gag. So if Elon Musk had the technology to predict what wasn't even permitted to be concluded, wasn't even the people involved who counting the ballots, who behind calculating and tallying up the votes, didn't even know until November the 9th. Elon Musk knew 2 days ago, 4 hours prior to everybody else. What else did he have the technological means to do if he had the technological means to do that? What else did he have the power to do? Do we still got that uphill?
Oh yeah, Donald Trump said, wait, I'm sorry.
I'm gonna play this real quick.
Elon created an app and he knew who won 4 hours before the results. So as the results were coming in, 4 hours before they called it, Dana White told me Elon was like, "I'm leaving. It's over. Donald won." He just fucking.
And mind you, they ain't even called it until today. This was 2 days ago. 2-3 days ago.
Just fucking somehow or another.
I'm gonna go back into my pod and evaporate.
I don't know what he's getting, where he's pulling his data from, but he had like the most accurate data in terms of the rural states hadn't put the results in yet, but yet Trump was ahead in these states. Kamala's never going to win those states, so tabulated that and like put it all together. I don't know how he did it. But
yeah,
Dana. I haven't even talked to Elon about this. I don't know like the Dana translation, but Dana said he had an app, and he was like showing him. He's like, "It's over." And he fucking left. Dude just left.
It's over. John Jones won. Just saying that.
He just fucking left. Apparently.
Deshaun, you was about to say something.
Oh yeah. Donald Trump said, when I'm president, I'm going to create a dome over America, just like over there, Israel and stuff like that. That's deflecting. We're gonna have a dome over in America. It's gonna happen very, very quickly, very, very quickly.
Ooh, child. Well, speaking of a dome, very quickly, we have Disso. Hi, Disso. I think you're muted, sir.
Hey, how you doing?
I am well. How are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. So I'm calling from Central America, Costa Rica.
Okay.
I work here in matters of human rights, migration, drug policy reform. I'm half Tico, half Venezuelan. So as a survivor of the 27 years of Chavismo, us seeing Trump getting elected is no surprise at all. Just comes to show to us that United States is not exceptional in any way, shape, form, or manner. They're just like us. They can elect the wrong person and fuck up their own country. So there's so much to converse in that sense. But I did hear you at the beginning of the conversation when I was catching up about the New World Order. And it's something that I want to touch on. For us in Latin America, the actual New World Order that we started seeing happening in 3 different periods in the last 248 years. The last one was post-Second World War, which has been ongoing for almost 75 years. The New World Order that we saw and that we suffered and that we have survived and we have lived through is the US-based centric control over economics, cultural, social, and political. Suffice to say that in the last 74 years, the United States has taken it upon themselves to depose democratically elected presidents in Latin America, and a lot of the issues of irregular migration that have happened and continue to happen. One of the major factors that fuels that irregular migration, especially in Latin America, is directly caused by United States foreign policy. Added into that, the crisis and political crisis that each of our countries may have lived. But those 2 factors, internal and external, play a huge role into that. So for us, seeing Trump elected as president again, second time, it's no surprise. It just shows to us that United States, as this so-called illusion of superpower, is nothing more than just like us. For the past 248 years, constructing the democracy, independence, etc., you fucked up as much as we have fucked up. You've had your successes, and we've had our successes. But in relation to what's happening,
let me ask you a question then. So, like, would you say where y'all are now as a system? Are y'all in the L? Are y'all in the loss? Are y'all on the up and up?
It's relative country for country. There are some countries that are going on the up and up. Other countries have become stagnated, and some countries, like the situation in Venezuela, it's an L. Or the situation in Nicaragua, or the etc. I can give so many examples. So it's very
So when you
relative.
say that, like we can fuck it up too. Are we about to enter into our major L again in history?
Highly probable that in the next 4 years, it all depends on the next 4 years, how that this presidency of Trump, is he going to fulfill his I'm going to be dictator for one day, or is he going to be dictator for 27 years, like the Chavismo, Chavez and Maduro, or like Daniel Ortega or Fidel Castro or Pinochet? Is the terrorist group known as the Heritage Foundation going to be successful in implementing, especially because the Congress today is majority Republican, the Project 2025, which is a destruction of democracy in every sense of the word? And in the next elections, how is United States going to be capable and its political system to break the failure of bipartisan systems that has today resulted in what has happened in this recent election? Will it be possible to, just like it has happened in several countries in Latin America, break the bipartisan model, and a third party wins elections, starts governing, then a fourth party, a fifth party, and the political representation becomes massive in that sense? So will United States be able to break its own habits?
Probably not. And then what does that mean? What do the people do?
Look, Costa Rica was governed by a bipartisan model for 60 years. Two parties, just like that. Republicans, Democrats. In our case, it was social Christians and social Democrats. So these two parties governed us for 60 years. And 14 years ago, a third party comes up and they start pushing to get elected. And boom, they get elected. Last 8 years here in Costa Rica has been governed by not by the traditional bipartisan political parties, but by alternative parties. The Venezuela situation. Why did Chavez arrive to power? Well, I'm going to be very simple on it. 92, you had an attempted coup by Hugo Chavez, a military coup against Chavez. I was there. That was one of my first experiences as a political being. I was 13 years old. I lived through an attempted military coup in Venezuela. He got arrested, and the following president, who came after the one who Chavez tried to depose, pardoned him. And that's how he was able to enter the election period of 98.
Wow.
Because he was pardoned. He was in jail for being a traitor.
Wow.
So when he got elected, it was precisely with the same anti-establishment discourse, but on this time, instead of being a right-wing, xenophobic, pseudo-fascist, it was a Marxist idea. So, but again, he came, won, and well, the rest is history of the last 27 years. So, what do people do with this explanation? Simple. You have to learn that breaking the bipartisan system requires a compromise of breaking paradigms and saying to yourselves as political beings, you don't need two parties. You don't need 1,000 parties.
Yeah.
What you need is the civil responsibility of stepping up and fighting for what you consider is necessary, not what you believe, what is necessary to have a better world or a better country in that sense. And then on that sense, yes, you'll have those. Look, the Christians in the United States and the national Christians are seen by a lot in Latin America as false Christians. They're seen as heretics and Satanists. And the Christians here in Latin America are, as well as the Catholics, nationalists also. So between the Christians of Latin America and the Christians of North America, they have to sit down and decide which of the 35 nations is the one's choice selected by their God. I'm an atheist. But I'm going to give you another.
Well, they show it out too in this election, largely for the blue political party, which is interesting.
So think about this. The Christians in the United States say that the United States is the chosen by God. But the Christian nationalists in Argentina will tell you that it's Argentina, the country chosen by God. The ones in Costa Rica will tell you that it's the Costa Rica, the chosen by God. So they have a problem because out of the 35 nations here in the Western Hemisphere, they haven't decided which one is the one chosen by their so-called God. And the other thing, my country, Costa Rica, is one of the last 3 countries that is a confessional republic. I'm going to explain what that means. That means that in my constitution, the official religion of the state is the Apostolic Roman, the Catholic. In the last decade, out of the taxes we pay, $6.1 billion have been given to the Catholic Church, to that little, to the group of weird man who has a weird habit of touching A minor, you know. And that's what the Christians want in the United States. They want a piece of the cake of the federal budget, as well as of the state budget. That's all they want. That's what Christian nationalism wants. They want to be paid.
Yeah. Wow. The moolah.
La mula, la guita, los rojitos.
But when you say the people have to be willing to undergo a paradigm shift, they have to be willing to cut ties with the bipartisan bullshit. They have to be more self-assertive and take up more burden as a people. I mean, but what does that look like? I mean, like, how do you get there? Do you just educate people on the matter in hopes that they wake up to say it?
How to put this in a very simple sense?
Yes. Hooked on phonics, simple.
Involving oneself in politics demands knowledge, demands to have the effort of understanding the academic behind the theories, the theory of the state, the rule of law, the theory of how a constitution is established, etc. It needs an understanding of the history of this Western Hemisphere. And in the last 500 some odd years, what was the difference between the invasion of the Europeans, the colonization of the Europeans, and the era of independence, what it signified for our modern day? It requires to be able to fight your own vices, to be able to go beyond your beliefs and enter the era, the ground of knowledge. So one of the greatest fights is the fight against the anti-intellectualism that not only in the United States but throughout the whole continent here in America has been happening, and we see it around the world.
Yeah.
And that fight means that you have to destroy beliefs. You are obligated to destroy those beliefs in the sense that you have to show them as what they are: charlatans, farce, scammers, etc. because right now politics is in the arena of beliefs. Politics is the arena of knowledge, and being able to always go beyond those beliefs.
Wow. Yeah. So America's fucked because we're definitely not ready for any of that. The American people are obsessed with beliefs and obsessed with paradigm and obsessed with familiarity. And they just want to literally sling the same shit against the wall in hopes that it leads to something without realizing that what first and foremost has to change, like you said, is our inner space, our intellectual space, our perception, and to your point, also, yes, a very masterful understanding of the system, how it was created, what it sits upon, what is gluing the shit together. How did all this shit form? You can't dismantle something you don't understand. You don't even understand how it's built. You don't understand how the watch was even created, what even makes it tick tock. But my fear is the whole paradigm part. Changing people's minds in this country has been as slow as Manasseh or Manasseh. Yeah. And so, and speaking of that, you said you were an atheist. Were you always an atheist? What led to your atheism?
Oh yeah, I've been an atheist since 8 years. Well, since pretty much 8 years of age. I'm 43 right now. So my story is unique in many ways because I was born in Costa Rica. As soon as I was born, unfortunately, due to the economic conditions of my biological mother, she had to give me up for adoption. Because of that, I was adopted by a Costa Rican woman, and eventually she married the Venezuelan man who became my father. Funnily enough, there's this whole other story as to why those two got married. So my father worked for the Venezuelan government. He had been a Ministry of Communication. He had been the private secretary for one of the biggest leaders in Venezuelan democracy, Romulo Gallegos, and Romulo Bendacourt, both Romulus. And when he married my mother, he was being appointed ambassador. So from the moment I have memory, my world was in the world of politics. By the time I was 16, I had already lived in 6 different countries. I had lived, obviously, Costa Rica, Venezuela, Argentina, Mexico, United States, and then Ecuador. This, sorry if I prolong, I just wanted to give you that context because the first time we're talking, and I'm okay sharing my history. So this whole context gave me those tools to understand what was to be Latin American, what was to be Costa Rican, what was to be Venezuelan, what was to be Latin American. So viewing all this sense, my parents were agnostics. Both of them believed in their own ways in God. But my father did tell me something. And he was one of the principal ways of motivating me to find my own sense. He told me, a true man abandons all beliefs for knowledge. A true man who works in service of others is a man who will never subject themselves to beliefs. And he told me this very early on, not in those words, but he started educating me over that slowly. And that gave me the tools to say, why should I believe in a foreign God like Abrahamic religions? Abrahamic religions here in the Western Hemisphere were used as weapons of mass destruction. They destroyed my people. They tried to erase us from existence. We won and survived in many ways. But Christianity, Catholicism, Islam, and Judaism were the tools of the of those who invaded us here to destroy us. So why should I believe in that? Moreover, as I grew and my uncle was a theologist, and I passed high school, etc. Went to university. I studied 4 major careers first, which were law, um, philology, no, not philology. Um, damn, I'm losing my words in English. I studied law, sociology, political science, and linguistics. And well, I technically handle 6 languages, 7-ish right now. I speak English, Spanish, Portuguese, French. One of the languages here of my people of the 8, one of the 8 tribes, which is Biribiri. I'm reconnecting with that. My heritage is a combination of that happened a lot here during that process is Afro-Indigenous. So I'm a mixture of Afro descendancy of slavery here and one of the indigenous groups.
Wow. Very intersectional. I might add. Okay, so my question to you is, what do you think law and order, because we know that religion has had a terrible impact on societies and culture. What do you think? Are you crying?
Huh?
Oh, because your eyes are teary, I think.
Oh, no. If you see that, I have a problem on one of my eyes. I was born without the tear contact. I've had over, I don't know, 12 different operations since I was young. So when the weather gets dry, this eye just gets teary like a motherfucker.
Got it. Okay. I was just making sure and checking in. I was going to hand you a tissue if you was having a moment, you know.
No.
Okay.
No, not at all.
So what do you think that a lot of our law and order would have came from without religion, which has been used to fuel like, you know, like these ideas around love and loving thy neighbor and kindness, etc. Like, do you think from an atheistic point we could have came to a foundational understanding about what should be the authority? What's you know, like how do you create a baseline for human decency without using religion as a catalyst or spirituality even as a catalyst?
We have historically, as humans, especially in the last 12,024 years of the human era and the civilization construction, religion played a secondary role in the construction of what ought to and what should be and what must be. It always played that secondary role. In fact, if we look at the Hammurabi Code, it as one of the first written laws from the Syrian people, it fundamentally followed a very concise line. Don't harm others. If you do, you're gonna get judged. If you steal, you're gonna get your hand cut off. Things like that. As civilization progressed, we saw the from the Popol Vuh or the different writings in the Mexica world, or if we just go to Roman Empire or Greeks or etc., we start seeing that development of redefining how things were and what should, ought, and must be. And from that we get, you know, the classical philosophies and etc. So religion always played a second fiddle to all of this. And when we examine the normative, or just to say it this way, the way things were categorized, or the things were established as saying you cannot do this, you can do this, you cannot do this, you cannot do that. If you do this, you're going to get this punishment, etc. It was just a continuous effort of fine, and I'm going to use this expression, and the Christians are going to hate me, but that was actually fine tuning, and it still is to today, fine tuning. So moral is a process of fine tuning by its creator, and its creator is us. It's got two thumbs and so
fine tuning. Cool.
Yeah.
If we are if we are the authors, I mean, doesn't that make it purely subjective and make it purely fragile? Like, isn't it fragile as a result of it being us who birthed?
So, in a simple fashion, if we look at one of the major stories in so-called creation of the Christians, the Garden of Eden, God gave them everything. You can have everything, that's it, except don't go for the tree of knowledge. So I'm going to associate it this way. Let's just say that that tree of knowledge and that apple was marijuana. God said, hey, that thing they call God said, hey, listen, you got the Garden of Eden, you can do whatever you want, except don't smoke marijuana. And what's the first thing the humans did? So this idea of this omnipresent, it being that supposedly it's all powerful, all knowledgeable, blah 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 blah, couldn't avoid the simple aspect of it said don't do it, we did it. So the idea that because we have created things has to be perfect is baseless. This is why I said, and I mentioned, it's a fine-tuning process. It has continuously evolved to reach at least the closeness to that ideal of perfection. But at the end, the result is not perfection, but it's at least finding ways of, and I'm going to give an example. Back in the day, a couple hundred years ago, 300 years ago, a little bit around that time, when somebody felt that another person had defamed them and slandered them, what was the way to resolve that problem? Grab the guns and go do it, right? Today, how do we resolve that problem of somebody saying, hey, that person defamed me? Take them to court. So we're no longer killing each other. So that is the fine tuning. That example shows you how resolution of conflict is constantly evolving to find ways that doesn't mean killing each other off, or scorched earth solution.
So why hasn't that translated in terms of world militaries and armies and police states? Because we still, in a way, act barbaric. We just justify it when we do.
Well, in the perspective of my own country, my country abolished military 74 years ago. Out of the 203 years of history that we've had, the last 74, we abolished that military. After a civil war that happened on 49. One thing I learned out of this is that the projects that we have been on constructing of this democracies, the republics, etc., especially here in the Western Hemisphere, demand us to know that the idea of traditional defense through a military force goes against our own interests of freedom, civil rights, etc. But to reach that point, there has to be also ways that, and I'll give you an example, invasion of Russia to Ukraine, where if the entitlement of a neighbor thinks that they can come and invade us, like what Nicaragua tried to do with us a few years back in Costa Rica, that instead of a military force, we have the possibility of saying, you know what? You say this land belongs to you, and I say it belongs to me. Let's go to court. Let's see who wins. And whoever loses pays the winner money. It hurts more than the millions and billions and billions of wasting money on a military force. But it, again, goes back to the fine tuning. It's the capability of breaking those paradigms. And right now, U.S. And many parts of the world are still depending on force makes right, when actually force makes destruction.
Yeah. Wow. Wow. So we're fucked, and we are about to become the new poorest country on the block with massive social upheaval, because we're not going to be able to accomplish right now those things that you said would lead to a remedy and a resolve. The people are not ready to reclaim their power in that way. It's unfortunate and it's sad, and Americans are crying and devastated and mourning because, yeah, like this is the closest so far in modern history that we've gotten to like a dictator who is really apathetic and absurd.
Right now, I wish I could tell you otherwise, but yes, you're fucked. I mean, the same way Venezuelans fuck themselves with Chavez. I wish I could tell you otherwise, but now, in the questions of being fucked, it also is an opportunity for improving and pushing forward the aspects of resistance. At this moment, you're not there at totally fucked. You're just fucked.
Right.
So there still is space before the totally fucked comes and not surprises everybody.
Yeah, like we haven't gotten to the ass clapping part. So
pretty much.
So my question to you then is, could you say resistance? So does that mean that you are pro aggression?
Oh man, look, when oppression becomes a norm, resistance becomes an obligation. But you have to learn something of history. Be careful with the resistant movements that then end up with a Robespierre or a Napoleon. I don't know if you get that historical reference. Be careful with the resistant movements that end up with Fidel Castro, or that end up with a 60-year process of resistance where your main objectives, you fucked them up and you've started affecting the people you were saying you're defending.
Right.
Resistance, and I'm going to give you this example. We have a national hero here, an indigenous leader. His name is Pablo Presbere. 100 years prior to Pablo Presbere, there had been several movements against the Spaniards that were invading here. Okay. Pablo Presbere appeared and did his revolution that got us land back 8 years prior to the start of the independence process of the United States. Yes, he killed Catholic priests, their wives, their kids. He killed people. Have no doubt on that. And we got our land back. And the Spaniards couldn't do shit about it. They afterwards were able to capture him. And they obviously executed him. But at the moment they were about to execute, my people tell the story that one of the Catholic priests came up and said, if you go and confess your sins, you'll be... And he, in our language, he turned around and said, there's no such things as gods. Even Sivu, what was the god in our time, or the indigenous, even Sivu left us. So why should I repent of my sins? If I had the opportunity of killing more of you motherfuckers, I would have done so.
Baby. Respect. To the end.
Yeah.
To the end. To the end. Wow.
Oh, damn.
Our God left us.
So that's one part of resistance. And the other part of resistance is when you win, be careful of those who will benefit or who will take the power and not let it go.
Yeah.
That's the example of Robespierre and Napoleon or Fidel Castro or Chavez, etc. Those who we act upon resistance, we have to learn that we're not there because we want power. We are there because we want freedom.
Freedom. Yeah. Big difference. Big difference. Okay. Last. How do you observe the difference? How do you observe the difference between a system or a people or person who wants power versus freedom?
Oh, it's very simple. It's very straightforward. A true leader, a true individual who's a leader, is one who knows when to become a leader, when to guide, when to delegate, how to delegate, but it's also the person who knows when to let go and say, I did my stuff, I led, but it's time for somebody else to do it. So when you have that type of leaders, and I'm going to give you a modern day example in Uruguay, Pepe Mujica, who was president, and everybody thought he was going to be a dictator. No, the guy did his term, left, and he's now 80 almost 90 years old. And on the recent elections of Uruguay, he said something that just stuck to my head. He said, I'm about to die. This is my last election. I did what I did, and I did it with my head high. But now, it's up to you. And I may differ with certain of his points. I agree with the other ones, but on that one, he showed me in living person what a true leader does. A true leader does and goes away. A bad leader is the one who wants to keep power and say, I'm the solution for all the problems. I'm the one. I'm the chosen one. When you have those type of assholes, run or put a bullet through their heads.
You know that you just described Trump, right? He literally said he wants to get rid of the Constitution and remain in power forever.
I know.
You just described the man who is now the leader of the so-called free world. When you say, Stan, you just described our asshole. That those words, everything you just said came out of this man's mouth.
I know. Trump is to the United States what Hugo Chavez was to Venezuela, or what Daniel Ortega has been to Nicaragua, or Fidel Castro was to Cuba, or what Pinochet was to Chile, or what Videla was to Argentina.
You know that we have no idea what any of that is. Political analyst.
So how is it that I'm not going to ask you to be facetious to you, but I'm going to ask to everybody who's there. How is it that me, somebody who's supposedly been born in a third world country, and that we should be only not dressed and not advanced as the United States, is able to have this particular knowledge? But in the United States, education seems to be only, we're American. No, you're not. You're not the only Americans in this continent. We're the only. We're a republic, not a democracy. No, Republican democracy in the last 200 years has been joined by the hip. Republic means a system. Res publica, the public thing. Uh, or for example, we're the greatest country in the world. No, you're not. No one is the greatest country in the world. There's no need to compete what is the best country in the world. We all got our fuck ups. We all done good. We all done bad. And we all assume our own histories in the best way we can to advance and to fine tune our realities.
See, they don't teach the revolutionary part of history, which is why modern America is so docile in so many ways. They don't teach you to critically think. They punish you for the least resistance that you put up, and you kind of just get trafficked into the sheep pattern, and you just accept everything at face value, and then you get lumped into the workload and everyday life, and you don't have time to unpack society and culture and philosophy and religion, and you don't have time to shovel it all up and to pull up the corpse and the origins.
You know, I have family in the United States, and the ones that were voting for Trump never even told me that they were even voting for Trump, not because they didn't feel proud or whatever. It's just that they knew that if they told me they were voting for Trump, I would destroy their reasons why. Because I've always said this, and it's a teaching of my father, but it's also the teaching of all my forefathers and foremothers and everybody that in this area. How to put it very simple. Okay. One, in the Western Hemisphere, this place we call America, from Argentina to Canada plus the Caribbean, we are the ones who showed the world that monarchies could be defeated and that independence was attainable. And we did so using their own philosophers. We taught the world that the system that was conceived as the only system at that time in the world was easily broken. But once we reached that point of freedom and independence, United States, Haiti, Mexico, so on, I could continue mentioning, there was a problem. We got the freedom, but we did not know how to construct that freedom, how to decolonize ourselves, how to free ourselves from not just the shackles of being controlled by the Europeans, but being controlled by Eurocentric cultures. How to understand that the assimilation that happened here needed to also be treated with rebellion. And we're paying the price now for that.
Man, paying the price. Something that our people don't want to do for change either. don't want to undergo the Reconstruction era, don't want to voyage into the unknown. They're going to take the initial ruins as utter defeat. There's no patience. There's no understanding of the middle passage. It's just so... It's such a microwavable attitude that just leads us to not being able to do the actual work and to get our hands dirty.
And that's why there's the difference between Latin America and North America and the Anglo-America, as we would call it, the gringo world, or the gringo attitude, is that in Latin America, we've had to continuously fine-tune our realities.
Yeah.
We've had to survive the systematic and constant interventionism of the United States, as well as our internal bad decisions.
Yeah.
We've had to kill the Hispanidad, and even to today, we're still being tried to be defined by that Hispanic bullshit, which is dead. But we still are fighting, and we've made our mistakes. Don't get me wrong. I mean, the FARC, the Sendero Luminoso, Pinochet. I can mention so many things that we made our mistakes.
Yeah.
Allowing the war on drugs for the past 60 years because we followed the line of the United States under Richard Nixon and the onwards administrations of that moment. But one thing that Latin America has that United States seem to have forgotten, that you have it, but you seem to have forgotten, is that we don't consider ourselves exceptional. We don't need to. Yes, there's nationalism in our different countries, but the notion is we may have 33 different countries, but we are all together on this. And what happens in place A can have impacts in place B, C, D, and onward.
It's like we're tethered. Yeah.
Yeah.
Together. God. Okay, so we know what we need to do, but we're just not going to. So the rest of us just haul ass or brace for impact or stay around to evangelize the knowledge and the truth, or do you self-preserve? Are you mad at people who self-preserve? Are you mad at the people who say, look, I'm getting the fuck up out of this. I'm so sorry. I love my tribe. I love my country, but I am not going to be washed away by political tyranny and disaster and poverty and whatever. Like, what is your attitude toward those who haul ass?
It's a combination of feelings, because my father and 11,953 or 1953, if you use Gregorian. I use a different calendar. It's called the Holson calendar. On 1953, there was a coup in Venezuela, a military coup. My father was arrested and exiled. He was given a choice. He spent 6 months in jail, and after those 6 months, he was given a choice: a bullet to the head or exile. Obviously, what you're going to choose? Self-preservation, right? I mean, so he came here to Costa Rica. Costa Rica became a safeguard. This was in the 50s. By 58, they were able to rebel against that coup. 3 years or 4 years before, they had killed one of the leaders, Chawud, who was assassinated in Venezuela. So my father taught me something. Sometimes you have to get the fuck out in order to get back in. sometimes you have to preserve yourself before you're able to give that fight. So self-preservation isn't a bad thing. It is arguably a valiant step forward of saying, I need to keep me and my family safe for that moment.
Yeah.
But self-preservation cannot be the eternal excuse not to get your hands dirty, because you can leave, but you can never leave the obligation you have towards yours and uh, the necessity of change. And those who do try to obviate that, there's life just comes back and reminds you of that. Yo, you got that shit to help resolve.
So you're talking about a principled person. You're talking about an integral person. You're talking about a heart-oriented individual. Okay, so then my next question, because I can ask you 50 million questions all night long. So then, like, when, in your opinion, when is it time? Since we said that there's a time and a place to haul ass, sometimes you gotta get out to get in. When is the time where you realize I need to put myself on the line? Like, when do you feel one makes that decision? Like, I'm going into battle. This is what needs to happen. Is there anything objective that can create that knowing, or is that something completely subjective and personal to self? Or
so I'm going to give it with an example of my own life. 14 years ago, I came out in my country, Costa Rica, publicly saying we need to legalize marijuana, medicinal marijuana. And I was immediately told, don't waste your time. It's an impossible task. You won't be able to do it. 3 years ago, the project, the law, through the legislative means, was passed. And today, medicinal cannabis or medicinal marijuana is legal in Costa Rica. Out of my experience, I learned two things. Some people have the scent to know when to fight, how to fight, and it's the same scent. It's how can I explain it in a look, it's the smell of blood. You smell the fear of those who are fucking up, and you pounce. But in order to have that, you need a process of learning. You need a process of smelling the opportunity. That's the only way I can put it. The reason I won and I got the project through, and not just me won, but the group of people who were with me, and we let the whole shit into, was because, as a friend of mine told me, we followed your lead, and every single time you smelled blood, you were right. But I told him I could have been wrong. You should not follow my lead. You should follow the opportunity.
Follow the opportunity. Follow the opportunity. Do you think that leaders are born or are leaders made?
Leaders are made.
Leaders are made. So I gotta close down the show, but I need you to come back. You are going to be our political analyst, correspondent, because politics is very new to my platform, and we just kind of cracked open this genre and topic this election, and the people are really digging you. Do you have a channel of your own, or?
No, I don't. I don't have the time to do videos or do things. I like getting into channels and just talk. And
how did you find us? It was just in your algorithm?
Yeah, it was my algorithm.
Shout out to YouTube.
Yeah, shout out. I already subscribed. and I'll check if you have Discord or anything. I'm usually.
Do you have an email?
Yeah, let me write it down here for you on the.
You are putting the people into a hypnotic trance.
Look, English is not my first language. So I speak very slow, and I know I put people to sleep. If I were speaking Spanish, I would be speaking faster and more entertaining.
No, fuck the entertainment. I'll do the entertainment. You stick to what you're doing, because what you are given is the meat and the potatoes of what's necessary. And this is inspiring me to really get into the books and to even understand like the nuance of the matrix that we're sucked in and living in, because I don't even want to use that word to describe myself, but I am very open to how can I say this? I'm very open to, because this is YouTube. I'm very open to the Malcolm X approach to things, or the Harriet Tubman approach to things, or some of our revolutionists in history, and this kind of more non-negotiable approach. this more so the attitude of this is what it's going to be. Like there's no if, ands, or buts attitude. So I'm more oriented that way naturally, even astrologically as a Scorpio. So you talking to us about some of the revolutions that are taking place even amongst your people, and some of the more kind of aggressive posture, and also being honest about the fact that there is also fallout, and there is, it's not romantic of a feat, and that it takes time to recover. There's downsides to a people really cracking the whip on the power that be, but I mean, like, obviously, like, would you say that your people have any regrets?
Oh yeah, plenty.
Oh, okay, well, no. Okay, so let me not ask it that way. Like, compare and contrast, now that y'all know what both realities look like when we laid down, this is what it looked like. When we stood up, this is what it looked like. I'm going to assume that y'all still take great pride in the fact that we stood up, or is it like we should have never left Egypt?
So I'm going to put it this way: non-negotiable. There's no regret of kicking the European ass and becoming free, independent nations. We will die before coming under the shoe of anybody else. The regrets are after we become free and the fuck ups we've done by ourselves.
Yes. It's learning what freedom looks like. Yes.
Exactly.
Adapting to now having your own minds and navigating that and creating reality from that. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, great. Yeah. Got it. All right. Well, man, I'm so glad you hit the pen. I was almost gonna not let you. I was like, who the fuck is this MAGA supporter sitting in my damn back chat like this? I thought you was
not a MAGA supporter.
Right. I thought just going to get your troll on. But no, I'm so glad you came up. I'm gonna email you because I'm gonna be having a lot more of these conversations and political based conversations. And I would love for you to come in and talk and share and give it out.
Use me as you best can, my friend. I'm here to assist and give my knowledge for free, because this is knowledge that needs to be given.
Okay, and next time, I mean, if you do Cash App and PayPal, my people are very generous, and we love to, be able to bless our people and talents with, monetary joy and appreciation.
My friend, rebellions need money, but those who ask money for rebellion You got to be careful for those.
Amen.
Because rebellion and the need of freedom is something you do for free.
Yes. Agreed. Well, thank you for coming up here, and bless you did so. Please look forward to emails from me, so I'm going to be hitting your ass up.
Gladly. As my people say, pura vida, beshko woblaba, which is the way my one of my indigenous groups says goodbye. Beshko woblaba stands for, instead of saying see you later, we say walk with your eyes open. Beshko woblaba, walk with your eyes open. That's how we say see you later.
Same to you, brother. Walk with your eyes open.
Beshko woblaba.
Bye-bye.
Pura vida.
That was our political analyst, you guys. That was really sickening. So you guys are going to be seeing a lot more of Dit So. See, this when YouTube does its job and promotes, you know, and advertise, this is why I be telling you guys we got a thumbs up. When we thumbs the fuck up the video, we push the content out into algorithms. We allow ourselves to be findable by other people, and God knows how much of a blessing that is, right? Because you never know who the fuck is scourging the internet at the time that we're doing any type of a content on any type of a topic. So this is why I will be seize the kingdom with violence on a thumbs up. This is why I will slow the show down. I will pause, do intermediaries, because we've got the thumbs up. That's how we grow. That's how we attract all types of people. And this is what I want my platform to be. I want it to be diverse. I want all types of people up here from all around the fucking world, from every walk of fucking life, because when we bring all of that intellect and all of that wisdom and all of that perspective and angle to the table, it just helps us to better form our own ideas around the way we live our lives, the way we solve our problems. I mean, this is the type of shit that I live for. Like, this is the type of shit that I live for. So, this was amazing. Reckless, are you still there, or have you started sucking dick? Reckless is sucking dick, y'all. I'll call him afterwards. Po baby. Po baby. Pussy popping, girl. 4 minutes before midnight. My God. Y'all see how the devil got Reckless gripped up? Probably just missed all of that good shit. All of that good shit. Just missed it, child. Right there. This is what I got to put up with, child. This is why I can't get a revolutionary group together, child. Because you see how these hoes start the hoeing. You see how they be stinking out the back door of the church basement meetings where we're trying to get shit done. We're trying to organize here. And these hoes out here on Jack and plenty of fish, bobbing and weaving out there in them streets, girl. From the streets, baby. Then they wonder why we can't get to no type of substantive business, baby. Nobody want to stay the course, baby. But y'all see, baby, all y'all got is me, baby. All I got is y'all. This is America. Okay, this is why America is America, child. If y'all enjoyed yourselves, man, give me a thumbs up. Subscribe if you're new here. I don't give a damn if I'm gonna piss some of y'all MAGA off. This is my platform. I'm gonna talk shit about Trump for the whole 4 years, baby. Okay, that's the least I can do. If I'm not gonna be kicking his ass physically, okay? I'm definitely gonna be dragging that ass and exposing that ass every which way, baby. And just like y'all had the right to vote for him, and y'all got the right to feel how y'all feel about black folk and LGBT folk, bitch, we got the right to feel how we want to feel about how y'all feel about what y'all feel about, and we got the right to feel how we feel about his ass, baby. And ain't nobody gonna change my motherfucking feeling, okay? This is definitely a biased Trump platform. Don't fuck with them on no level, okay? And in the end, I just hope that everybody who voted him for some half decent reason, baby, I hope he every bit of the king y'all appointed his ass to be. I hope, baby, y'all get every bit of whatever y'all think he got to offer every bit of whatever he claimed he gonna offer, baby. I hope y'all have no regrets, baby. I hope that y'all ain't gonna be the same people, baby. Folk gonna be marching out there in them streets for in the name of justice. I hope that y'all ain't just put your grandmas and your granddaddies and your great aunts out of their food stamps, out of their housing, out of their affordable health care, out of their meds. Baby, I hope y'all who got women in your life, baby, oh, God forbid, I hope they live in a pro-abortion state, baby, because God forbid they have a miscarriage. God forbid they have a pregnancy by rape. God forbid, baby. The women in your life need access to those emergency services or to those services for the sake of making a choice that's in the best interest of themselves and the child, which sometimes is not having a child, baby. Because when your life all fucked up and your money all fucked up and your mental all fucked up, baby, it's actually an act of love not to bring a child in the world. And sometimes condoms, they break. Not everybody who ends up pregnant due to casual sex or having sex in a relationship is doing so because they reckless and wild and promiscuous and just don't want to bear the burden of pregnancy. So if you live in a anti-abortion state, baby, ladies, please consider your location. If you have been thinking about getting pregnant, if you have been wanting to conceive a child, because even if you plan your pregnancy and you're ready for that role as a mom, once again, like God forbid you start having some complications. God forbid you have a miscarriage. These are all things now that you're going to have to consider since Trump wanted to remove it from the federal, which allowed you to have access. It allowed all women, regardless of age, economic status, to have access to these services. Now, have to either hope they are near a state with said services and said laws in place or live in a state. But if you don't, baby, y'all gonna have to be extra careful. I just hope that all the people that voted for Trump, baby, have not undid the last 10, 20, 15 years, girl. But we know exactly who to blame if that happens. We know exactly who to blame, baby. Whatever about to happen for the next 4 years, baby, we know exactly who the hell to put that blood on the hands of, because all of us didn't do this. Nope. Whatever the tears and the suffering is about to be, all of us did not do this. All right, so thumbs up if you guys enjoyed yourself. $Consciouztv, spelled just how it is here on the platform. PayPal.me/Consciouztv, spelled just how it is on the platform. The King's birthday is officially in 5 days. I don't know why I'm nervous for my own birthday. A ninja will be 39 years old. Can't believe it. I love you all. And I will definitely see you guys tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow to get into some things, child. Y'all tell me what y'all think about the shenanigans of it all. All right. Good night. And in the words of my spiritual godmother, Iyanla, stay in peace and not pieces. Bye, y'all.